The story's protagonist, Lucas, kneels in tears before his wife Maria. He begs her for consent to a divorce, bowing to the very floor. Maria smirks contentedly at his humiliation and agrees to a divorce. She sits relaxed in the chair, looking down at Lucas as he bows. By pushing the man with her foot, she wants to know what he can offer her in return for a divorce. Lucas can barely hold back the tears that well up in his eyes and bites his lips from this humiliation. His life is not going well, and the reason for this is his family, namely his hated father. The old man drinks or gambles all day long and raises his voice at his now grown-up son. After his mother's death, Lucas lived with him because he was his only family, although the man did not pay any attention to his son. Lucas is forced to take on a lot of part-time jobs outside of his office job to avoid going broke. He also works as a waiter in a diner to support himself. One day he sees a family, a father and his young son, who come into their diner. The child is being naughty and spilling water. The father turns to Lucas for a towel or napkins. Even though the child is not aware of the inconvenience caused, the father does not yell at him, but cares. He realizes that he envies such family closeness in other people. At home, the father, drunk once again, asks to lend him 10 million won. Lucas is shocked by this request, since for him this is a lot of money. He tries to reason with his father, but he promises to return the loan in double amount. He talks about the emergence of a new currency that is supposed to completely change the future, and which he wants to invest in. Lucas replies that hard-earned money is more important to him than a dubious chance of making money. The father doesn't want to hear any excuses. He admits that he has always been hopeless, drank and raised his hand against his son. However, now he asks Lucas for another chance to change. The father asks for this so desperately that tears come to his eyes. Lucas is annoyed, but he cannot refuse his father and eventually agrees to his request. But he wants too much to save their family, to try to make it normal. He wants to trust his father one last time and lends him money. He actively thanks Lucas, hugs him and promises that his son will not regret it. However, his joyful cries do not inspire Lucas with much hope for success, and for good reason, since very soon, Lucas's last relative will also depart to the next world. He holds his father's funeral and thoughts about the currency he bought fade into the background. Lucas's father died in a car accident. Experts say he lost control of his car due to rain and died at the scene. Lucas feels sadness at the loss of his last family member, but at the same time he feels liberated. With mixed feelings, he spends his leisure time drinking, just as his father had done not long ago. Left alone, he reflects on the strangeness of his life. On the television he watches while having dinner. An interview with a young man is shown. Despite his young age, he has already achieved great success and works in the investment sector. Lucas wonders if this big success is buying a house or something else. However, it turns out that we are talking about large assets amounting to 4 billion Korean won, which makes Lucas cough. The presenter asks the young man what he invested in, and he reveals that he chose Bitcoin, the very currency Lucas's father spoke of. Lucas puts two and two together and realizes that the man on screen got rich doing something he didn't believe in. He looks at his phone lying on the table, wanting to make sure he heard everything correctly, and loads up an online wallet. The presenter reflects on how profitable it would have been to invest in Bitcoin at the very beginning of its journey. The interviewee is confident that no one expected such a rapid increase in price. But if someone had invested in it at the time Lucas's father did, their investment would have grown 2,500 times. Lucas has a huge sum of money in his account, and he almost loses consciousness, unable to believe what he sees. The rise in the price of Bitcoin has driven many around the world crazy, and Lucas feels like he's barely holding on. He has 25 billion won in his account, which is 2,500 times more than his initial investment. Lucas spends the entire evening in shock, constantly checking his online wallet. To clear his head, Lucas rides his bike outside, despite the chilly weather. Even after some time, he still can't believe that he has more than 20 billion in his account. At home, he can't stop checking the market price, which is changing at an incredible speed, so he decided to change the environment. The amount in his account increased by several hundred million overnight. Lucas can't decide whether he should sell his assets now, because he already has a huge amount of money. He returns to his dilapidated home, torn apart by contradictions. He reflects that since he has been frugal all his life, he will be able to gain patience. But curiosity gets the better of him, and Lucas decides to check his savings once again. He prays in disbelief, covered in sweat, because the amount changes once again. During the time he went to clear his head, his assets increased by another $2 million, meaning he now has 2 billion won. Despite his increased wealth, Lucas still goes to work in the office. The head of the department to which the hero belongs is reflecting on the company's potential clients at a meeting. Company employees discuss the potential risks of collaborating with a clinic located in Busan. The department head suggests that someone from the group will need to be sent to Busan on a business trip. Apart from Lucas, no one takes any initiative in this matter. Everyone looks away. The department head tries to find out if Lucas is sure, since he looks very tired. But he just spends all his time studying his assets, so Lucas says that everything is fine. The head of the department decides that Lucas will need another person to help him. Then Sue, one of the most beautiful and popular girls in the company, volunteers to go with the hero to Busan. Lucas's colleagues are eyeing her, dreaming of spending time together. Other male employees immediately start shouting that they also want to go on a business trip. But the boss decides that 2 people are enough, and Lucas and Sue will go to Busan. The heroes set off by car to their destination to resolve business issues. Sue says she enjoys driving the car her brother sold her last year. Busan is Sue's hometown, and while she used to go home often, now she has a lot of work and sports on weekends, so she has no time. They chat for a while and Lucas wonders what he should do with his life now that he has a lot of money. The trip is leisurely paced, and there is pleasant conversation between Lucas and Sue. When they stop to take a short break from the road, Lucas buys the girl a coffee. He is surprised that his colleagues are so eager to discuss work-related issues with Sue, and she thanks Lucas for his help. Sue shifts uncomfortably and looks away, her cheeks flushing. Finally making up her mind, she approaches Lucas to see if he wants to go shopping with her that evening. Sue hasn't been shopping for a long time, and she still has something to talk about. Lucas considers her offer, but decides that a distraction would be nice. So he agrees, and later the 2 of them go shopping. The first thing they do is head to a clothing store and look at business suits. Lucas, who is no longer used to going to stores, doesn't understand why he can't order the same thing online, but at a better price. Sue suddenly offers to help Lucas choose and buy a suit, and he is surprised by this offer. The clothes are a kind of bribe because the girl has an awkward request. Lucas has enough money for shopping, so he demands that Sue stop putting off the awkward conversation. Blushing furiously, Sue searches for words and finally asks Lucas to pose as her boyfriend in front of her parents. He is stunned, but Sue explains that her younger sister already has a partner, and her parents are rushing Sue into a relationship. Blushing at such an unexpected request, Lucas tries to comprehend it, but he still agrees to help his colleague, and in the evening they go to a restaurant. Sue's parents are very happy to meet their daughter's chosen one. They talk politely to Lucas, make jokes, and try to please him. They wonder if the heroes work for the same company, and Lucas confirms this. Sue's mother is curious about how they became friends, and Lucas then explains that they bonded while he was teaching her the basics of their job. The parents are satisfied with this answer, and they continue their peaceful meal. Lucas, however, recalls a completely different, emotionally charged dinner with his ex-wife's relatives. They were negative and aggressive towards him, raising their voices. They also asked many questions about the hero's parents, who had already died by that time. By bombarding him with questions about money and real estate, they pressured Lucas to say that after the wedding he would be obliged to help them financially. Lucas felt a terrible pressure and contempt towards him from them. Lucas's own opinion was of no interest to anyone, and he failed to impress his ex-wife's relatives. Sue's parents welcomed him warmly and kindly, and made him feel at peace. The girl's mother asks Lucas if he liked the food, and he enthusiastically praises it. The experience he shares during his fake date with Sue is completely different from what he had already experienced in his previous marriage. After the date, they said a warm goodbye to Sue's parents, who were pleased with the meeting. The girl's mother subtly hints to her that she doesn't have to return home to spend the night. Lucas reflects that only money helped him not to feel awkward that evening, because his ex-wife trampled on his confidence. Mama Sue, laughing at the girl and her chosen one, asks them to give birth to a granddaughter first. Lucas sweats in embarrassment at the warm welcome. He hears Sue's parents reasoning that he is not bad at all for their daughter. After meeting their parents, Lucas and Sue go for a walk along the beach. Sue bows sheepishly before Lucas and begs for forgiveness. She feels very awkward about this evening, but Lucas immediately tries to calm her down. The girl replies that she saw his tense expression due to bad memories when she heard her parents' questions. Lucas realizes that Sue knows about his previous marriage and rushes to reassure her. His parents were kind to him and the food was delicious, so he wasn't offended. But since the girl still regrets it, he suggests that she smooth things over with a walk to some interesting places. Sue immediately becomes immersed in thoughts about how to plan the best route. She is so immersed in her thoughts that she walks ahead of Lucas, and he calls her to slow down. However, he understands that Sue is simply very interested in the task she has received, and exhales with a laugh. Sue's mother's words about her being very stubborn are proven true. Suddenly Sue's eyes turn to something on the beach, and she has an idea. She shows Lucas the place where she wants to take him. Looking at the place, Lucas feels awkward and chuckles nervously. Sue's interest turns to the fortune-teller's tent, located nearby on the beach. When the heroes decide to do fortune-telling, Sue gets a good result because she has good and pure energy. The fortune-teller describes the girl in a positive light both as a colleague and as a person. Sue is very glad that luck will favor her throughout her life. However, the fortune-teller points out that Sue recently missed a chance for something. The fortune-teller says that she needs to be bolder and not hesitate. Lucas listens to their conversation with half an ear. He doesn't believe in this fortune-telling at all. The fortune-teller says that Sue will still have another chance, and she must be strong and attentive. Lucas can barely contain his sigh at the fortune-teller's words. However, Sue persuades the man to take part in the fortune-telling. The girl thinks the fortune-teller is trustworthy, but Lucas has no questions he would like to ask her. He tries to refocus his attention on Sue's interests, but the fortune-teller's keen gaze is already fixed on him. The first thing the stranger tells him about him concerns the times of famine that Lucas lived through, and this shocks him. He is stunned that the fortune-teller knows about the poverty in which he lived in his youth. However, Lucas, according to the fortune-teller, was able to catch great luck, and she even envies him. The fortune-teller advises Lucas to travel around the world and experience many things, because this will allow him to further increase his luck. She assures him that Lucas can live his life the way he wants, without looking back at the past, and that he will succeed. Sue casually tries to find out how lucky Lucas is in his personal life. Lucas immediately becomes immersed in thoughts about the fortune-teller's words and cannot imagine how he can change his lifestyle. However, he still found it pleasant to hear good predictions. When it comes time to pay for the fortune-telling, Lucas is horrified by the large sum, although he has hundreds of times more in his account. Nevertheless, they leave the fortune-teller in an elevated mood. Sue invites Lucas to eat conjure eel with her at the market. She takes the still pensive man by the jacket and leads him along. Lucas doesn't know what to expect from the future yet, but he is starting to feel interested in it. In total, the heroes need 4 days to set up work in Busan, after which they return from their business trip. Lucas returns from a business trip to his abandoned apartment. He immediately rushes to the computer to check the Bitcoin rate. At first, he was horrified that he had not sold the assets earlier, because he had lost 200 million. But very soon he is earning 300 million per hour. He breathes a sigh of relief, but still doesn't understand what to do with the assets. He is mentally exhausted because he spent the whole weekend watching the Bitcoin price. He is tormented by doubts about when to sell assets and whether it is worth doing so at all. But then the weekend passes and he goes back to work in the office. During lunch, he listens to colleagues discuss real estate investments. Lucas ultimately failed to rest properly, and therefore was not focused enough. Now he has 40 billion won in his account, and is wondering if the price of Bitcoin can rise even higher. His colleagues are curious to know how his and Sue's trip to Busan went, and the man says it was calm. Lucas's older colleagues make friendly jokes about this. Lucas's colleagues return to the discussion of investments again. The manager Lucas's deputy says he's thinking about investing in Bitcoin, which makes Lucas wince. Men reflect on the fact that they should have invested earlier, then they would have earned more. They decide to take a closer look at the possibility of investing in Bitcoin. Conversations about cryptocurrency are becoming more and more lively. This time Lucas focused his attention on the conversation. After hearing his colleagues' discussions, he decides that Bitcoin will continue to rise. This makes him, consumed by greed, want to wait and not sell his assets yet. He continues to closely monitor changes in the price of Bitcoin on the market. Lucas is shocked that the price of Bitcoin has dropped dramatically recently, and he has lost 6 billion won. During another break at work, he goes out to get some fresh air. The lost money haunts him, and Lucas can't come to his senses. The amount he lost while waiting could have been his salary for 140 years of work. He immediately grabs his phone to check his assets. Lucas is overcome with anxiety and wonders whether he should immediately sell his bitcoins. There's no need to be greedy anymore. He already has more than 30 billion won. However, at this moment, Lucas's colleagues approach him, wanting to know what he is doing. Lucas jumps in surprise, not expecting to be interrupted. Lucas's colleague smirks when he sees him researching the Bitcoin price. He asks the man if he wants to invest in Bitcoin, and Lucas sweats nervously as he tries to come up with an answer. Colleagues are sure that since Lucas looks unwell, there must be some problems with the investment. He doesn't name the actual amount, but his colleagues still support him and wish him luck. Lucas sighed heavily, wondering if the price of Bitcoin would really rise any further. He asks his colleagues if they have seen the recent price collapse. The men look at each other, smile, and shake their heads. Lucas tries to find out the reason for such smiles, and one of his colleagues says that he doesn't follow the news. He shows the current Bitcoin rate, and Lucas is completely speechless. The price jumped up again, and quite strongly. He even starts to cry from relief, and his colleagues courageously support Lucas. They convince us that the real takeoff is just beginning. It turns out that one of them bought Bitcoins and has already earned more than 1 million won. However, Lucas is still terrified of falling again. The men's confidence, however, gives him hope that perhaps he can wait a little longer. And literally the next day there is a sharp jump in the price of Bitcoin. This is shaking the world community, and everyone is talking about nothing but cryptocurrency. Bitcoin is becoming a store of value superior to gold. And yet another day, the price of Bitcoin reaches an exorbitant figure. As a result, Lucas's current assets exceed 100 billion won. When the man sees the final amount, he becomes hysterical. His heart is beating wildly, he is sweating, and he cannot breathe normally. So all Lucas can do is try to breathe calmly and cry. The man forces himself to calm down, reminds himself that it is not his money until he sells his assets. Now it's really time for him to make a decision. He can't put it off any longer. So Lucas is tormented by the question of whether he should sell everything or wait further. Not accustomed to such sums, he is afraid of making the wrong move. Greed instantly takes hold of him, convincing him that he can earn more. Dark thoughts overwhelm Lucas. He wants to earn tens of billions just by sitting still. Therefore, submitting to these thoughts, he first decides to wait a little longer. But then his father's voice comes into his memory, the one who once convinced him that everything would work out. Lucas looks at a framed photograph of his father on the closet. My father once believed that buying new currency was his chance to become a good person and parent. When his father spent time gambling, he always promised to buy Lucas new clothes and a bag if he won big. He had been putting life on hold all this time, and Lucas realized it was time to change something. The next day, Sue is busy in the office typing important documents. She stretches with pleasure to relieve the stress of sitting in one place for a long time. Sue notes that Lucas never showed up at the office after they returned. The girl approaches one of the managers and presents the results of her work, and he thanks her for her work. The manager tells the girl that Lucas took a day off, which is why he is not in the office. Sue hopes that nothing serious happened to the man. Meanwhile, Lucas finally leaves the house and goes shopping. His first destination is a car dealership. The salon employee asks if the client has any wishes. Lucas feels uneasy, but one car still catches his eye. It turns out to be a recently released white Ferrari model, designed for both city driving and sports. Lucas decides to buy it, but when the salon employee starts talking about payment options, he interrupts him. He hands over a bank card, offering to make the purchase immediately, because he plans to pay for his new car in one lump sum. The day before, Lucas sold his assets and earned $100 million, or 100 billion won. Now Lucas is young and rich, a very satisfied man. However, he does not immediately understand what to do with such a huge amount of money. He decides to buy a car first, and now he will have to wait for it to be delivered from the showroom. Having spent a huge amount of money by the standards of the past, Lucas leaves the salon. He belatedly panics at having spent nearly $500 million won. Nevertheless, he took the first step towards pleasant and important spending. He once compiled this list when he could only dream of wealth. And the next item on this list is buying a luxury apartment. At the real estate agency, the employees actively welcome Lucas. Lucas says he needs a spacious apartment in a new building with a view of the Han River. Since this is usually very expensive real estate, the agency employees are very interested in such a client. So Lucas and his realtor go to look at one of the options. It's a very large and newly built complex, and living in it will cost the hero 2.5 billion won. The realtor tells the man about the area's bonuses, such as walking paths, gardens, and a swimming pool. Another big advantage of the residential complex is the gym. The apartment they're going to look at is on the 11th floor, and the realtor calls Lucas to follow him. As in many Korean apartments, the door is opened with a key card. Stepping inside, Lucas feels overwhelmed by the size of the apartment. It is so big that you can go jogging on it in the morning. The realtor tells the shocked client that the apartment is fully furnished with furniture made from the highest quality materials. The girl shows 2 bathrooms, each larger than the apartment Lucas currently lives in. He jokes about not having to worry about mosquitoes or noise outside, and the realtor replies that this is one of the advantages of high-rise buildings. For Lucas, this place is so luxurious that he would be willing to live in less comfortable conditions. He opens the window and is speechless at the view of the river that opens up to him. It is so beautiful and impressive that the man admires it out loud. The realtor asks the client's opinion and offers to show other options, but Lucas is satisfied with this apartment. He turns to the girl accompanying him and says that he will take this option. At the real estate agency, they prepare a contract for him, which Lucas signs immediately. Lucas is asked to pay a down payment and a brokerage commission to move in. However, the man takes out the suitcase he brought with him and replies that he will pay the entire amount at once. He opens the suitcase and clarifies that the amount will be paid in cash. While the girls look at the amount of cash in horror, Lucas asks them to provide a check for the brokerage commission. Meanwhile, in the office where Lucas works, the manager is flirting with his colleague in the storage room. He took her to a restaurant the day before and suggests they try a better place. He captivates the girl with his night look, smiling, and the girl gives in to his flirting. Suddenly, the flirting is interrupted by Sue bursting into the storage room and quickly approaching manager Dan. After waiting for Dan's girlfriend to move away a little, Sue moves closer. She comes very close, wanting to talk to the man about something important. The man is stunned by such an attack and does not understand what questions Sue could have for him. Sue looks menacingly at her colleague and asks if he knows where Dan lives. Dan doesn't understand why a popular girl like Sue needs Lucas's address. The girl replies that she wants to visit him because she is worried about Lucas's long absence from work. Dan can't help but wonder if Sue is so worried about all of her colleagues. However, he also doesn't know where Lucas lives, but he can call him and ask. He ends up contacting Lucas on Messenger, who agrees to give them the address. Seeing such an active reaction, Dan wonders if Sue has become interested in his senior colleague. As Dan looks at her, Sue almost hums with joy at the upcoming meeting. After work, Sue and Dan, having bought some treats for Lucas, head to his house. Sue thinks about what Lucas's house might be like, because she is very curious. She thinks that his apartment is small, since he lives alone, and it is probably neat and clean. Dan is also trying to imagine what Lucas's apartment is like. He thinks it's minimalist because he still lives where he lived before they got married. They arrive in the area where Lucas lives, and it doesn't look like they expected. Once inside the apartment, Dan and Sue recoil in shock and horror. Lucas thanks them for coming and apologizes for having to use the excuse of feeling unwell at work. The apartment they find themselves in turns out to be dirtier and more musty than Dan and Sue thought. However, Lucas is not worried about the fact that it is not tidy, as he is preparing to move. Dan winces in horror as the apartment looks more like a warehouse than a home and stinks profusely. Lucas explains that it has nothing to do with the house, but that there is a sewer leak nearby. Sue touches the wall with her fingers, which is heavily covered in black mold. Tears well up in the girl's eyes at the thought that he had lived in such an apartment alone all this time. Dan watches surreptitiously as Sue trembles with emotion. So he decides to help Lucas with the move and help pack the boxes. Sue supports this idea. Lucas clarifies if everything is okay, because the heroes can get dirty, but for them it's nothing. The hero is grateful to his colleagues for their concern and help. They walk out into the parking lot and Dan looks at one of the cars in surprise. Of course, his attention is focused on the latest Ferrari model. He doesn't understand what such a luxurious car is doing in this place. Dan thinks he'd like to take a closer look at her, but he feels awkward in front of his colleagues. Lucas, noticing his interest, calmly approaches the Ferrari and offers to put the boxes in it. Dan and Sue are speechless from the unexpectedness of this proposal. At first, Dan thinks that Lucas rented this car for the move, and when the hero says that this is his car, Dan breaks out in a sweat from shock. The heroes think that Lucas has come into an inheritance. Otherwise, they cannot explain where he got a $400 million car. However, all Dan can think about is how much he wants to ride it. Lucas invites his assistants to look at the apartment they are moving into. Dan and Sue are certainly on board with this, as they are very curious to see Lucas's new place of residence. However, there is only one passenger seat in the car, and only one person can travel with him. Sue is sure that she will have to travel separately, because she is the youngest. However, when she is about to propose, Dan says that he will go separately. The girl is surprised by this offer, but Dan says that he still needs to pick up the car. He walks to the car, promising to follow Lucas and Sue. However, he cries because he also wants to ride a Ferrari. And he made this decision in order to give Sue time to spend with someone she likes. Lucas turns to Sue, saying that this is the first time they've been alone since their trip to Busan. Sue reveals that her parents have identified Lucas as the man she plans to marry soon. In response, Lucas teases the girl about whether he should play the role of her husband, which makes Sue blush. Sue is a little hesitant, not knowing how to talk about the topic that worries her. Lucas watches her awkward attempts and chuckles good-naturedly. The girl waves her hand, not wanting to ruin the moment with awkward questions. Although she is very curious to know more about Lucas's ex-wife, the man thanks her for the sensitivity and care that she and Dan show by not asking difficult questions and being patient. Flushing, Sue replies that she will definitely ask questions when Lucas is ready. She tries to find out where he is moving, but Lucas wants to keep the suspense. At this time, a telephone conversation takes place between the director of the company and an unknown woman. She says that she is sorting through old things, and she is looking at photographs. One of these photographs shows Maria and Lucas during their wedding. The woman's fingers squeeze the photograph aggressively, crumpling it. The girl talking on the phone turns out to be Maria herself, Lucas's ex-wife. It's been 6 months since the divorce, and she decides to return to work in the office where Lucas works. Lucas's new car races through the streets, sparkling with its cleanliness and well-groomed appearance. It's led by Dan, who Lucas allowed to do this, and he's so happy he's crying. Lucas asks him to be careful not to kill them both, but Dan is too happy to hear him. He has a question for Lucas and wants to know if he can ask it. To Lucas's surprise, Dan asks him how the man feels about Sue. Lucas doesn't understand why his colleague is asking such sudden questions, but Dan says he's just curious. Lucas doesn't see any trick in the question, and is considering what he can say. He reflects on how Sue is kind, capable, and caring, and overall a good girl. Dan tries to find out if that's all, but Lucas doesn't know what else his colleague wants to hear. At work, during his break, his senior colleagues pounce on him with questions about his new car. Everyone noticed the Ferrari in the parking lot and assumed that Lucas had gotten rich from investments. Lucas says he increased his capital by reinvesting his earnings and mortgaging his property. Lucas's colleagues, on the other hand, lost some of their funds on Bitcoin. That's why they turned to Lucas for advice as a more successful investor. The men are confident that Lucas is well versed in investment matters and is making new plans. However, Lucas doesn't know what to tell them, whether to make up a legend or tell the whole truth. Lucas replies that to invest successfully, you need to have the heart of a beast. He understands that this question could confuse his colleagues, and still decides to tell the truth. However, colleagues interpret the advice in their own way, deciding that psychology, not technique, is important in this matter. The manager asks if Lucas invests in other cryptocurrencies, and the man says he has invested in 2 more. After purchasing a house and a car, he reinvested the remaining assets in cryptocurrency. However, he is afraid to give advice, lest he be held responsible for the outcome. Lucas's cryptocurrencies of choice were Ripple and Ethereum. They are brand new, so his colleagues were curious about the reason for this choice, and Lucas says he considers them reliable. Ripple supports international transactions between banks, while Ethereum supports transactions using blockchain technology. Lucas believes that these are the cryptocurrencies that will attract the attention of the media and investors. Lucas has really done some serious research into the new cryptocurrencies. At this time, Sue is tidying herself up in the women's restroom. When she thinks about Lucas, she hears other girls talking. They discuss gossip about Lucas and the Ferrari he bought. No one believes that he is so rich. Sue is not surprised that rumors have already spread throughout the company. One of the girls claims that Lucas took out loans to buy the car, and many also say that he gambles and likes to drink. One of the girls is disappointed. She had no idea that Lucas was such an unworthy person. Sue, not wanting to hear any more of Lucas's slander, approaches the girls. They sweat from Sue's abrupt interruption of their conversation. Sue is surrounded by a dark and threatening energy, and she really wants to know who is spreading such rumors about Lucas. At this time, Lucas's ex-wife comes to the office where he works. Maria tries to find out from the manager, who recognizes her, where Lucas is. The man tries to discourage her and says that Maria's ex-husband is not there. He offers to pass messages to Lucas if the girl wants. But then Lucas enters the office with boxes full of documents. It wobbles slightly, and the boxes lean dangerously, threatening to fall. Maria holds the boxes that are about to collapse, and Lucas thanks her. And then he realizes who helped him. He recognizes the woman in front of him and feels the first wave of panic. Maria warns Lucas to be careful in the office. She wants to know how her ex-husband is doing, but Lucas doesn't believe the woman for a second. Memories of their honeymoon come flooding back to his mind. Then Maria scolded him for a long time for booking the wrong hotel, which was unsuitable for her. Lucas tries to justify himself by saying that he chose this hotel based on reviews from other guests, but the girl is still unhappy. Maria doesn't want to listen to him. Throughout their marriage, the girl humiliated him and made him guilty of everything, convincing him that she had shown him a favor with their marriage. That's why Maria is sure that she still has such power over her ex-husband. However, Lucas is not the same as before, even if their meeting did throw him off balance for a while. Maria says that she wants to give him some documents, and the man sighs long and heavily. And then he puts the boxes on the floor with a loud bang, which makes Maria flinch. Colleagues turn to look at them, trying to understand what is happening. Looking calmly into Maria's eyes, as he never did before, Lucas takes the documents from her. And then he leaves, pretending that this meeting did not bother him at all. Maria gets angry at this reaction and bites her lips, trying not to yell at the man in front of her colleagues. She leaves the office, remembering that before Lucas couldn't even look her straight in the eyes. But after the divorce, he changed so much. She's angry that Lucas bought a Ferrari after the divorce, and if she had been patient in the marriage, she could have taken the car. But now that she has missed this chance, Maria wants to create a new one. She returns to her office in tears, looking very unhappy. Colleagues immediately rush to her to support her after a meeting with her ex-husband. Maria immediately portrays Lucas as a monster, lying that he yelled and humiliated her. The head of the department silently watches this performance. She sighs, not sharing her colleagues' worries. She sees Maria's pretense. Meanwhile, Lucas is working quietly in his office, thinking about what happened. He knew that sooner or later Maria would return to work after their separation. He wondered what it would be like to meet the girl again, but it turned out not to be that bad. The manager comes up to him from behind and asks if Lucas is sure everything is okay. He calls the younger one to the roof, where his colleague immediately attacks him with hugs. He thanks Lucas for the advice that allowed him to make a good profit. Lucas doesn't understand the reason, and his colleague suggests checking the quotes. It turns out that Ripple has risen in price by 70% this morning. Lucas is curious about how much money he now has uncounted, and he tries to count. It turns out that Lucas's assets already amount to $98 million. Colleagues who invested in Ripple earned several of their annual salaries. The manager thanks Lucas for everything he has done for them, but Lucas believes it is their own responsibility. Colleagues are trying to find out how much he himself invested in Ripple. Lucas decides not to tell the truth, but to make up something credible. So he says that he invested $1 billion each in Ripple and Ethereum. Everyone is surprised at how much Lucas has invested and earned from it. The hero refuses to give advice because investing is everyone's personal responsibility. However, he himself says that he will not sell Ripple for now, but will wait a little longer. Rumors that Lucas has hit the jackpot using cryptocurrency quickly spread throughout the company. Lucas's success at such a young age is the talk of the office. People also talk about Lucas's colleagues following his example and investing successfully. However, recently someone has been spreading bad rumors that he beat his ex-wife and took money from her. Maria overhears her ex's colleagues deciding that someone is spreading bad rumors specifically to discredit Lucas. She is furious that her plan is failing and people are defending Lucas instead of vilifying him. In her irritation, she almost gives away her presence and hurries away. All that remained where she had stood was a crumpled drink cup. It's lunchtime and the heroes go on break. Sue sits thoughtfully by the window in the cafe, looking out the window as if waiting for someone. The men present in the cafe glance at her and openly admire her. However, Sue looks very nervous and agitated. She turns pale. Dan appears in the cafe and calls the girl by name. He is carrying a tray with their drinks. He asks how long Sue has been waiting, but she says she just arrived. Dan called her to this cafe to tell her something special about Lucas. Dan wants to ask her a question first, and then discuss the rest. He asks Sue what she thinks about the recent rumors about Lucas's gambling addiction and cruelty to his wife. Sue exclaims sharply that all these rumors are ridiculous, and she does not believe them at all. Someone is spreading them maliciously. This answer satisfied Dan, and he decided to ask the girl something else. Finally, Dan asks Sue if she is in love with Lucas. This makes Sue blush deeply and becomes speechless with embarrassment. She screams and stutters, trying to dissuade Dan from his words. Dan chuckles and asks the girl not to pretend. He understands everything and wants to help. Dan tells the girl to go to Lucas right now and confess her feelings. Meanwhile, Lucas is on a break again and receives hugs from happy colleagues. Trusting Lucas's instincts, his colleagues decided to wait with the sale of assets. And they were right. Lucas is not very happy that the number of people thanking him has increased significantly. His colleagues begin to thank him because, thanks to Lucas's advice, they were able to solve their financial difficulties. Following rumors of Lucas's jackpot win, most of the company's employees became involved in the cryptocurrency game. Soon, everyone who trusted Lucas and invested in Ripple made huge profits. Colleagues call Lucas a financial god and confess their love to him. One of his colleagues tries to figure out how much money Lucas has earned, and he tries to get out of it. Lucas currently has $578 billion in his account. In fact, for the same amount of money as Lucas, you could buy almost any company. When Lucas invested in new cryptocurrencies, but thought their prices would rise. However, he could not have imagined that the situation could become so crazy in a month. The hero counted on human greed, but growth was still too fast. The girls from the office also join their colleagues to get investment advice from Lucas. The hero replies that investing is a bit risky right now. The price has gone up too much lately, which means it could fall sharply. The girls thank you for the advice, and ask what other investment options there are. Maria is furious at the amount of attention paid to her ex-husband. Out of frustration, she locks herself in the restroom and kicks the trash can. Maria is angry that everyone is praising someone she considers a fool. The girl's pride is hurt, and she comes up with a plan to use Lucas. She wants to destroy Lucas's reputation and take over his money. Lucas calmly studies the chats on his phone and sees that everyone is also discussing cryptocurrency. However, he suddenly receives a notification that shocks him. Maria writes to him, asking how things are, as if nothing happened between them. Writes that she was wrong, and then invites her on a date. Lucas wants to delete the useless correspondence, but then Sue calls him. He immediately picks up the phone, interested in the reason for the call. Sue, worried, says that nothing special happened. She sits at home in her pajamas, hugging a stuffed animal, and replies that she just wanted to talk to Lucas. He asks if Sue herself is resting, and the girl says that she recently returned from training. Lucas plans to go shopping the next day because he threw out his old furniture. Sue is very eager to join him on this shopping trip. The man hesitates to answer, which makes his colleague worry. However, after just a few seconds, he makes an appointment with her during the day at the shopping center. They say goodnight to each other, and then Sue screams with delight into her pillow, trying to come to her senses. At the wrong time, the girl's memory flashes back to her conversation with Dan and how he pushed her to confess. Sue isn't sure she'll succeed, but she wants to try her best. The next day arrives and Lucas rushes to the mall. He arrives early enough that it makes him sigh heavily. He is already thinking about waiting for Sue in some cafe, but suddenly Sue calls out to him. She also arrives early, in such a hurry to see Lucas. She literally beams with joy, and men turn to look at her. Lucas notices that the girl calls him informally at work, and he gives permission for this, after which Sue calls him to go inside the shopping center. The girl secretly watches her companion and admires him. She is happy that Lucas agreed to take her with him for a walk. The two of them go to the mall to do the shopping that Lucas had planned. Meanwhile, the forgotten Maria is waiting for Lucas in the cafe and is furious that he is late, although he had no plans to come at all. The shopping center is crowded, and Lucas and Sue are greeted politely by the staff. The girl notes that this is the first time she has been alone with him outside of work. She imagines that it could be a date with Lucas. Suddenly, Lucas draws the girl's attention to something, inviting her to look. A man chooses new blankets for himself and finds a very soft one. Sue is pleased to see her companion so excited during their shopping trip. This is the first time Lucas has seen such soft and cozy blankets, because he is used to using only thick and heavy blankets. So, delighted, he decides to buy 3 sets of blankets at once. Before he can make a purchase, he already finds something new. This time, Lucas's attention is drawn to a new cordless vacuum cleaner. Next comes a refrigerator with a touchscreen in the door. The washer and dryer are also an important interior element in Lucas's new home. The hero's attention is also drawn to the sofa, the angle of which can be adjusted. For the first time in his life, Lucas spends money without thinking, and it makes him happy. The man admits that the mall is an interesting place when you're rich. Lucas feels like he enabled a cheat code in a game when he was a kid. The hero decides to ask Sue if she finds it boring to go shopping with him, but the girl is delighted. However, besides the fun, Sue feels a lot of strange feelings, mainly because Dan said that she had to confess her feelings to Lucas. The girl realizes that she really can't hesitate forever. She wants to try to tell Lucas everything, but when she starts to confess, Lucas interrupts her. They shudder with embarrassment and look into each other's eyes. Sue offers to let the man speak first, but Lucas cedes the right to her. However, the girl still persuades him to speak first. What Lucas said makes Sue stare at him in surprise. She even asks again if Lucas really meant what he said. All this time, Maria, who had been sitting in the cafe waiting for Lucas, was clenching her fists in rage because he had not come to the meeting. During yet another break during the workday at the office, employees rejoice at the rising price of Ripple. The men loudly encourage themselves and each other. Lucas's company is looking at this from the outside, noting that even more people are investing in cryptocurrency. One of the shouters is a man who previously derided cryptocurrency as a form of gambling. However, in addition to the rise in the price of Ripple, the price of Ethereum is also rising, so Lucas is very happy. The man believes that the huge profits from cryptocurrency are capable of turning even those who criticized it into fanatics. Greed, according to Lucas, unites people, but no one knows the outcome. At a lucky moment, investments can bring huge profits. But if the price falls, a person could lose everything down to his last one. And when losses begin, you find yourself in a personal hell. Lucas admits that he is no exception, and he too has to obey these rules. His father also taught him that winning at the gaming table does not mean getting money. But you can receive money at a completely different point in time. Lucas believes that you need to overcome greed and wake up because you get money when you get up from the gaming table. In work chats, people discuss investments and thank Lucas for his valuable advice, which infuriates his colleague Jack, who has long considered cryptocurrency a disreputable business. He thinks that Lucas was just lucky and that he doesn't really understand anything. Jack believes that he is the only one doing real investing. He is happy that he earned 100 million won in a month and believes that his life will soon turn around. The man dreams of buying a luxury apartment with a view of the Han River and a sports car. Jack also wants to marry Sue, with whom he has been in love for a long time. In the chat, Lucas makes an important announcement regarding cryptocurrency. He says that he is going to sell everything. A senior colleague thinks this is stupid, because Lucas could earn much more. Jack aggressively types messages in the chat, saying that Lucas's words are complete nonsense and that no one should sell cryptocurrency now. He believes that if Lucas decides to pass up such an opportunity, he is a complete amateur. Lucas replies to some of the messages without trying to persuade anyone, after which he puts the phone aside and thinks about his next steps. Now he wants to meet with his boss to discuss an important issue. He heads to work at the office, ready for a serious conversation. The man goes up to the desired floor and approaches his manager. He asks if the manager has a minute to talk. The manager notices the bundle of papers in Lucas's hands. He understands that Lucas wants to tell him something really important. He sighed heavily and thought that the conversation would be about resignation. So he invites Lucas to go somewhere else, to the roof, where they usually spend their breaks. The manager congratulates Lucas on his increase in wealth. After all, Lucas was already rich, and now he was supposed to become even richer, and the manager himself earned money for drinking for the rest of his life. He decides to push Lucas to talk about what's bothering him. Lucas clutches the application papers in his hands, nervous to start the conversation. The manager doesn't want to say goodbye to a good employee who also gives good advice. Lucas asks for a 2-week vacation and asks if it is possible to take it. The news that Lucas has a leave of absence application in his hands, rather than a resignation letter, pleases the manager. The manager thought that since Lucas had earned so much, he could already retire. But the hero himself is not ready for this yet. He hasn't even thought about quitting. He recalls meeting Sue and telling her that he was planning to go to the States for about 2 weeks. He thinks about what to do with the money he earns, and decides that he needs to gain more experience and knowledge. Lucas wants to take the opportunity to study in America for a while. Because of his confession, Sue hesitates to confess her feelings to Lucas. She just wishes Lucas a good time on his trip. The manager agrees to sign Lucas's vacation papers. Lucas asks his older colleague if he can continue living like this. He made a lot of money on cryptocurrency, but doesn't know what to do next. He doesn't have a hobby or a dream because he didn't have time to think about such things before. Lucas realizes that he has always envied people who have a dream. For those who have professionally performed singing on stage and enjoyed music. For those who have been involved in sports since their youth and built their careers on it. To those who spent their time painting because these people had dreams and passion that he did not. The manager says that not all people can have a dream. And not having a dream is just as normal as being an ordinary person. Lucas had never thought about it, and didn't know that this could be normal. The manager tells Lucas that as a child he dreamed of becoming a professional golfer. His parents supported him because they enjoyed golf. That's why the man, with the support of his parents, prepared to become a professional from the age of 10. He had injured himself more than once, and his hands were covered in bruises and calluses. But as a child, it was enough for him to simply hold a stick in his hands. The manager was happy as a child thanks to his dream. However, soon enough he learned what was behind his dream. He learned that a lot of money was spent on tuition and field fees, which was ruining our family. As a result, the man gave up his dream, but now lives quite well. Now he has another dream, and he is striving to make it come true. Now he just wants to go to a baseball game with his family. He advises Lucas not to get too hung up on his dream, as he can achieve everything he wants in his lifetime. The manager advises Lucas to enjoy life and do whatever he wants. Lucas listens to his senior colleague's words with respect and draws conclusions for himself. He decides to move step by step to formulate new dreams for himself. The manager finally decides to ask Lucas himself a question. He is very interested in how much money he actually earned and promises to keep the information secret. To avoid answering directly, Lucas asks how much an apartment in the Gangnam area currently costs. Having finally figured out how much it came out to, he whispers the final number into the manager's ear. The manager is so shocked by the answer that he breaks out in a sweat. He asks incredulously if Lucas really has such means. The manager smiles at how ridiculously rich Lucas is. After all, Lucas's current assets could be thought of as 1,000 apartments in Gangnam. Having received leave, Lucas sets off on his American journey. The last time the man flew to a seminar in Germany, but that was a long time ago. Now he can afford comfortable conditions for the flight. He is warmly greeted by the flight attendants, and Lucas is delighted with such respectful treatment. He only had experience flying in economy class, which was cramped and uncomfortable. Now he is flying first class for the first time, sitting in a comfortable seat and able to relax. Suddenly he hears a female voice from the side discussing design issues. In the next row sits a beautiful brunette who is talking on the phone about the development of the automobile industry in Korea. The girl notices that Lucas is watching her. He waves his hand to the girl in greeting without any embarrassment. His neighbor ends her business conversation with a request to send documents by email in case of emergency. She apologizes to Lucas for talking on the phone in the salon, but the man is understanding. Having studied Lucas with her eyes, the stranger finds him quite interesting. She hands Lucas a business card and introduces herself as the executive director of an automobile concern. Her name is Chloe. Lucas is surprised that Chloe is so young and already an executive director. He introduces himself to the girl, but says that he didn't bring business cards. The man's position puzzled Chloe, as she didn't think that an ordinary employee could afford to travel first class. Lucas explains almost immediately that his capital now depends mainly on investments. On the plane, Lucas and Chloe are served a delicious dinner, steak and wine. The man's eyes literally glow with this food, his mouth watering in anticipation. He cuts a juicy steak with a knife and puts a piece of meat into his mouth. The taste of the dish shocks him from the first bite. It's the first time Lucas has eaten something so delicious. Lucas closes his eyes in pleasure, delighted by the combination of meat juice and sauce. He also really liked the wine, and in general the whole meal was a pleasant surprise for him. While Chloe eats her portion with complete calm, Lucas considers whether he can ask for more wine. Chloe still doesn't understand how an ordinary employee can get the money to fly first class. Lucas notices that his neighbor is looking at him very closely. Their eyes meet, and Chloe feels uneasy about being caught spying on him. Lucas unexpectedly compliments her good posture, surprising Chloe. He says that he also looks at the girl because of her confident posture and skills with a fork and knife. Chloe is very embarrassed by such detailed compliments addressed to her. However, she quickly calms down and remains pleased with such attention. Lucas looks at the image of a beautiful girl standing next to a car. It's a concept for a car commercial for the company Chloe runs, and he finds it interesting. The girl actively says that they create cars for both the Korean and American markets, and asks what kind of car Lucas himself has. When the girl finds out about the Ferrari, she is again at a loss as to who her neighbor is. While Chloe talks about plans to release sports and electronic cars, Lucas recalls driving her company's cars. The girl is very interested in hearing feedback, but when she receives criticism of technical features, she feels awkward. Apparently, Chloe didn't expect such a detailed answer and comments about the shortcomings. Lucas can't help but notice how much he has changed, because before he wouldn't have expressed his thoughts so boldly. He thinks about the confidence that money gives him, what he has received. To lighten the mood, he points out that Chloe seems to really like cars, and she says it's been a passion since childhood. She loves driving different cars, and recently had an interesting experience with a Mini in the UK. The girl actively talks about her impressions, and Lucas thinks about how nice it is to see a person passionate about his work. However, throughout their flight, Chloe constantly bombards him with various information about cars. Lucas couldn't get any rest during the flight because of her chatter. That's why he's very happy to arrive at San Francisco Airport. He and Chloe shake hands and the girl asks to contact her when Lucas returns to Korea. The girl smiles and wishes Lucas a safe trip. A rather exhausted Lucas wishes her all the best in return. He decides that next time he should behave more modestly and not make acquaintances. After collecting his luggage, the man finally leaves the San Francisco airport. He finds himself in an unfamiliar environment and his mouth drops open in surprise. Looking at people of different races and skin colors, he finally realizes that he is truly in America. Suddenly, someone from behind loudly calls the man's name. Lucas turns around and sees Charlie, his old friend, running towards him. The men shake hands and joke with each other. Charlie is Lucas's closest friend, sharing all his hardships when they lived together during college. Afterwards, he managed to move to the States and settle here, and America changed the man quite a lot. Charlie invites Lucas to lunch and the man is surprised when he managed to make a reservation, to which Charlie laughs that in America you have to eat hamburgers. Meanwhile, in Korea, Maria is trying to contain her anger at lunch and destroys her salad with a fork. She is furious that Lucas not only ignores her, but also manages to cheat on her. She almost growls at the fact that she had to sacrifice her pride and right to her ex-husband, whom she despises. When colleagues ask what happened, Maria jokes that she was thinking about her ex-husband. She immediately starts saying the worst things she can think of about Lucas. He brings up gambling, debts, betrayal, and domestic violence. However, she is immediately interrupted by a manager from her department, who says that it is Maria who is paying too much attention to Lucas. She smirks, noting with surprise that if she broke up with someone, the story would end. In this way, she hints to her colleagues that they shouldn't trust Maria's words, and the girl almost explodes from such a hint. The manager adds that she tried not to interfere in their personal lives before. But the rumors that Maria spreads do not correspond with the reputation Lucas has earned in the company. She openly accuses Maria of being jealous and trying to ruin Lucas's life. Maria is at first speechless from such a rebuff and does not know how to respond. However, her acting skills are immediately brought to the maximum. She starts crying loudly and rushes out of the office. The manager rolls his eyes at this behavior and sighs heavily. Maria runs into the women's restroom in a rage to avoid screaming right in the office. She kicks the trash can while screaming and calls the manager dirty names. However, she intends to ignore it and continue to endure it. Maria also succumbed to the Ripple buying craze and was able to make a good profit from it. She is confident that she will become very rich and will have the last laugh. Meanwhile, Lucas's colleague Jack, who was the loudest voice shouting that Ripple couldn't be sold, was bragging during the break that he was right. He mocks the skills of Lucas, who chickened out and didn't earn more. Jack convinces his colleagues that they should buy Ripple, not sell it, and tells them to trust him. Lucas's office colleagues watch his screams from the sidelines. One of them was worried when Lucas sold his assets and didn't know what to do next. As profits continue to grow, he finds it difficult to fight greed. All day long he thinks about nothing but investments as stock prices rise. The manager, in response to this, calmly states that he sold all the Ripple that he had in his assets. This shocks his colleague, as the investments are generating huge profits every day. But the manager shrugs, trusting Lucas, who took the bold step of selling. In response to the younger man's suspicious look, he philosophically remarks that the cryptocurrency will continue to grow regardless of people's actions, and that more can be bought. But in order to sell assets that are rising in price in time, skill is required. So when Lucas said he was selling all his assets, he felt confident to do the same. Meanwhile, in San Francisco, Lucas and Charlie are sitting at a burger joint and a cute waitress brings them their order. Lucas really likes the burgers from the first bite, and Charlie is happy about it. He sympathizes with Lucas's expensive trip, but promises to make his stay at his home comfortable. Lucas is touched that his friend is willing to take care of him, even though he knows nothing about his financial situation. Suddenly, someone calls out to the men having lunch, and Charlie turns towards the source of the sound. A non-Asian boy and girl approach them, both with blonde hair and speaking unaccented English. In America, Charlie is sometimes called by his nickname, but he doesn't mind because it sounds cool. Their new interlocutors are Chris and Helen. Charlie became friends with them after moving. They sit down to eat together and discuss Charlie's work projects, which make a big contribution to the automobile industry. Charlie develops software for self-driving cars. Chris is the founder of a startup in this field, developing an autonomous driving system for installation on trucks. Helen also has her own startup company, which designs and manufactures clothing and footwear from environmentally friendly materials. Lucas is delighted that both of his new acquaintances are heads of companies. They discuss how starting a startup is very difficult, like climbing a snowy mountain. The path consists of attempts to realize your idea by any means, and overcoming obstacles of varying complexity. But the moment the idea comes to fruition, you feel that it was all worth it. Lucas admits that he greatly respects Chris and Helen for such courage, and he looks at his new acquaintances with admiration. Chris replies that ideas are good, but to implement them, we need talented people like Charlie, because thanks to his programming skills, he can implement any idea. However, he immediately makes fun of his friend, noting his great love for hamburgers. Watching their verbal sparring, Lucas notes with satisfaction that it was only after arriving in America that he was able to meet the founders of his companies. He already feels that his trip to the States was fully justified by such an interesting experience. In the evening, they arrive at the apartment where Charlie lives, which is located in an ordinary apartment building. It is quite clean and well furnished, which Lucas did not expect. He learns that the rent for such housing is about 4 million won, or a little over $3,000. Charlie explains that real estate in the US is more expensive than in Korea, with real estate in San Francisco particularly expensive. He opens the refrigerator and throws a can of beer at his friend. Charlie thinks they should rinse their mouths after eating and discuss Lucas's travel plans. Charlie knows his friend too well to understand that Lucas would not have come to the States just like that. Lucas smiles contentedly, glad that his friend still understands him well. Sipping one can of beer after another, the men discuss what has happened during the years of their separation. Charlie is very happy about Lucas's divorce from Maria, whom he never liked. Lucas regrets the experience, but Charlie notes that it toughened the man up. However, Charlie is glad that his friend has become more confident and healed thanks to successful investments. He says that many people in America have made a killing with cryptocurrency, and some are even creating it themselves to get rich. Charlie suggests that Lucas create his own cryptocurrency, and he is interested in the idea. However, Lucas has a different plan for now, and he asks Charlie for help. Charlie is interested in how he can support his old friend. Lucas's plan is to start his own company. Charlie believes that Lucas got this idea because he had too much to drink. However, Lucas became seriously interested in starting his own company after meeting Chris and Helen. To explain to his friend what the underground rocks might be, Charlie talks about 3 important components of startups. The first component is capital, that is, cash and other assets. The second component is a unique idea that would make the startup stand out in the market. And the third component is the abilities of the creator and representative of the startup. Even if a director has money and an idea, he can destroy a project without the ability to manage it, and vice versa. Having the ability, but not having the initial capital, can lead to failure. Lucas reflects on what qualities a CEO needs, whether they include professionalism, intelligence, and energy. Charlie believes that running a company is not easy, and that if you have money, it is better to invest it. His friend's words make Lucas think about choosing a new life strategy. He decides to ask Charlie how to invest in companies correctly. After discussing all the details in detail, Lucas and Charlie set up a business meeting at a burger joint the next day. It turns out that they invited Chris, whom Lucas recognized the day before. During the conversation, Chris learns that Lucas has decided to invest in his startup. The men chuckle at the fact that choosing a burger joint as a place for a business meeting is definitely an original decision. They discuss Chris's startup, about which Lucas has gathered all the information he needs. It turns out the company has high growth and technological capabilities, and therefore has already received an investment offer from a large Korean corporation. Chris tries to insist that they have a lot of offers, but Lucas thinks that he is actually hesitant. Such insight surprises the American, and he shudders at Lucas's words. Companies interested in Chris's startup demand good conditions for themselves, but unfair ones for Chris. Lucas, on the other hand, wants to become a partner for the startup, not take it over. The initial offer to buy 10% of the shares for $500,000 shocks the American. In offering his investment terms, Lucas appears confident in his abilities. Chris, after listening to him, wants to check the documents first to make sure Lucas can afford such an investment. Meanwhile, Charlie is eating burgers with complete calm, confident in the success of the deal. Chris looks over the papers carefully, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. In the end, he offers to sell Lucas 10% of the shares for $700,000. Charlie immediately intervenes in the conversation and asks Chris not to inflate the price, since he initially wanted $400,000. When Chris asks him not to interfere with the negotiations, Charlie points out that it was he who advised Lucas to invest in his friend's startup. He makes his offer of 20% of the shares for $900,000. Charlie is well aware that the American is facing a severe shortage of capital due to the development of new technology. A large Korean company wants to acquire his startup, and if they don't come to an agreement, Chris will simply lose the right to manage his business. He assures his American friend that Lucas would not do something similar. He will take a share in a fair investment deal and will not interfere with the management of the company. Therefore, he recommends that Chris carefully consider their proposal and see the greater benefit in it. Chris swallows nervously in response to his words, but understands that he has no choice. He extends his hand to Lucas to shake and announces that they are now partners. As an investor, Lucas is looking forward to seeing the company grow. When they go outside and he looks at the signed papers, he thinks that regardless of the outcome, this was a good experience. He is very grateful to Charlie for his help and support in his new endeavor. Charlie's knowledge turned out to be much broader than he expected. and he has an excellent understanding of the internal workings of companies. That's why Lucas decides to make sure to repay him for the opportunity he received. He talks about his strong love for his friend, but the latter, embarrassed, just waves it off. Lucas asks for recommendations on a few more companies to invest in. Charlie laughs that he can't stop thinking about work, and Lucas actually wonders how things are going at the office. Meanwhile, Chloe, who was on the plane with Lucas, learns that an American startup has rejected their investment proposal. It turns out that it was her company that wanted to take over Chris's business. An employee of her company reports that their plan has failed. The girl is stunned that Chris sold the shares to a new investor. But Chris is not alone, as several other companies have chosen to partner with a private investor, rather than Chloe's company. The girl frowns when she hears that this unknown investor is one person. She's usually more insightful, but here she managed to not know some major player in the investment market. She orders her employee to find out as much as possible about this investor in order to buy his shares. Now Chloe's goal is to find her competitor, but she doesn't yet suspect that it is Lucas. Meanwhile, all over the world, the price of Ripple begins to fall at an incredible rate. This drop is being actively discussed in Lucas's company work chats. Everyone is in a panic. Lucas's colleagues begin to blame Jack, who persuaded them to invest in Ripple, for their financial losses. Jack feels pressured by his colleagues to take responsibility. Many of the company's employees lost several million won in a week. Maria, who also suffered great losses, although she boasted so much that she was more successful than Lucas, watches this squabble in horror. Jack immediately starts yelling at the others that they shouldn't have blindly believed his words, and that they themselves are to blame for their losses. Everyone is very disappointed with him, as the man was very actively forcing everyone to stop selling cryptocurrency. One of his colleagues grabs him by the collar and shakes him hard, starting a fight. Dan, who didn't believe Lucas's words and didn't sell the cryptocurrency on time, feels bitter about the defeat. He looks thoughtfully at the sky, trying not to despair about what is happening. Dan regrets giving in to greed rather than listening to his friend's advice. He decides to sell all his assets now, while there is at least some chance to make money and not fall into complete despair. He sighs dreamily, and Dan wonders what Lucas is up to while they're going through this tough time. Meanwhile, Lucas is hiding in a destroyed building, reloading his pistol. He is covered in sweat and dust, breathing heavily and listening to footsteps outside. There are several such buildings in a large area, so he hopes that he won't be found right away. But the enemies are close, and he is forced to open fire to protect himself. He yells at Charlie behind him that if this continues, they're both screwed. But Charlie is already lying practically dead, face down on the ground. He apologizes to Lucas for not being able to help him and for letting him down. Before Lucas can rush towards him, he receives a series of shots in the back. He falls to the ground next to Charlie, who screams and calls his name. The man who shot Lucas in the back stands quietly behind, watching the men. Suddenly, he pulls out another weapon from behind his back, which turns out to be a frying pan. He begins to beat Lucas and Charlie, who are lying on the ground, with a frying pan, forcing them to completely admit defeat. As a result, the exhausted and beaten men can only lie there and regret what happened. It turns out that Lucas and Charlie were playing a computer game all this time. Lucas is very happy that his friend helped him invest in several startups. In gratitude for this, he decided to give the person who supports him so much a new apartment. At first, Charlie refused, insisting that he was not helping Lucas out of any self-interest. However, Lucas found a way to convince him and show his appreciation. He equipped the apartment he gave Charlie with the latest technology. It had a powerful computer, various gaming consoles and machines. Such an apartment could not fail to captivate a man at first sight, so Charlie accepted her on the condition that Lucas would continue to live with him. During another game, Lucas tells his friend that he is thinking about going on a trip to America. Charlie is surprised by the length of his friend's vacation, but it turns out that Lucas made a deal with his boss and extended it. Charlie doesn't usually get to travel, but he thinks Lucas's idea sounds interesting. Suddenly, an idea comes to his mind that he urgently wants to tell Lucas. He asks his friend to do him a favor, and Lucas agrees without even knowing what it is. Smiling slyly, Charlie explains that his request is related to Lucas's journey. Lucas regrets agreeing to his friend's request from the very beginning. He was just planning to go on a trip to one of the cities, but now he has company, namely a lovely American woman. And Lucas can't relax on the bus because Ellie uses him as a pillow. Ellie is the younger sister of Charlie's colleague, and it was he who asked to take the girl on the trip. She is 23 years old and just graduated from college. He asks his friend to take care of his companion, and Lucas is very embarrassed by this. Ellie's insistent voice distracts him from thoughts of unexpected difficulties. She leans against the window, very encouraged that they have reached their destination. That destination is sunny Los Angeles. Their company attracts a lot of attention, as the beautiful Ellie attracts people's attention. But Ellie's attention is captured by Lucas, who, like her, finds himself in Los Angeles for the first time. Ellie is very excited and looks forward to new experiences. Lucas is surprised by the girl's easy attitude towards traveling alone with a man. He decides that it is because Ellie is American. It is also possible that because the girl is younger than him, She may consider Lucas to be something of an uncle. Noticing that Lucas was deep in thought, Ellie actively waves her hand in front of his face. She calls the man's name loudly, forcing him to listen to her. The man is embarrassed that he didn't hear a word and apologizes to an irritated Ellie. The American woman says that since Lucas has no travel plans, they will follow her schedule. Lucas agrees to everything Ellie has planned for the trip, and Ellie has already thought out a whole program with visits to a bunch of attractions. For example, they visit the Warner Brothers film studio and take a lot of photos in various locations. And of course, don't forget to head to the pier during sunset. After asking someone to take their photo, they pose together for a souvenir photo. Having walked around for the day, Lucas and Ellie decide to have dinner at a restaurant. They order food and wine to go with it to celebrate their trip and raise their glasses in a toast. Ellie hopes Lucas wasn't too embarrassed to take her along for company, and Lucas replies that he enjoyed spending time with the girl. He understands that he would not have been so active in exploring the sights alone. The young people discuss the purpose of Lucas's trip to America, and the man talks about his desire to expand his knowledge and get to know a new culture. Ellie says that she wanted to make good memories before starting work, which is why she planned the trip. The American studied hard and managed to find a job on Wall Street, and therefore she has one last chance to spend time carefree. Lucas is amazed that such a young girl has already managed to find a job on the world's main financial street. On the wave of such amazing discoveries, Lucas wants to drink another glass. He courts the American woman and gallantly fills her glass with wine. He wants Ellie to fulfill her goal of working with really big money and to find and realize his dream. The girl listens attentively to her companion's wishes and smiles contentedly. They touch glasses, and Lucas expresses his desire to one day approach Ellie as an important financier on Wall Street. After dinner, they check into the hostel where they are staying and are surprised that there is no one else in the room. Ellie expresses the thought that it turns out that even in such places there are not always people. She places her suitcase against the wall and slowly lowers herself onto her bed, after which he looks playfully at Lucas and expresses joy that they are alone. Lucas shudders at such blatant flirting and freezes in place. His gaze involuntarily slides over the girl's seductive body. But before his thoughts take him too far, he coughs sheepishly and asks not to joke with him like that, even to defuse the situation. After a while, they turn off the light and settle down on the bunk bed, after which Ellie, from the second bunk, wishes the man good night. He politely wishes her good night, but he is still agitated. Ellie's flirting almost made his heart jump out of his chest. Being Asian, he was not used to such overt displays of interest, and so it was difficult for him to pretend to be calm. He can't deny that Ellie is a very beautiful girl, but she is the sister of Charlie's friend, and he doesn't want to cause him trouble. So he decides to just continue to treat Ellie like a travel companion, and the next day takes her to a pool bar to relax. People in bathing suits relax both in the water and at the bar. Ellie, who came to the bar, attracts many glances because of her beauty. However, she pays no attention to the people and hurries to approach Lucas, who is relaxing in a sun lounger. Lucas looks sheepishly at his companion, who comes up to him and takes off her towel. The girl remains in a swimsuit, which very favorably emphasizes the curves of her body. She leans closer to a confused Lucas and invites him to go swimming. The girl actively splashes in the water and easily swims across the pool. Lucas himself, meanwhile, sits on the side and simply immerses his feet in the water. Even emerging from the pool, Ellie looks very impressive. She is pleased with the pleasant swim and happily approaches Lucas. Lucas tells her that he's not much of a swimmer, so he prefers to just rinse his feet a bit. Ellie immediately offers to teach Lucas to swim and pulls him into the water. Lucas tries to refuse and sweats from embarrassment. He understands that if Ellie continues to show him signs of attention, he will definitely become attracted to her, so he tries to keep his distance. Lucas still tries to politely decline and says he wants to go back to the hotel. Suddenly, 3 guys come up to them from behind, rudely discussing Ellie's beauty out loud. One of the guys suggests that Ellie leave Lucas and play with them. Lucas looks at the guys with bewilderment as they try to hit on Ellie, who frowns at this. Suddenly he notices that one of the 3 is not paying attention to Ellie. On the contrary, as soon as he catches Lucas's eye, he immediately winks at him. Lucas is horrified when he realizes that they are trying to hit on him too. The guys continue to actively invite Ellie to come with them to the bar. She refuses because she already has company, and the guys laugh at this. She tells the guys to leave quickly before she calls security, and this makes them aggressive. One of the guys tries to grab Ellie's hand by force, dissatisfied with her threats. Lucas immediately rushes forward and intercepts his hand, preventing him from touching Ellie. He stands in front of Ellie and convinces the strangers that they cannot touch the girl without her consent. Ellie is impressed that Lucas behaved like a true gentleman. She is embarrassed by the feelings that overwhelm her at the sight of a man's broad back. At this time, Lucas is worried about what to do next, because even though he decided to protect the girl, he is not used to fighting. The guys are throwing dissatisfied words at each other and are looking to get into a conflict. Although Lucas still tries to shield Ellie with his body, she carefully pushes him aside. She calmly and boldly walks forward towards unfamiliar young people. Crossing her arms over her chest, she orders them to apologize and leave, then they will pretend like nothing happened. Guys don't understand why they should apologize if they haven't done anything wrong. Ellie is pleased with the answer, but the smile on her lips looks quite threatening. She immediately draws the attention of those who were pestering them to the man behind their backs. It turns out to be a local security guard. He reminds the guys that they have already been warned about harassing clients, which will result in them having to move out of the hotel. The security guard is joined by several more colleagues, and they quickly lead the harasser away. On this occasion, Lucas and Ellie decide to have a cocktail at the bar. They are delighted with the bar and the taste of the drinks, which makes the bartender smile contentedly. The hotel gave them coupons for free drinks as compensation. Lucas considers what happened a stroke of luck, and Ellie can't help but agree with him. The girl thoughtfully looks down into her glass of drink and turns to her companion. She is interested in learning more about Lucas and asks him to tell her about himself, his family, and his life in the past. Lucas thinks about the answer and says that his mother died early and he lived for a long time with his father, who loved gambling and ruined them, and then died. It tells the story of how he graduated from college, got a job at a company, and married a woman who worked in the next department. After hearing about Lucas and Maria's life, Ellie becomes furious. She calls Lucas's ex-wife a witch and loudly scolds her for the pain she caused the man. Lucas didn't expect her to criticize his ex, but unexpectedly, this reaction turns out to be pleasant for him. But Ellie immediately notes that she understands why Maria wanted to marry him. She believes that Lucas listens carefully to the woman's words, respects her, and cares for her. Therefore, based on these thoughts, Ellie is sure that it is easy to fall in love with him. Lucas feels embarrassed and a pleasant warmth in his chest from the girl's words. To avoid crossing the line established between them, Lucas hurries to end the evening and suggests they go to their rooms. He falls tiredly onto the bed, trying to recover from his time alone with Ellie. Lucas lies with his arms outstretched, thinking about everything that happened. He thinks that he should be more aware because Ellie almost threw him off balance. To distract himself, he decides to check the price of cryptocurrency and takes out his phone. He notes with displeasure that the prices of many cryptocurrencies have collapsed. He reflects on how great his losses would have been if he had not sold his assets. Suddenly there is a knock at the door, and Lucas is very surprised to find Ellie on the other side. Lucas thinks something has happened to her and rushes to open it. Ellie stands outside the hotel room door in a seductive nightgown. What he sees leaves Lucas speechless and unable to breathe for several seconds. He nervously asks the girl what happened since she came to him. But Ellie suddenly puts her finger on his lips, telling him to shut up. She enters the room and approaches Lucas closely, without any embarrassment. Ellie is seductive and beautiful, so she literally glows in Lucas's eyes. She persuades Lucas to spend the night in the same bed, and when they lie down next to each other, she decides to find out his opinion about the trip. This time they are in Las Vegas, and Lucas liked it much more than he imagined. He liked Santa Monica Beach for its natural beauty, and Las Vegas for the splendor of the bustling city. Ellie chuckles at his words. She shares Lucas's point of view. The girl suddenly sits up in bed to move closer to Lucas. She turns over onto her stomach and puts her hands behind her head, asking the man if he is sure that just talking at night is enough for him. Lucas silently prays not to lose it, but replies that the night is fine and suitable for conversation. Ellie wonders why Lucas doesn't openly show his affection and desire. Lucas thinks that he wants to be honest with the American woman. He replies that he is not sure he is ready for the responsibility after being intimate with a woman. After divorcing his wife, he lost interest in dating, but he knows for sure that he doesn't want the consequences if they are only meant for short-term pleasure. He also gently notes that he doesn't particularly want to hurt Ellie. The girl blushes at his confession and feels her breath catch, but to hide her embarrassment she accuses Lucas of being rude. Burying her face in the pillow, she asks him to talk to her all night. Lucas doesn't object, and they begin sharing impressions of their trip together. But still, in the end, Lucas falls asleep peacefully during their conversation. Ellie looks at the sleeping Lucas and gently touches his face, after which she carefully rolls up to the man's side and hugs him. She feels a little disappointed, but even such a first night in the same bed makes Ellie feel happy. In the morning they pack their things and head to their final destination, New York. Lucas decided to take Ellie to this city, and at the same time see many famous places in New York. He plans to return to Seoul from this city, as it is faster than via San Francisco. Lucas asks the girl to take care of herself and wishes her luck in her life and work. Ellie rushes towards him and presses herself to his chest, hugging him tightly. She thinks it was great traveling with Lucas and asks him to contact her when he gets home. Having promised the girl that he would definitely contact her later, Lucas boards his flight and heads home. Lucas sits on the plane and contemplates the fact that the long journey to America has finally come to an end. That when he came to the States, he met a lot of interesting and good people, from startup executives to the charming Ellie. He was also very impressed by the industry and culture thriving in every corner of the country, and of course, the enormous capital. When Lucas sensed this huge economic flow, he felt greed and a desire to join it. He realizes that he wants to make even more money because it's the most fun there is. When he lands in Seoul, he suddenly realizes that he is met at the airport by a familiar face. Dan arrived at the airport with a name sign and called Lucas to come to him. The man is surprised that his colleague came especially to meet him. And he's not the only one who came to meet Lucas. Sue approaches the men with a soft smile, glad to finally see Lucas after a while. Lucas is happy to see her, and Dan chuckles behind his back at his colleague's reactions. Lucas is surprised that Sue was able to arrive during working hours, but the girl replies that she was nearby. The colleagues decide that after Lucas's trip, he will want to have a bite to eat, and the man agrees and takes them to a good restaurant. At this moment, Lucas's phone beeps with incoming messages from Maria, although he doesn't pay attention to it. After a good time with Dan and Sue, Lucas finally comes home. He reflects that American landscapes are good, but nothing compares to his homeland. Before unpacking his luggage, he decides to check the notifications on his phone. He is delighted to receive a message from Charlie, who invites him to come to America more often. He smiles at Ellie's message, in which she talks about a successful interview at a large American company. Ellie writes that they will see each other soon, and Lucas is perplexed about the reasons for the possible meeting. But then he notices the number of messages from his ex-wife Maria. In her messages, Maria puts on a comedic act and portrays herself as a tender, suffering wife. She writes how sad she is that he left for the States without telling her anything. She talks about how much she misses him, and that only after the breakup did she realize the strength of her love for Lucas. Lucas sweats in horror when he reads these messages. He thinks that Maria has gone crazy. Subsequent messages contain information about internal company gossip that talks about money Lucas lost on investments. The woman writes again and again, and when she doesn't receive a response, she begins to get irritated. In the end, she only bombards him with insults and threats. In her latest messages, Maria threatens that Lucas will have a hard time at work. This behavior impresses Lucas, but he immediately blocks all of his ex-wife's numbers on his phone so that she can no longer bombard him with messages. He once again admits that his divorce from Maria was one of the best events in his life. The next day, he comes to work with bags full of souvenirs for his colleagues and in an upbeat mood. He is alarmed by the fact that the company's employees look extremely sad. He is trying to figure out what happened to the atmosphere when several people from his department approach him. They ask Lucas about their vacation experiences and share their own investment successes, which they have enjoyed thanks to Lucas's advice. Then Lucas realizes that the reason for the team's decline in morale is the unsuccessful investments in cryptocurrency and large financial losses. Suddenly, from behind, someone mockingly calls out to Lucas, who has returned from vacation. Senior colleagues with whom he has good relationships, namely the manager and the head of the department, come closer to say hello. Lucas is very happy to see them both after so many days of his absence. He takes them to a meeting room to give them the souvenirs he brought, which are expensive watches. Taking the Rolex in their hands, the men look at them in shock, afraid to believe that what is happening is real. However, the man confirms that they are holding a branded item. Lucas thanks the men for their help and understanding over the past years of his work. That's why he wanted to give the manager and the head of the department some memorable gifts. However, the manager suddenly frowned, his face darkened, and sighed heavily. Lucas looks at this strange reaction to his gift with surprise. Men begin to make excuses that they cannot accept such an expensive and special gift. Lucas tries to reason with them, telling them not to worry about the price, since it doesn't really matter to him. The department head, sweating, says that someone is gossiping around the office that Lucas has lost his assets. Lucas immediately denies this information, which surprises and pleases the men, who note that this is not the first time the rumor has appeared. After receiving information about who the gossip monger might be, Lucas heads to the roof for a break. Almost immediately after, Jack, the colleague who let other employees down in the cryptocurrency story, rises to the top. Pretending to care about Lucas's fate, Jack tries to find out if he is doing well financially. Lucas smirks contentedly as he begins to lead the man into his trap. In the past, Jack had always bullied him and other employees with less experience, so Lucas had a good chance to get revenge. He decides to confirm the rumors Jack spread to see what happens. Jack always looks down on everyone if they are inferior to him in any way, and for the sake of satisfying his pride, he is ready to harm other people. Lucas knew he would be angry when he found out about his success, but he didn't think it would be this bad. Jack explains his curiosity by his concern for Lucas and his future. He puts pressure on the man, inviting him to talk freely about his problems. Deciding to play along with him in order to fulfill his plan, Lucas decides to give Jack some information. Lucas replies that things aren't going well for him, and he didn't want to tell anyone, but he can confide in Jack. Jack immediately beams and begins to convince Lucas that he won't tell anyone anything. Then Lucas gives him the information that he is broke and has less than 10 million won left in his account. Trying hard not to burst out laughing, Jack takes pity on Lucas and thanks him for sharing his problems with him. At this point, the trap that Lucas had set snaps shut. And although Jack promised not to tell anyone about Lucas's situation, He immediately goes through the office premises and starts new rumors. Because of his words, colleagues begin to gossip about Lucas selling his assets and going bankrupt. It's hard for Jack to keep his face straight. He's shaking all over with delight. People's disappointment in Lucas brings Jack an unprecedented joy. He sees Lucas as nothing more than an annoying caterpillar and wants to trample him. Jack needs Lucas to remain one step below him for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the employees' chatter is interrupted by one of their colleagues. He announces that a large corporate dinner will be held this evening. Jack snorts contemptuously, thinking that they will be offered cheap food again, and he is above it. However, in reality, dinner will be at a restaurant famous for its Korean beef of the highest quality in all of Gangnam. Of course, such a promise arouses curiosity among employees. At the expensive restaurant they go to, they are greeted like VIPs. The company's employees are shocked and doubt that they can be and eat in a place like this. However, they quickly decide that since they were invited, they need to take advantage of the situation. Typically, you can only visit such a restaurant when meeting truly wealthy people, which is why the dishes are more expensive than ordinary employees can afford. Jack wonders who might be the one who gathered the employees for a corporate dinner. Suddenly, to his surprise, Lucas enters the restaurant, accompanied by the manager and the head of the department. This irritates Jack because he sees it as him bragging about his closeness to the department heads. However, at that very moment, Lucas takes the microphone and announces to everyone that he was the one who organized this event. This shocks all the colleagues present, except those who were aware of Lucas's plan. Lucas explains that he has no special intentions, and that this dinner is simply a way to spend time with colleagues. Since he couldn't bring many souvenirs, he decided to order a nice dinner for everyone. Lucas's colleagues are shocked by the high-quality meat that the waiters bring out. Jack realizes that the 10 million that should be in Lucas's account would not be enough for such a dinner. Everyone around starts whispering about the rumors that Jack was spreading. In the end, the idea that Jack was deliberately spreading rumors still sounds at the table. In response to this, Jack begins to aggressively argue that Lucas himself told him about his losses. Suddenly, the head of the department speaks up and casually says that Lucas doesn't make mistakes. These words attract Jack's attention, who feels ashamed. The department head continues that he also lost a lot of money on cryptocurrency, but that was only because he didn't listen to Lucas. But he decided to trust Jack, who was confident in his words. And now he is spreading rumors about Lucas that are clearly false, and this irritates the man. Jack tries to think of something to justify himself, but words don't come to mind. Lucas slowly approaches his desk and calls the man by name. The old man would not have paid attention to the gossip Jack was spreading. He simply had no choice but to accept it, but now everything has changed. With a satisfied grin, Lucas says that the evening has been prepared especially for Jack. This, of course, immediately sends Jack into a rage as he realizes he's been trapped. Colleagues begin to discuss how Jack blabbed about the secrets Lucas entrusted to him, and then sat there quietly. Jack feels shame and anger because he is trapped and cannot justify himself. Others laugh at his greed because he couldn't refuse expensive beef, so he came. Jack's gaze grows darker, but he cannot utter a word. Lucas and his department head exchange grins as they acknowledge their success. Suddenly, the head of the department's attention is drawn to someone who has come into the restaurant. He shudders in fear and breaks out in a sweat from excitement. Lucas, like all his colleagues, turns towards the door with excitement. The guest who comes to dinner turns out to be one of the bosses of their company. Lucas's colleagues stand up to greet their elder, but he chuckles lightly and asks them to continue their dinner calmly. He dropped by for a minute to see Lucas specifically. Lucas is surprised by this turn of events and looks at his boss from under his brows. They sit down at the table and Lucas places the meat on the grill for his boss. The man's colleagues are clearly uncomfortable having dinner with someone from the boss, but Lucas acts calmly. Taking a bottle of soju, the boss congratulates Lucas on his investment success. Lucas traditionally offers a glass and receives a drink, after which he thanks his boss. The man laughs that if he had known about Lucas's talents, he would have created an investment department in the company. Although Lucas smiles at the director, in his heart he still doesn't understand the reason for his arrival. Lucas understands that no matter how much publicity he gains from his investments, it is unlikely to attract the attention of the company's top brass. And at this point, the suspicion is confirmed, because the director immediately says that Lucas doesn't understand women, unlike investments. The director considers breaking up with Maria to be Lucas's stupidest mistake, and this statement makes Lucas grit his teeth. Lucas couldn't appreciate the rarity of this woman, since it was he who suggested a divorce, rather than trying to understand her. The director mocks that in fact it was Maria who was tired of living with him. However, thanks to Lucas's stupidity, the director was given the opportunity to become happier. Although Lucas guesses the reason for the happiness, he still decides to clarify what special thing he did for the director. And it turns out that during Lucas's absence, Maria became close to the director of their company. He came to the restaurant to announce their relationship and convince Lucas to separate his personal and professional life. He tries to praise himself by humiliating others, saying that not everyone can be with such a beauty as Maria. But Lucas, interrupting him, loudly and calmly congratulates the man. He takes a bottle of soju and offers to fill his boss's glass. He says that he is happy for him and Maria as an ex-husband and wishes them long life, but in his thoughts he already sympathizes with the future life of the boss. When dinner is over, Lucas goes outside to clear his head after an alcohol-fueled evening. He doesn't want to think about Maria, but he still remembers that he was once happy with her. They got together and started dating pretty quickly after some brief flirting, and after 6 months of dating, they had a traditional wedding. Lucas thinks he wanted a family so much that he tried to hold Maria's hand in his until the very end. But reality turned out to be harsh, and after the wedding, a huge difference in his and his wife's characters was revealed. Luke faced constant neglect from his wife's family, and his married life turned out to be hell. So in the end, they divorced a year later by mutual consent. But Lucas just wanted to have a tasty dinner together and rejoice at good news together. He wanted to feel the support of his wife during difficult times. He wanted to be a completely different parent than his father. And now, because of alcohol, he feels that he has become overly sentimental. Meanwhile, Sue, running late, runs through the streets of Seoul to a restaurant for dinner. Each of them is immersed in their own thoughts, and it seems that they are about to meet. But this does not happen. When Sue reaches the restaurant, it turns out that dinner is already over. And on his way, Lucas meets a familiar face framed by blonde hair. Ellie stands not far from him, smiling welcomingly at the man. Lucas brings Ellie home to warm her up because the winters in Korea are colder than she thought. Lucas is curious about what brought the American woman to Korea, but she thinks the answer is obvious. Of course, she came because she wanted to see Lucas. She was able to get the job she wanted, but she still had about 10 days before it started, and she decided to spend them in Seoul. She asks to stay with Lucas, who is embarrassed by the fact that he only has one bed in his house. But Ellie laughs that they are both already accustomed to such conditions. Lucas is confused and excited by their meeting. He did not expect to see Ellie so soon. The girl shifts awkwardly from foot to foot, fearing rejection. With a sigh, Lucas agrees to keep her and suggests taking a bath to warm up Ellie. The girl obeys and goes to the bathroom, where she enjoys spending time in the water. At this time, Lucas decides to cook something hot for dinner. He washes and peels vegetables, thinking about what he could make from Korean home cooking. He hadn't cooked for anyone for a long time, but he hadn't lost the memory of how to do it. Lucas decides to cook bulgogi, a traditional dish of sliced meat and vegetables for Ellie. At one time, Maria despised him for this dish, considering it beneath her dignity. And although Lucas was confident in the taste of his cooking, his ex-wife didn't care. After putting the food on the stove, Lucas begins to have some rather unpleasant flashbacks. Everything he cooked for his wife, she threw away with disgust and poured into the sink. She wanted to eat in fancy restaurants, and Lucas couldn't offer her that, which made him feel hopeless. Now, for the first time in a long time, he is setting the table for dinner with a woman. Not letting the man get deeper into his thoughts, Ellie hurriedly enters the kitchen. Dressed in a robe, she dries her hair and praises the aroma of the prepared dishes. The girl sits down at the table, assuring that she will gladly eat everything that Lucas has prepared for her. The man becomes a little nervous when Ellie cautiously tastes the food. She puts a spoonful of meat and rice into her mouth and freezes for a moment. Lucas looks at Ellie almost without blinking, trying to read her reaction. But Ellie is delighted. She loudly praises Lucas's culinary talents and even blushes with pleasure. She understands that he served her bulgogi because she tried something similar at a Korean restaurant in the States. But she likes Lucas's better. Her reaction, frank and pleased, makes the man's heart beat faster, and a smile appears on his face. After a hearty dinner, the two of them wash the dishes and tidy up the kitchen. Afterwards, they change for bed and head to the bedroom, where they awkwardly shuffle around the bed. Finally, they lie down face to face, and Ellie, exhausted from the journey, falls asleep almost immediately. But Lucas can't sleep. He looks at the girl tenderly and thinks about Ellie's feelings for him. He is afraid of starting a complicated relationship, but he can't help but notice that she is in love with him. His hand involuntarily reaches for her light hair, and he tucks a strand of hair behind the girl's ear. His fear of letting Ellie get closer is due to the fact that he is afraid that the girl will hurt him if he opens his heart. He thought he was doing well, but the scars from the divorce were deeper than he imagined. Yet meeting her made him doubt that solitude was the right path. The girl, half asleep, moves closer and presses herself against Lucas. He can't help but gently touch Ellie's forehead with his lips, too immersed in his thoughts about feelings. Ellie's eyes open almost immediately from the touch, and they look at each other, embarrassed. The tension between Ellie and Lucas is blazing, and she gently touches his chest. Not wanting to push away the one who looks at him with such warmth, Lucas pulls Ellie closer and presses his lips to hers. He can no longer resist Ellie's charm, and they spend the night together. In the morning, the story takes us to the office and production facilities of a medical company with which Lucas's firm cooperates. The company's director speaks on the phone with partners and learns with horror about several terminated contracts. It turns out that several contractors have refused to work with this company in the last month. At this moment, the telephone rings loudly, and the CEO grabs the receiver. He is surprised to recognize Lucas's voice on the other end of the line. After a short conversation, they agree to meet and Lucas arrives at the office. He saw the director of this pharmaceutical company when he was still a newbie 3 years ago. The director regrets that he did not receive Lucas properly, since the meeting was arranged very quickly. Lucas asks not to apologize, because it was he who requested a meeting without prior arrangement. The men wonder who Ellie is, who accompanies Lucas, and he explains that she works with him. In the eyes of the pharmaceutical company's employees, this is a very interesting fact. They are curious about the reason for Lucas's arrival, and he, a little worried, decides to ask a question. He asks if the director has had any difficulties managing the company recently. The director confirms this, but notes that Lucas's company still gives them a lot of good orders, and there are many important projects ahead. However, Lucas shares information that another pharmaceutical company is putting pressure on this one. This level of knowledge of internal corporate matters stuns the men present at the meeting. Lucas goes on to explain that due to expansion, the company is experiencing a lack of capital, and their competitors are putting pressure on their partners, forcing them to terminate contracts. Men understand that the ultimate goal of competitors is to acquire a weaker company at a low price. Lucas is quick to reassure the men, saying that he is attending the meeting as a private individual and not as a representative of his company. He finally declares that he would like to invest his personal funds in the company of the director sitting in front of him. The director of the pharmaceutical company is very surprised that Lucas is involved in investments. From the very beginning, he was interested in the purpose of his old acquaintance's visit. But despite the fact that he needs money to support the company, he refuses Lucas's offer. He is not confident that the company will stay afloat for more than 3 months, and there is a chance that Lucas will not be able to recoup his investment. He suggests using the thousands or millions that Lucas allocated for something else. Lucas only sighs heavily in response to his words. Once again, he is being underestimated. He pauses for a moment, choosing his words carefully, because he wants to maintain the suspense. The men in the company perceive this silence as a negative reaction. But Lucas suddenly asks about the amount of money that will help the company get out of the crisis. The company director doesn't expect this. He's still not used to seeing Lucas as anything more than a newcomer. Then the man stuns him with the news that he was thinking about billion-dollar investments. Since Lucas considers the director to be an excellent businessman and respects his drug company, he wants to support it financially. He invites men to look at the total amount of assets in his account and name any amount they need. The company representatives are speechless from shock and can only look at Lucas's phone. They understand the seriousness of Lucas's intentions, who is ready to invest any amount in the company. After this, it is simply impossible to refuse him, and the men prepare the necessary package of documents. Ellie immediately begins to research them, noting that Lucas has chosen a good investment target. Despite the challenging construction and loan situation, the company remains highly productive and has many long-term clients. Therefore, by solving the company's current problems, there is a chance that revenues will increase significantly. The director, listening to Ellie and Lucas's conversation, which they were conducting in English, once again tries to find out what the girl does. Then Lucas fully introduces her as a financial expert working for a large American company. This gives an understanding that he was serious from the very beginning. The director finds it hard to believe how the man became such a successful investor in 3 years. They seal the deal and shake hands contentedly. As an additional gift, the company director offers him a business card from a representative of a bio company, which can also be invested in. After a business meeting, Lucas and Ellie drive around the city in his Ferrari. The girl thanks Lucas for the fact that her first job was evaluating investments worth 40 billion won, and it was a useful experience. But she immediately begins to make fun of her companion, asking about payment for her work. Lucas asks what Ellie would like to receive as a reward for her efforts. The girl suddenly smiles slyly and says that she has an idea. There is something she has long dreamed of doing with Lucas. So very soon, Lucas finds himself handcuffed to a chair in some basement. Blushing with delight, Ellie suggests that they have some fun together. It turns out that the girl brought Lucas to an escape room she read about on the internet. She asks him if he thought the prison escape game was funny, and Lucas says he didn't mind, but was put off by the handcuffs. Suddenly Ellie sighs that she regrets working so far away from Lucas. In another country, she would like to see him every day. Beginning to develop feelings for an American woman, Lucas for the first time thinks about buying the company where she works. However, at present he does not have the money needed to do this. However, opening a business in Seoul's commercial district can change everything. While he is thinking, Ellie's attention is drawn to some establishment. It is a center where you can watch a movie together and which couples use for dates. Although Lucas is not eager to go to such a place, Ellie is very impressed and wants to spend time with the man. When they get inside, she is very excited about her idea. The American woman's beauty immediately captivates the center's employee. But when he sees a girl of that level with an ordinary-looking Korean, his mood changes. He looks at Lucas almost menacingly, despising him for his success. The center's employee believes that he looks no worse than Lucas, and that this situation is unfair. Meanwhile, Lucas and Ellie are choosing a movie, and the employee automatically assigns them a room, responding in a friendly manner. Then he mentally reproaches himself because he doesn't want to be nice to this couple. Ellie wants to watch the movie that interests her as soon as possible, and Lucas supports the girl. An employee of the center comes up with a cunning plan. He decides to wash the floor in front of their room. Then if he hears any indecent sounds coming from the room, he can break in. In this way, he will ruin Lucas and Ellie's date and get moral satisfaction. But after half an hour, the floor is polished to a shine like never before. But the obscene sounds are still not heard. Only the film can be heard from the room. The man looks awkwardly at the door, not understanding how Lucas can just watch a movie alone with such a girl. Lucas and Ellie are sitting on a special bed, hugging each other. But their attention is really captured by the movie. The film is dedicated to the epidemic that claimed many lives. The film leaves a heavy impression, and Ellie involuntarily asks how they could live during an epidemic. Lucas replies that there will be numerous casualties, and the economy will completely collapse. However, according to Lucas, everything in the film is too exaggerated. After all, there are people who do not lose hope in any situation, and they will be able to unite and overcome the disease. The girl looks at her companion with a satisfied smile. She admits, a little sheepishly, that she is impressed by his cool speech. Later that night, while Lucas and Ellie are sleeping in his apartment, the man hears Ellie breathing heavily. Turning the girl onto her back, he wakes her up and watches in horror as blood flows from her mouth. Then he grabs Ellie, throws her on his back, and hurries out into the street to catch a ride to the hospital. However, as soon as they step outside the apartment complex, Lucas's eyes widen in horror. The streets were awash in devastation. Bodies everywhere, burning cars and the sound of sirens. Lucas doesn't understand how the world has changed so much in just a few hours. The dead under their feet is what especially frightens the man. He tries to bring his human burden to its senses. Suddenly Ellie, barely breathing, speaks up and whispers something. As Lucas listens, Ellie begins screaming that everything happened because of him and transforms into a zombie. In a cold sweat, Lucas opens his eyes and realizes with relief that he had just had a nightmare. He sits up in bed and looks with concern at Ellie sleeping next to him. Fortunately, she looks completely healthy and dreams peacefully. Jumping out of bed, Lucas goes to his desk and takes out the business card he received recently. He recalls how the director of a pharmaceutical company said that he himself had invested money in it earlier. The biotech company he told Lucas about is conducting research into analyzing flu strains and creating more effective vaccines using artificial intelligence. Feeling the need to do a good deed after a disturbing dream, Lucas calls the number on the business card. A few hours later, he takes Ellie to the airport, and she says goodbye with a little sadness. Lucas gently hugs the girl and promises to contact her when he is in the States. He is sad to see off Ellie, who caused such a storm of feelings in him. But suddenly he feels his phone vibrating in his trouser pocket. He picks up the phone and is surprised to find his friend Charlie on the other end of the line. Charlie laughs at the fact that Lucas was so scared by the nightmare that he immediately decided to invest in medicine. Lucas is confused by this reaction and replies that he only made an appointment regarding such investments. Charlie believes that achieving success in developing a vaccine using artificial intelligence will not be easy. Lucas listens attentively to his friend's words about how the development of artificial intelligence could increase the success of the project. However, even if a drug is created, it will only enter a competitive market in 8 to 15 years. Therefore, the profitability is too low compared to the required investment. Lucas muses that perhaps there really is no point in investing in an area that has no potential. However, the dream and the threat it contained disturb the man too much. Charlie thinks Lucas should listen to the experts. He decides to introduce his friend to someone directly related to medical research. To Lucas's surprise, the expert he's speaking with via video call answers the call from the gym during exercise. Paul is a professor of infectious diseases at the American University Hospital. Lucas is a little embarrassed by such an interesting person, but he is also glad to meet him. Paul decides to find out why Lucas needed his consultation. The Korean replies that he is interested in developing vaccines using artificial intelligence. Paul notes that this is a very interesting and relevant question for scientists. In fact, artificial intelligence is already being used in medicine and drug development and genetic analysis. Performance is still insufficient, but large companies are interested in the rapid success of this technology. Lucas is surprised that artificial intelligence is already being used, and that there are strong competitors in the market. The situation turns out to be more complicated than Lucas imagined. Paul, after listening to Lucas's story, suddenly remembers a friend. He also believes that artificial intelligence should be used to develop vaccines, and he is also Korean. And by putting these two thoughts together, Lucas forms a conclusion. He asks if it's the same doctor he already contacted, Paul says. And it turns out that Paul was telling him about the research company that this doctor works for. Lucas is surprised by this coincidence, because he learns that Paul and a doctor named Henry were friends when they studied together. And Paul considers Henry a real genius who can change the world. It would have been more profitable for such a genius to receive support and conduct research in the States, but he went back to Korea. It turns out that in the past, he hit a professor who had spoken disparagingly about the purpose of Henry's research. After this, he left the university, declaring that he would rather conduct research alone. Lucas is scared because he immediately imagines that things will be tough for him too. As soon as Henry finds out that he has changed his mind about investing, he will immediately hit Lucas himself. Paul is eager to join Lucas and Henry's meeting, so he immediately volunteers to come to Seoul, and the very next day they meet at the research center where Dr. Henry works. The American is taller than Lucas and broader in the shoulders, but he is quite a nice person. But the CEO of the bio company Lucas wants to invest in looks completely weak and exhausted. Paul and Henry greet each other joyfully after a long separation. Lucas breathes a sigh of relief because Henry doesn't look threatening. But just as Lucas decides to discuss investments with him, the doctor begins coughing up blood. As a result, its splashes cover the men standing in front of him. Paul sympathetically holds his coughing friend, stroking his back. Lucas looks at this picture with an awkward smile, still wondering if maybe he should invest in something else. Having drunk energy drinks and come to his senses, Henry introduces himself to Lucas once again and apologizes for the inconvenience. Paul laughs at him, saying that the reason for his troubles is the lack of training. Lucas still decides to find out if everything is okay with the doctor's health. It turns out that he simply didn't sleep for 5 days to prepare for the meeting. Lucas suggests rescheduling the meeting for another day so the doctor can rest, but he suddenly squeezes the jar in his hand. Splashes cover Lucas's face, and he tries to keep a polite smile on his lips. Henry immediately becomes gloomy and says that there should be no transfers. Even at this point, valuable time is running out, since it is impossible to predict where and when the virus will break out. He screams that it will be too late then and coughs again, spraying everyone with his blood. Lucas seems to have gotten used to this by now. He and Paul don't even twitch an eyebrow. Henry grabs the remote control to show the guests a presentation about the importance of his project. He wipes the blood from his face and tries to gather all his strength. According to the doctor, flu looks like the same virus as the common cold, but there are still significant differences between them. The common cold is caused by several viruses and has mild symptoms, while the flu is caused by a single influenza virus and kills up to 1 million people each year. Lucas is stunned by these statistics. He never thought that the consequences of the flu could be so serious. Influenza is constantly mutating. History has already seen strains of bird flu, swine flu, and Spanish flu, the latter of which claimed the lives of 40 million people. And since the population density of cities is now significantly higher, the danger is also greater. Now, an outbreak of such flu could turn into an unprecedented pandemic. Dr. Henry is doing his best to prevent such a development. Current flu vaccines will be useless if the flu mutates, and something new will have to be created. Therefore, Henry's research is aimed at reducing the speed of the new strain and creating a vaccine using artificial intelligence. The doctor gives Lucas and Paul papers with the results of his research. Professor Paul reads documents with particular vigor, but does not stop his physical exercises for a second. The man is delighted that Henry continued to work on his project even after leaving the States. Henry says he doesn't have the greatest financial support in Korea, but it's enough to continue his research. Paul is so excited that his clothes are torn apart by his enthusiasm. Lucas seemed tired of being surprised by anything to do with these two men. Paul exclaims that Henry has done excellent research despite the lack of support, and he would be happy to invest in it. He rushes towards his university friend and hugs him with all his might, causing Henry to wheeze. Lucas immediately takes the professor's words personally. He wants to know if this project has a good chance of success. In response, the professor laughs loudly and shakes his head. This reaction shocks both Lucas and Dr. Henry. Paul then clarifies that this research seems like a worthwhile project for him as a scientist. But it's difficult to talk about third-party investors and their potential profits. However, it is impossible to predict how long development will take, and it is also important to remember that the value of the research will depend on the new mutated virus. Of course, it will be possible to earn big money later, but for now it requires too risky an investment of a huge amount of money and time. Thus, Lucas is faced with a very difficult choice. If you just look at the potential profit, it would be wiser for him to refuse investments, but Lucas wants to help develop medicine. Seeing that the potential investor is deep in thought, Henry decides to propose a risky idea. If he does not achieve any significant results within 5 years, he will hand over all the results of his research to Lucas and resign. Both Paul and Lucas are shocked that Henry is willing to do such a thing. However, the doctor thus shows his determination. Moreover, if his company does not succeed within 5 years, all the research will be worthless. He is so determined that he is ready to burn everything he has in an attempt to achieve his goal. Lucas inquires about the company's required investment, and it turns out that it requires about $2 billion annually, but the more the better. Lucas, after listening to him, declares that since the doctor is so serious, he is ready to provide him with reliable support. He sets his price at 10 billion won per year, meaning he is willing to provide a total of 50 billion won in investments. Lucas still isn't sure he's doing the right thing, but Henry's passion for his work makes it worth it. So he comes closer to the doctor and extends his hand to shake his, wishing him further success. Henry, relieved, lets blood out of his mouth again and promises to do everything he can. And then he faints, and covered in blood once again, Lucas only sighs. But he is very interested to know what will happen in the next 5 years, and what will happen to his investment. Meanwhile, in the building of the company where Lucas works, Sue is rushing to start the workday. She walks into her office and greets her colleagues warmly. One of the colleagues says hello back, and Sue asks him if Lucas has arrived. Looking around, the guy is confused, saying that he was here just recently. Assuming that Lucas might have gone to the roof, Sue decides to go after him. She is very happy that she will be able to see her senior colleague, and therefore hurries up the stairs to the roof. She notices through the half-open door that Lucas is talking to his manager. But as she reaches for the door handle to approach, Sue hears snatches of conversation. She doesn't want to believe what she heard and freezes, afraid to breathe. Lucas hands the manager another letter of resignation. And this time, it's definitely for resignation. The girl freezes in the corridor. She simultaneously wants to intervene and is afraid to approach. Like all people, Lucas dreamed of being an unemployed man with a lot of money. People have very different dreams. But he considers this one to be the most sincere. He will no longer have to go through hell on public transport, nor will he have to suffer because of overtime work. You won't have to please an unpleasant boss, because that's the accepted practice. Now Lucas has complete economic freedom, and even if he doesn't work, money works for him. Lucas was finally ready to become unemployed with a huge amount of money. On Lucas's last day at work, his manager says he has always been a diligent and hard worker. He hopes that the man will be able to achieve success outside the company. Lucas sincerely thanks his colleagues for the time he spent at the company, which gave him so much. When asked about his future plans, he decides to say that he plans to simply continue investing. The manager shakes Lucas's hand and tells him to invite him for a drink if he's around. He also whispers to Lucas that he has become the controlling shareholder of a pharmaceutical company. Although Lucas didn't particularly hide it, he was nevertheless surprised that the manager knew about it. A young colleague sees his friend off in tears, as he is very sad to say goodbye. He pounces on Lucas with hugs, and the latter is uncomfortable with such a display of emotion. However, he immediately whispers to Lucas to give him a hint next time about what is best to invest in. The guy wants to follow Lucas's path, make a fortune and quit. The manager who hears this immediately starts teasing the employee. He notes that there is nothing wrong with wanting to get rich. Therefore, if he wants, he can immediately write a letter of resignation, and the manager will sign it. In tears, the boy takes back his words and whines that he will work harder. The manager asks Lucas if he plans to expand into other departments, and Lucas has a great plan for that. He has someone to say goodbye to, so he goes up to the department where Maria works. The woman immediately begins to mock the fact that her ex-husband decided to quit his job. She wishes the man a happy, modest life, because once poor, always poor inside. Lucas is surprised by such a statement and asks Maria to clarify her words. She replies that even though Lucas managed to get rich thanks to cryptocurrency, his essence as a beggar will not change. She had already noticed this once and was disappointed in him. So Maria is interested in when others will notice this trait. She's furious because Lucas doesn't react to her teasing. He smiles with absolute calm and doesn't look crushed at all. This makes Maria frown even more. She wants to see Lucas as nothing more than a pathetic insect. But the man claims that he really got rich thanks to luck, bought an apartment, a car, and is very happy. And all this luck came to him only because they divorced in time. The woman is furious and cannot believe that her once beaten husband spoke in such a way. But Lucas calmly turns his back on her and leaves, adding that he has marked her numbers as spam so that she can never contact him again. He doesn't pay attention to the screams and curses of his ex, but the fact that he didn't say goodbye to Sue upsets Lucas. Lucas is not blind and has long guessed about the girl's feelings. He is grateful to her for finding something in him, even when he was a poor man with low self-esteem. But now that he has Ellie, Lucas can't accept Sue's feelings, so he wanted to say goodbye to her carefully. But maybe it will be better if she just forgets him over time. At this time, Sue is hiding from Lucas in the same office, afraid of being seen by the man. Dan approaches Sue and says that she may still have time to confess to Lucas. He assures that a girl will not be able to achieve more if she is afraid to even come up and say hello. However, Sue, feeling her heart breaking, says that if Lucas is happy, then she will be happy too. At this time, Lucas is going down the elevator, running through many thoughts in his head. So much has happened to him lately that he can't remember everything. Despite the fact that his father had exploited him all his life, it was he who, by some miracle, gave Lucas his first 25 billion. Lucas thought he wouldn't be able to have a relationship after the divorce. But Ellie and other people who showed him affection came into his life. And although the man was a little sad to leave the company where he enjoyed working, a great future awaited him. Lucas is taking a step towards this future and leaving the company where he has worked for the past 3 years. He is inspired and looks forward to new adventures. And soon, unfortunately, life all over the world will be faced with a great tragedy. Field hospitals are being set up everywhere as the world is engulfed in a global pandemic of a new virus unknown to science. After some time, we find ourselves again on the investment bulletin board. Participants in investment chats actively discuss where to invest money, in cryptocurrency, stocks, or real estate. However, here comes a participant who previously actively promoted his own campaign under the nickname 10 million won. It turns out to be Jack, who bullied Lucas at work. Now the man is his devoted fan and has repented of everything. The chat participants agree that Lucas's life should now be a fairy tale, and they are not far from the truth. He moved to a new house, even more luxurious than the previous one. So much so that Lucas now has a security staff of many armed men and a personal swimming pool. And the man's popularity became the reason that a journalist came to visit him for an interview. After receiving praise for his new home, Lucas happily replies that he bought it for when he stops over in Korea. This clearly highlights Lucas's position as one of the top 10 richest people in Korea. And this despite the fact that he is only 32 years old, which is quite a young age for all his achievements. The man stands confidently in front of the camera, dressed in an expensive suit, and smiles softly. He has already settled well into a luxurious environment. He is used to expensive cars and traveling. Now, even being on the covers of magazines doesn't surprise him much. But he still wants to show off the published magazine to Ellie. Lucas texts her that he will soon be coming to the States and wants to see her. However, the man does not receive an answer, and this makes him worry. This causes Alice, the new secretary and security guard, to call his name several times to get his attention. Lucas apologizes for his inattention, and this time listens seriously to her report on the growth of assets and the profits received. All this leads to the fact that Lucas will soon become one of the richest people in the world. Lucas feels satiated and uninspired. He wants something new and groundbreaking. Just in time, Alice tells him that there is a message from Dr. Henry. In it, the man reports that signs of an impending pandemic of a dangerous virus have appeared. Although the place of origin is difficult to determine, the infection has spread to many countries. Lucas regrets that an epidemic might happen, even though he has invested in the healthcare sector. That's why the man decides to help solve Henry's problems and build additional housing for his employees. Although they rented a large bus to transport the lab staff, Lucas believes that such measures are not enough. Therefore, he suggests acting more radically and improving their lives, since they have the opportunity. After all, these are people who work even at night, and it is inconvenient for them to live far from the laboratory. So Lucas decides that it would be in his best interest to build a new building. To implement his idea, he turns to an old friend, Chloe, whom he met on a plane. For a business meeting, they head to a classic soul bar. The girl is angry with Lucas because he asked for a meeting about work. He wants one of her company's divisions to help with the construction work. While Chloe herself hoped that the man she met 2 years ago would ask her out on a date, Lucas says he couldn't get in touch with the girl because he was always busy with investing or traveling. Chloe is surprised that Lucas now has a personal bodyguard, a large black man. Lucas explains that he hired him while traveling so that he wouldn't get stabbed for 100 euros. The girl sighs, but agrees to take on the construction. But she has conditions, and one of them is the shares of Chris's company that Lucas bought. However, Chloe's car company is showing great interest in autonomous driving. Lucas agrees to these conditions quite calmly, not seeing too much harm to himself. But Chloe's second condition evokes much more emotion in him. The embarrassed girl hides her face, as if she is afraid to say what is on her mind. But having made up her mind, she says that she wants to get really drunk with Lucas. At this time, an important conversation takes place in the company owned by her father. The chairman's secretary informs him that Chloe, despite it being late in the evening, still hasn't returned home. Chloe's father isn't surprised by her absence, as he is a workaholic himself. However, the secretary reports that the girl is on a date with a man. This makes Chloe's father furious, because he cannot imagine what kind of man would be worthy of his daughter. But his daughter spends her time very actively and drinks bottle after bottle with Lucas. She persuades Lucas to drink more, but the man knows when to stop. Lucas watches this behavior, sweating nervously. He didn't expect this from a rich heiress. He hands Chloe over to her staff, who promise to take Chloe home. At this time, he himself gets into his car and leaves the meeting place. As soon as Lucas is away, Chloe instantly comes to her senses, as if she had not drunk at all. It turns out she learned from YouTube that if you pretend to be drunk, a man will immediately attack you, and she decided to use this to her advantage. However, she decides that he was embarrassed by her beauty, and there is no need to rush. Chloe confidently declares that there is no man who would not fall in love with her. At the company office, her father is waiting impatiently for the girl, and a negative aura is gathering around the man. Chloe asks her father not to make a mountain out of a molehill, assuring him that the meeting was business. First of all, Chloe wanted to buy out Lucas's shares in one of his American companies. The father is pleased that Chloe saw the meeting as business, not romance. However, she openly admits that she has been in love with Lucas for a long time, which shocks the chairman. Chloe doesn't care that Lucas is divorced because she doesn't see anything special about couples dating and breaking up. and she doesn't intend to listen to any of her father's complaints about her lover's candidacy. Her father whines that he introduced Chloe to nice boys, but she rejected them all, and Chloe replies that they were useless heirs to conglomerates. Chloe prefers to listen to her intuition, and it tells her that Lucas is a special person. She is confident that Lucas will be able to bring a real wind of change. The next day, Lucas goes to the bio company and meets Paul, who throws himself at him with a hug. Suddenly, Professor Paul is met with the sharp gaze of Lucas's security guard. Lucas's guard gets an equally appraising look at Professor Paul. Eventually, a spark flies between the pumped-up men, and they begin to measure their muscles and agree to go to the gym together. Hung with the remains of clothes that the men had torn off in show-off, Lucas sighs softly. Lucas asks the professor about Dr. Henry's health and learns that he worked all night and passed out. The current pandemic situation is, according to the professor, very bad. In just a month since the outbreak, the virus has spread to the United States, Europe, China, and Japan, with the number of new infections exceeding 25,000 per day and a huge death toll. Paul asks Lucas to increase the computer power to run the artificial intelligence. This increase in capacity could help find a solution to both the virus and the necessary vaccine more quickly. At home, Lucas ponders the results of his visit to the bio company and his possible steps. He sighs heavily, trying to figure out how to increase the power for the artificial intelligence to work. One of Lucas's ideas is to build a building to house a computer center, and he is also considering using foreign cloud services. But he is not confident in the success of these ideas, so he decides to distract himself with computer games. Realizing how much dust has accumulated on his computer from lack of use, he comes up with a new plan. To see if it will work, Lucas needs to hear his friend's opinion. He jumps up from his seat out of impatience because it is impossible to sit still. If his idea works, it will not only lead to enormous computer performance, but also to the start of a new business. At this moment, the phone on the guard Lucas's bedside table starts vibrating. A man wakes up and hastily answers a call from his boss, who asks him to prepare an urgent trip to the States. At this time, a fierce shootout is taking place in San Francisco. Of course, not in real life, but in another game that Charlie plays. Suddenly, a large black man appears in front of Charlie's face. Lucas's security guard scares his friend. Charlie jumps up and starts threatening to call the police, and then he realizes that he is surrounded by a lot of strangers. Suddenly, a familiar voice comes from behind the men. Lucas apologizes to his friend for the intrusion, because they rang and knocked, but Charlie didn't hear, and they had to come in. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, Charlie admires Lucas's personal bodyguards. But not wanting to drag things out for long, Lucas decides to ask his friend how he feels about superhero cartoons, because Lucas has a desire to save the world together and become some kind of heroes. Right now, the world is in great danger, and men have a plan to save it. Charlie doesn't understand what the coin his friend is twirling in his fingers has to do with it. Lucas proposes creating his own cryptocurrency to solve pressing problems. He laughs when a friend suggests he seek treatment for his digital addiction. In fact, his idea has great potential for implementation. Lucas explains his plan to Charlie, who doesn't understand the logic. The creation of cryptocurrency is necessary for the development of a vaccine, as the performance of artificial intelligence is insufficient. Using blockchain technology, the system resources of computers that apply for mining will be used, and in exchange, people will receive a new cryptocurrency. Harnessing the unused capacity of artificial intelligence could be a major aid in developing a vaccine against the new virus. Lucas also guarantees a minimum exchange price for coins, which will allow people to offset their electricity bills and earn a little money. Charlie doubts that such an idea can be profitable, but it can definitely save the world. He is very impressed with Lucas's plan, and he wants to have fun by taking part in it. Lucas also plans to try his hand at the entertainment content niche. He is thinking about filming a movie or drama with their favorite actors. Charlie is delighted and asks to trust him with the work, because he will not let you down and will complete all the tasks assigned to him. They decide to first assemble a team that will help them in implementing the cryptocurrency creation project. Since they plan to pay them the best salaries in the industry, Lucas asks his friend to choose people more carefully. However, Charlie teaches him that real heroes are not driven by money, they act on their hearts. He posts an announcement about creating a team on a forum where the strongest representatives of the computer industry gather, and offers to fulfill any wishes in terms of merch. The feedback starts pouring in like lightning, and Lucas is shocked by how interested everyone is in his project. Charlie laughs that this is the power of otaku, and he is not surprised that people are interested in the project. After some time, Lucas and Charlie open an office where the IT specialists they hired can work. Lucas meets a new employee at the entrance, who looks at him with interest and introduces himself to her. The girl remains awkwardly silent, actively looking at and blowing a bubble of gum. And then he writes in a general chat with colleagues that their boss is a hottie, and they need to be careful. This behavior confuses Lucas, but he is not irritated, because he is beginning to get used to the manners of such extraordinary individuals. He decides for himself that all programmers have their own quirks. But this is not a bad thing at all. Even though he and Charlie have set up state-of-the-art computers and workstations, no one uses them. Everyone sits wherever they feel comfortable with their laptops. Lucas approaches Charlie to get an interim report. Things are going well, and Charlie is devoting a lot of time to their project, taking time away from his work. But there is one person Charlie wants to introduce to his friend. This genius programmer's name is Eddie, and he sits separately from everyone else. He doesn't make any mistakes when writing code and always puts his heart and soul into his work. That's why Charlie confidently considers him the heart of their entire project. And he would like Lucas and Eddie to find common ground. But Charlie is also curious about the name Lucas has come up with for their new coin. Lucas names their creation the Origin Coin, which surprises his friend. But in a man's understanding, the source coin is a coin that can become the source of anything. While Lucas was developing his cryptocurrency in the States, the situation at his previous company was tense. During breaks, the female employees actively discussed the appointment of Maria, Lucas's ex-wife, as head of the department, bypassing the candidate everyone liked. This is definitely personnel corruption, since Maria is in a relationship with a senior manager whom she chose to undermine Lucas. Maria's subordinates doubt that she will make a good department head, since her experience and skills are insufficient. Maria witnesses their conversation and harshly scolds the girls for gossiping during the workday. In her opinion, if any of them are not satisfied with working under her leadership, they can submit a resignation letter, or follow the previous head of the department to a city far from Seoul. The girls hastily apologize to Maria and rush to leave the break room. Lucas's ex-wife repeats her new title out loud. She is pleased with the power it gives her over people. Here the woman's attention is drawn to a magazine with Lucas on the cover, lying on the table. She grabs it in irritation and throws it into the nearest trash can. As she walks down the company hallway, she reflects on the opportunity she lost when she lost Lucas. Now her new admirer has an annual salary of about 100 million won, and his parents have a nice house. And since he is a millionaire, a bright streak is simply bound to begin in her life. Once again cursing her ex-husband, she swears that she will live a happier life than he did. Her swearing, mentioning Lucas's name, attracts the attention of a girl passing by. It turns out to be Sue, who has changed her appearance, but has not forgotten her lover. At this time, in the office of Lucas's American company, employees are working very actively. A film crew from the entertainment company the man created watches Lucas play. They film the story of their creator, but Lucas keeps failing. However, the production team believes this makes Lucas more human. Lucas sweats uncomfortably under the intense attention captured on film. He doesn't understand how he signed up for the filming of this video, which has been going on for several days now. The entertainment company he created is not yet generating much profit. The appointed director complains that they have no content at all. Although Lucas gathered outstanding talent, created good conditions, and allocated huge funds. However, so far there have been no interesting ideas or good results. The staff are trying to reason with him, noting that the worsening coronavirus situation is making filming difficult. But the director doesn't want to hear reasonable arguments. He wants to do something cool. Then one of the agency's employees, the youngest one, takes the floor. She is cynical, makes fun of her boss when he picks on her, and she also has a good idea. This girl is a screenwriter, and she proposes making a documentary about Lucas. She is confident that such content can be popular with viewers. Their company doesn't have a flagship product yet, but its CEO is already quite popular. His story is full of provocative material, from divorce to sudden wealth. That's why the company decides to use its own director, Lucas, to promote the company. And now they are breaking into the man's private life, including filming him at his worst. The CEO periodically runs away due to excessive attention. However, Lucas started this business himself, so he understands the potential benefits. Lucas is pleased with the way the company is developing. The number of employees has even more than doubled. The Source Coin project is also developing steadily, and this affects the psychological climate of the company. But Lucas just can't get along with the brilliant programmer Eddie. He approaches him once again to express his joy at the fact that the boy is actively using the playroom. However, Eddie immediately sets firm boundaries and asks not to be distracted during his rest period, and says that he came at Charlie's call and does not obey Lucas at all. Eddie's armor is thicker than Lucas thought, but he still wants to follow Charlie's advice and befriend this strange guy. Lucas apologizes for disturbing him and places a folded piece of paper in front of Eddie. Mistaking it for a check and Lucas's gesture for an attempt at bribery, Eddie becomes furious. He complains that Lucas is trying to buy his favor with money and threatens to leave. With contempt, he spits out that talk about saving the world is a lie, and everything again comes down to money. In response to this, Lucas grins widely, not understanding what money has to do with it. The folded paper contains something far more valuable, and he invites Eddie to see it for himself. The envelope contains a photo of a very beautiful female idol. This completely takes away Eddie's speechlessness and breathlessness, and he freezes in place. Jennifer is Eddie's favorite performer, and such a gift makes the guy clutch his heart and fall to his knees. which frightens Lucas. Eddie can't understand how Lucas managed to get his hands on such an incredibly rare autographed card. But Lucas has a small media company in Seoul that helped him with this. Feeling powerful, Lucas replies that since Eddie likes the performer so much, he can give him tickets to her concert if he can accidentally get them. He leans toward Eddie, offering him his hand so the boy can stand up. And after this proposal, in the eyes of the programmer, Lucas becomes almost a saint. Thus, Eddie's permanent employment was successfully completed. Still, Charlie's advice to use otaku favorites to seduce them turned out to be correct. But before Lucas can come to his senses, his phone starts ringing off the hook. Dr. Henry calls to report on the results of his research. Lucas wants to know what the current situation is with the coronavirus. Unfortunately, Dr. Lucas cannot offer any good news. Healthcare services around the world are under enormous strain, and the number of confirmed cases is growing uncontrollably. If the rate of infection does not decrease, 70% of the world's population is predicted to become infected. Lucas understands that this marks the beginning of a pandemic. Because he is lost in thought, Dr. Henry calls his name to get his attention. Lucas asks Henry to continue his work, and in return, he will help increase the capacity of artificial intelligence once he completes the development of the cryptocurrency. After the conversation, Lucas thinks about what will happen to the economy from the pandemic, about how the stock and bond markets will collapse, and his assets could become worthless. But for some reason, Lucas is sure that in this situation, he can earn much more. But you need to understand how to make money when the economy is collapsing. For such cases, there is a special financial instrument, a put option, which allows you to earn money when the market price falls. But if someone benefits from the system, someone else will lose everything. Thus, put options can be used to make money even if the economy collapses. Lucas feels bad about making money during a pandemic while people are suffering. But he still calms himself down in time by saying that he is an investor and must think first and foremost about profit. After all, if he didn't have the money he has now, he wouldn't be able to save the world. Meanwhile, in the United States, a senator running for president is claiming that America will save the world from the coronavirus. News of this is broadcast in Ellie's office, who finally calls Lucas. She is shocked and furious that he wants to invest a huge amount of money in a risky put option and bet on the New York stock market to collapse. Lucas chuckles as his girlfriend and financial advisor yells at him. Ellie wants to stop him, asks how much time she has to intervene. But it turns out that there is only time left until the end of the week, and she is unlikely to be able to help. This makes the girl even more furious, and she literally screams at Lucas. In her opinion, no normal investor would risk losing $200 billion like that. However, Lucas is so monstrously calm, as if he knows the future in advance. He just laughs at how emotional his girlfriend is and can't do anything about it. After all, he missed Ellie and her voice, and therefore listens to her with pleasure. Confused by such a sudden confession, the girl immediately loses her furious mood. He just grumbles that Lucas has become more cruel since taking over as CEO. She understands that her boyfriend is very rich, but she finds it difficult to understand such an investment. But Lucas isn't 100% sure either. He just hopes that the prediction might turn out to be correct. He also wishes Ellie good luck in adapting to her new place, so that she doesn't give up and believes more in herself and her potential. Touched by his words, the American woman wants to say something tender in response, but she is interrupted. Her colleague flies into the office and warns that the break is over. Lucas and Ellie quickly say goodbye, much to the man's displeasure. He thinks about what he could do with his unexpected free time. Its employees both relax and work, while the same film crew frolics in the pool. The guys are delighted with such a spacious and comfortable home for employees, especially in the States. The scriptwriter working with them reminds them that they came for the filming. Men realize that they have become too relaxed in enjoying the power of capital. However, they all admit that Lucas's life is too boring to film. People would like to see more shocking details about the life of one of the richest people in the world. So the screenwriter comes up with the idea of conducting an interview and asking the CEO about investments, because many will be curious about how Lucas raised his capital and where he is investing now. The film crew immediately accepts this idea and begins to think about its implementation. Lucas agrees to take part in the interview and meets with the team, but he is surprised that the subject of their meeting is where he invests. However, he immediately tells us that he recently made an investment, and the tone of his voice inspires a producer chasing a sensation. Lucas says he invested 200 billion won in a put option, which is considered a very risky investment. While everyone is in shock, he reassures the team, saying that his expectations may come true. And almost immediately, Lucas receives information about the results of his investment. The producer believes he hit Lucas where it hurts, as options are very risky, and the chances of making a profit are low. The 200 billion that Lucas invested could be perceived negatively by viewers, as a bet in a game of chance, and therefore he is considering abandoning the filming. But Lucas immediately voices the information he received about the option. His profit was 487%, so he earned just over 1 trillion Korean won. The shocked team is speechless. But Charlie enters the room and asks Lucas for his time. The man apologizes and leaves, and the team still doesn't believe what they heard. Charlie delights Lucas with the news that the origin coin is finally ready. And all this is thanks to the excellent team that the men managed to assemble. At this moment, Dr. Henry is in the world of his dreams. In his dream, he hears Paul's loud laughter and sees another training session that he is leading. All participants in the dream assume a muscular pose, showing off their physical form. A sight like this shocks poor Dr. Henry even in his sleep. Finally, Paul notices him and invites him to practice. At the same moment, the doctor's coat is replaced by a sports uniform. From such a nightmare, Henry opens his eyes in a cold sweat in reality, lying on the couch. Paul stands above him, laughing and greeting his friend. He actively welcomes Dr. Henry as his guest this time. It turns out that Henry lost consciousness again during the experiment. So Paul carried the man to his room and laid him down to rest, sent Henry's clothes to the wash, and changed the man into his own. However, the doctor is only interested in how his experiment went. Unfortunately, Paul has nothing to tell his student friend. Thanks to the use of cloud services, 35% of the work was completed, but further calculations were impossible due to insufficient performance. Paul asks his dejected friend to rest while he can. Henry tries to get out of bed, believing that now is not the time to rest as the virus continues to spread. However, Paul immediately stops him and tells him to remain calm. Despite his great passion, Henry is exhausted and unable to conduct research. If he decides to go, Paul warns him that as a doctor he can't help, and this forces Henry to obey him and lie back down. Henry remembers that 7 years have passed since Paul pulled him out of a fight with the professor. Paul is surprised how much time has passed since that fight, but he doesn't condemn his friend's actions. He winks at Augustus, noting that he never liked the professor either. Dr. Henry laughs loudly and heartily at his friend's reaction. Paul decides to find out what caused Henry to choose his path in life. Henry doesn't know how to approach this complex and tragic story, but he explains that it all has to do with the illness his younger sister had. It was an infectious disease that had consumed her body long before Henry could help her. Paul commiserates with his friend, who takes out a medallion hanging around his neck. Looking at the photograph in it, Henry remembers what a cheerful and talented girl his sister was, who had never been sick before. And after her death, Henry decided that he would definitely eradicate the disease that took his sister from him. He won't let anyone else get sick and die like her. Paul is interested in the name of the person so dear to his friend. However, he doesn't have time to answer this question, as his employee bursts into Paul's room. A man shouts that there are problems with artificial intelligence. This news shocks Henry and makes him freeze in place. Having ripped out the IV and grabbed the doctor's coat, he and Paul rushed into the lab. Here their attention is drawn to a large screen with various indicators. It shows that artificial intelligence is working and actively researching the virus. No one understands why computing performance has suddenly increased. But then Henry's phone rings. He picks up the phone and Lucas on the other end of the line asks if the doctor is in the lab. It turns out that it was thanks to Lucas's company that the lab was finally able to move forward. The Source Coin project has proven to be a success, which delights the staff. Lucas explains to Henry that he is using blockchain technology so that the bio company can supplement its productivity with that of other computers connected to the system. About an hour ago, the first mining of the new cryptocurrency began, and the number of miners is growing so quickly that within 24 hours it is predicted that they will spread to 500,000 computers. Lucas notes that the value of artificial intelligence itself is enormous, and without the doctor's research, everything would be useless. He thanks Henry for his work, and wants to work together to defeat the coronavirus with capital and technology. Dr. Henry is choking on tears at this point and doesn't know what to say except endless words of gratitude. Lucas promises to call him back and smiles contentedly. He is glad that everything worked out. At this time, Paul comes closer to the crying Henry and asks what name he chose for the artificial intelligence. This name becomes Surin, the name of the doctor's deceased younger sister. Everyone in the lab is extremely excited that a major breakthrough has finally been made. Back in Lucas's office, everyone is happy that the Origin Coin project has been launched. Lucas has thrown a party and is trying to give a speech of thanks, but the programmers prefer to celebrate with each other rather than with their bosses. Lucas wants his employees to enjoy their day to the fullest. Charlie reassures him, telling him not to worry and to let the guys focus on the party. Lucas just hopes that everyone on their team is truly happy with the success. Charlie reminds them that they will now have to pay for the release of the Origin Coin to a huge number of people. And this is a huge amount of money. It can amount to more than 200 million per month. That's why he's worried about whether Lucas is ready for such a financial investment. He is surprised when his friend reassures him, as if that kind of money is nothing to him. But this is what Lucas had in mind when he conceived the project, and what's more important to him is that the official development of the vaccine has begun. Now he can spend money wisely, and this makes Lucas happier. Charlie looks at his friend from his student days in silence for a long time. He sighs softly, noting that Lucas has truly matured. But Charlie is still interested to know what the CEO's plans are for the future. The The team understands that the project work is short-term, so they discussed options among themselves. They would be upset to end it when they found like-minded people and an understanding boss. So Charlie suggests that Lucas think again about what his plans are for the future. Such a pointed question, asked in front of all the employees, initially leaves the man stunned. At this stage, he cannot yet say for sure what he would like to achieve. But now he has a team whose job it is to make his ideas possible. So, gathering his courage, Lucas replies that he wants to create a proper cryptocurrency ecosystem. There are currently a lot of negative images associated with coins, such as speculation and fraud, and he wants to improve their reputation. By guaranteeing a minimum value for the source coin, Lucas wants to ensure its use in various fields and make it valuable like a real virtual currency. Lucas thinks that the idea he said out loud for the first time actually excites him. The team is silent as they listen to him, and Lucas is confused by their lack of reaction. He immediately begins to think that he said something stupid and that he will not be supported. Even Eddie and the programmer girl he likes are watching him closely. Lucas begins to get more and more worked up and breaks out in a nervous sweat. He feels like he is a disgrace, a humanities scholar who declared something fantastic and unattainable to people much smarter than himself. However, Lucas suddenly finds himself surrounded by the sounds of ever-increasing applause. All the guys from his team look at him with respect and loudly applaud his words. This reaction, the opposite of what he expected, shocks Lucas. Eddie, barely holding back tears, admires the loftiness of their boss's plan. Everyone sees the value of his dream and the fun of working for Lucas's company in the future. The programmers are so moved by their boss's idea that they all unanimously decide to follow him further. Lucas is shocked by such an active and emotional reaction from the guys. Charlie says the reason is because Lucas's goal touched their hearts. Even he himself is considering quitting his job and taking up following his friend seriously, because true heroes follow only their hearts. Lucas is happy that he will be able to continue working alongside his friend. He immediately appoints Charlie as the company's vice president and asks him to take care of him in the future. Following this conversation, Lucas formed the team's organizational structure and founded his own permanent company in San Francisco. So they seriously invested in maintaining the reputation of the cryptocurrency and even created a special shopping center where you could pay for goods with source coins. The source coin could be used to purchase games and various merchandise associated with them. Thus, Lucas created an environment in which coins could be used for various purposes, and within a few months the number of miners exceeded 1.5 million. Thanks to the team's efforts, Lucas's company became the largest company in San Francisco in less than 6 months. The speech about the company's future, which was recorded by a film crew, was uploaded to a video hosting site and became very popular. The company's growth has attracted the attention of financial market analysts, so one of them chose Lucas's company to implement his plans. Perhaps he thought dealing with Lucas would be easy, so he decides to visit Lucas's company and sets up a meeting. Meanwhile, during a break at Lucas's company, the employees are discussing whether their company is strange. While many businesses are shutting down due to the coronavirus, she's not only making money, but also expanding. Moreover, salaries even at the entry level are very high for the States, plus there are bonuses, allowances, and gifts. It's so good that the employees can't believe their luck and are worried. However, not everyone supports this paranoia and enjoys comfortable working conditions. The company's vice president is a leader who places team members in the right places to achieve maximum efficiency. The president invests in breakthrough businesses and seems to have the gift of foresight, and he is also popular on the internet. When such individuals are at the helm of a company, it can be quite difficult to fail, but their personalities are both admirable and terrifying at the same time because they are unique specialists. One of these specialists is making fun of another for his popularity on YouTube and asks for an autograph. He tries to provoke Lucas into an emotional outburst, but he strenuously ignores him. When Charlie finally gets a laugh, his friend declares that he is glad he is having fun. Lucas himself is embarrassed by his internet popularity, as he has been seen by people all over the world, but he is not confident in his speech. However, Charlie believes that there is no need to be embarrassed, because the result was good. This allowed many to learn about the existence of the source coin, and also allowed Lucas's company to announce its own development direction in the cryptocurrency field. They also have the power to change the perceptions of even the most distrustful people. Lucas is touched by his speech, but Charlie thinks he'll still have to tease him about his blogging career more than once. Suddenly, Lucas's secretary enters the office and announces the arrival of a visitor. The men are surprised by the upcoming meeting and how nervous the girl is. The man who came was the one who analyzed the success of Lucas's company in the market. He introduces himself as Jim. He thanks Lucas and Charlie for accepting him despite the unexpected visit. Jim explains that his work is an investment accelerator. Lucas wants to know what investments Jim is dealing with, but he refuses to give out the names of his clients and is generally being somewhat evasive. This makes Lucas wary, since Jim doesn't give any specifics. If the company Jim works for were doing well, he would gladly reveal its name, but he keeps it secret. Lucas immediately decides that it is not worth getting involved with Jim and decides to leave because he is not going to trust his investments to anyone else. However, Jim immediately begins to tempt Lucas with sums of tens of billions of dollars, which Lucas could lose if he declines his offer. After some tension, Lucas decides to listen to what the guest wants from him. He acts very confidently, as if Lucas really needs his services. He begins to explain the increasing value of cryptocurrency, since the amount of capital moved using coins cannot be estimated. However, it is even better to have full access to this capital, because it will help bring fabulous profits to those who take the risk. Taking up the conversation, Lucas asks if the man is sure this is possible, and he explains that all that is needed is to increase the price of the source coin. Since the public trust in the origin coins is so high, he wants to use this to issue 10 billion of these coins, then use the press and connections to inflate prices, and, by selling them on the stock exchange, easily make hundreds of billions of dollars. This scheme infuriates Charlie and Lucas because it seems so familiar. It only takes one look at each other for Lucas and Charlie to realize they are thinking the same thing. They realize that Jim was the criminal who was illegally manipulating the flow of cryptocurrency and orchestrating its rise and fall. In the eyes of the men, Jim appears to be a villain who has now decided to lay his hands on their business. Charlie immediately stands up in irritation, not wanting to waste his time talking to the scoundrel. But Lucas remains silent, not showing such an aggressive reaction. He looks like he is deep in thought, doubting and wants to accept Jim's offer. He really thinks that the new acquaintance could be useful, and if his scheme is implemented, Lucas will never need money again, no matter how much he spends. However, he also understands what his agreement will lead to in relation to ordinary people. A slight smile touches his lips, becoming more insidious and cruel. Charlie is horrified that Lucas finds this inappropriate proposal interesting. Jim is already rubbing his hands, believing that Lucas has agreed to all his conditions. He offers to sign the contract right away, but Lucas stops him. "You should wait before concluding the contract, because some complications are possible." Lucas is not going to act haphazardly in a matter that is important to both parties. Therefore, he proposes to conduct the conclusion of the agreement later officially and in a suitable place. Although this reaction confuses Jim, he has no choice but to refuse. He announces that their company will soon hold an official meeting. He leaves, grinning predatorily and contentedly at Lucas's decision. As he says goodbye, he is confident that the deal is already in his pocket and that he was able to intimidate and persuade Lucas to cooperate. Charlie's face darkens with rage that he can't hide. He slams his fist on the table and yells at Lucas to explain his behavior. He can't believe his friend is going to accept such a criminal offer, even though he talked about creating his own cryptocurrency ecosystem. Charlie doesn't want to think about the fact that Lucas's words could have been a lie to the whole world, but what hurts him most is that his best friend lied to him. However, suddenly Lucas stops looking at Charlie with worry and starts smiling. This irritates Charlie even more because he doesn't understand the reason for this reaction. Getting up from the table, Lucas walks towards the exit of the room where the meeting was taking place. As soon as he opens the door, a film crew bursts in. Charlie looks at the people lying on the floor in shock. The guys from the film crew greet Charlie shyly. Lucas explains that the crew is there to film footage for his vlog. Since the videos about the ecosystem and development were such a success, Lucas decided to continue filming in-house. And their presence at the meeting was also planned in advance. Now they have a video recording of a meeting with a man involved in criminal machinations in the cryptocurrency market. Lucas apologizes to his friend for not having time to warn him. He just didn't know how to prepare Charlie for the plan he had in mind. But for this he receives a strong kick and a blow from the furious Charlie. The guys from the film crew watch the friendly brawl with interest. Charlie shakes his hands in irritation and straightens his clothes, looking at Lucas lying on the floor. Lucas is unable to cough after being in a strong chokehold. However, Charlie doesn't let him say a word and warns his friend not to do that to him again. Embarrassed by the misunderstanding, Lucas apologizes. The men discuss their next steps, and Charlie suggests that Lucas wants to hand over the recording to the police. However, Lucas believes that the evidence is insufficient and will only be enough to cause a scandal, and the criminal may even escape. That's why they decide to conduct their own investigation and gather as much evidence as possible. Then they could be handed over to the police and used to punish Jim and those behind him. At this time, Jim just arrives at his employer's home. It is a luxurious Chinese-style house with huge heavy doors on which a man is knocking. They open the door for him, but Jim immediately loses his power of speech from fear. An enraged, hungry tiger, his employer's pet, comes out to meet him. Jim's boss himself slowly follows and apologizes for scaring him for nothing. The man approaches his pet holding a chicken carcass because it is time to feed the tiger. Jim is sweating from excitement and nerves. He is waiting for questions about the past meeting. As he thought, a Chinese man in traditional clothes immediately addresses him. He asks how Jim's conversation with Lucas went, and Jim replies that he received a positive reaction to their proposal. However, they did not sign a fixed-term contract because Lucas wants to make it official. The boss is furious that Lucas asked for time to think, This kind of delay disrupts his plans, and he is not going to tolerate it. In a rage, he throws a chicken carcass in Jim's face, who asks for time to prepare the contract. The tiger, as if on command, rushes towards the screaming Jim with a roar. He catches the meat right next to the man's face, sinking his fangs into it with a menacing growl. Jim's boss looks down at him in fury. This causes Jim to shake in fear, crawling further along the floor. The Chinese man explains that the most important thing when taming an animal is not to lose the initiative. It is also important to remember to feed and never allow yourself to second-guess yourself. After all, if the beast does not obey the will of the owner, it will devour him. Jim falls to his knees and begins to apologize to the chairman. He promises to contact Lucas and arrange a new meeting, and to do everything possible to bring him to their side. Under threat of reprisal, he guarantees his boss a positive result. Pleased with this answer, the chairman calls the tiger to him and orders Jim to go to work. The Chinese man strokes the purring tiger's head, reflecting on the fact that Lucas turned out to be more than just a wild dog from a vassal state. He has brains, but in any case, he will have to obey. Meanwhile, at his company in San Francisco, Lucas calls Ellie. He says that he hasn't heard the girl's voice for a long time and misses her. He says that his affairs are in order, and he is doing simple paperwork. Ellie's answer makes him frown and shudder all over. Upon learning that Ellie is at home in New York, the man makes a decision. He leaves the office and hurries with his security guards to the car. He brings Lucas and his companions to the airport, and soon the man flies to Ellie. A few hours later, a surprised Ellie opens the door for Lucas. A man stands surrounded by a large number of boxes with gifts that he brought for a girl. He smiles contentedly, happy that he managed to surprise Ellie. Once in the apartment, he puts away the boxes while Ellie sits on the bed and watches him. Lucas says he misses Ellie and came to take a break from the difficult problems at work. The girl is happy that despite his heavy workload, her man found time to see her. But when Lucas asks how Ellie is doing at work, she becomes shy. The Korean takes on a lot of new projects, but he doesn't know what Ellie is doing. The girl immediately falls from the bed onto the floor in absolute despondency. She is confident that she will be demoted from a leader to a stone or a piece of gum. One of her trades lost 0.21% and she is very worried. This reason leaves Lucas completely perplexed. He doesn't understand whether such a loss should be taken seriously at this level. But he thinks it could mean that Ellie is very professional about her job. Deciding to somehow cheer up his girlfriend, Lucas smiles and calls her, attracting her attention. The tearful American woman, sniffling, looks back at him. Lucas asks if there is anything Ellie would like to do. He is ready to support her in any idea that she has in mind. When asked the provocative question about whether Lucas likes cats, the man doesn't know what to answer. He watches with interest as Ellie climbs under the covers. And then, making funny sounds, he starts rummaging around underneath it, as if putting something on. Finally showing off, Ellie shows off her cute cat ears and meows. This causes Lucas to react actively, and he excitedly talks about how he will do more than just pet her this evening. The embarrassed and satisfied girl looks up at him. The lovers, barely able to contain themselves, move closer, preparing to kiss. But then suddenly Lucas's phone rings and interrupts them. While an irritated Ellie is sulking, Lucas picks up the phone, answering the call. Dr. Henry calls and apologizes for interrupting the CEO's work. However, he has important news that he would like to share urgently. The bio company has made great progress in developing a vaccine. Although clinical trials in the US are still pending, the vaccine has a 90% immune efficacy. A joyful Lucas excitedly thanked the doctor for his work. Once the call ends, Ellie gets Lucas's attention again. There is no point in holding back any longer and the couple spends the night together. Lucas can't sleep, thinking about the economic devastation of many countries and the human losses caused by the coronavirus. However, the situation can be reversed if a vaccine against coronavirus becomes available. Then the market may return to growth again, which means we need to come up with something in advance. Ellie wakes up, and Lucas apologizes for possibly waking her with his sighs and fidgeting. But then he asks the girl to help him create a portfolio to buy new shares. Ellie asks how much the man wants to buy, and is speechless when Lucas says $12 billion. Lucas sincerely asks the girl for help because he needs her abilities. The lovers move to the kitchen, where they continue to discuss Lucas's plan. Ellie is shocked that Lucas is asking her to handle such sums as $12 billion in stocks and $500 million in call options. Lucas doesn't understand why the girl was so angry about his idea. Ellie bites her lip angrily and slams her palm on the table, asking if Lucas finds her job funny. The man does not understand what could cause such a furious reaction. Ellie crosses her arms and says that she knows perfectly well that Lucas is a rich and successful investor. However, buying stocks and call options during a recession seems like folly and gambling. She does not understand on what basis the man made this decision. But if it's just intuition, then she, as a manager, wants to stop him. Lucas remains disappointed for a moment, then replies that in that case he will simply turn to someone else. He is not stupid, and understands all the reasons for worries that Ellie has. He knows that his plan makes no sense from a logical point of view. But Lucas also understands that everyone dreams of getting rich, and there is nothing wrong with that. But he is too greedy and ready to move forward, even when everyone around him does not believe in him, and tries to dissuade him from dangerous investments. But he was able to get this far because he was greedy, but he was willing to put his money on believing that. Ellie gives up and surrenders, realizing that her words won't solve anything. Instead, she orders the man to get ready, they need to go somewhere. She throws one of Lucas's shirts at him, telling him to quickly change out of his loungewear and into a suit. She herself also begins to prepare for leaving, rummaging through the clothes hangers. And when Lucas asks where they are going, she replies that they are going to her American company. Lucas and Ellie take a taxi together and arrive at the building on Wall Street where Ellie works. A man looks around in shock at the glass and concrete skyscraper, which is one of New York City's most famous buildings. He admits that the building looks very majestic in real life. Ellie tells the man to follow her and confidently walks inside. The reason why Ellie asked Lucas to come to her company is because of his portfolio, the amount of which is so large that she cannot make a decision on her own. Lucas doubts that they will be able to meet anyone influential, but Ellie reassures the man. On Wall Street, he is known as the man who built an incredible company, while using only his own capital and having earned huge amounts of money in the worst market conditions. So, if desired, even the president of the board will be ready to meet with him at any time. And so it happens. An influential man greets Lucas, asking if the journey to the company has caused any inconvenience. The man introduces himself as Jackson, and the staff standing around him smile kindly at Lucas. The company's employees bow to Lucas, which greatly surprises him. The man is also surprised that Jackson, the head of the largest American financial corporation, is also Korean. Jackson laughs that when he learned about Lucas's visit, he couldn't help but go out to see him personally. They take Lucas to a comfortable office for breakfast. Lucas enjoys drinking hot tea in interesting company. He praises the aroma of the drink, and Jackson explains that the tea is brewed from the highest quality leaves. Without further ado, Jackson notes that he heard about Lucas's idea from Ellie, but decides to confirm the veracity of the information received. He asks if Lucas knows that if the option fails, they will lose their entire investment. Having received positive answers to all his questions, Jackson nods contentedly. When it comes to buying shares, Jackson is willing to put his name forward and build a portfolio with the best terms. Lucas is happy, but wants to know what the decision is about the call option. On this issue, Jackson sadly shakes his head in refusal. He admits that for their company, supporting such an investment could be challenging. Jackson looks at Lucas and Ellie dejectedly as he says this. Lucas doesn't understand why his request could be so difficult for a global financial corporation. Jackson explains that just because things will be difficult doesn't mean they can't give Lucas what he wants. Realizing that they want something in return from him, Lucas decides to clarify what Jackson's proposal is. The financier says that their company has 2 conditions, upon fulfillment of which they will be ready to fully implement the idea expressed by Lucas. First, decentralizing call option transactions with other financial institutions in order to minimize potential losses for his company. And secondly, Ellie's manager will be appointed as Lucas's special manager. Lucas wants to know the reason for this decision. Jackson replies that he simply thought Ellie was right for the job, and it's only natural to delegate important tasks to the best employees. Lucas can't figure out if the company has found out that he and Ellie are lovers. His relationship with the American woman could come to light during their work, and Lucas is worried about how this will affect his girlfriend. But Ellie agrees to become his personal manager if Lucas trusts her. Lucas has mixed feelings. He is both touched and worried about her decision. Jackson nods contentedly as he watches the situation unfold before him. He offers to put together a portfolio if they both agree to the stated terms. After a business meeting, Lucas and Ellie go out to the park together for a walk. Lucas twirls a pen in his fingers, a gift from the head of an American company in honor of the concluded deal. Now he has good connections and great opportunities in the States, and Lucas looks forward to the future to see how it will turn out. Suddenly Ellie, walking a little behind, turns to her lover. He turns to the girl who wants to tell him something. There is a strange confidence and determination in Ellie's eyes, which cannot help but be alarming. This makes Lucas tense up and think that something bad has happened. They stand in the middle of the park under the leaves falling in the wind, and both of them feel anxious. A few hours later, Lucas, full of negative emotions, enters the house, where Charlie meets him. The man was surprised that his friend returned to San Francisco from New York so early, as he had taken time off to have a good rest. But Lucas, ignoring him, goes into his room and closes the door behind him. Charlie doesn't understand what happened and why his friend is ignoring him. At this time, Lucas drops to the floor and presses his back against the door. He recalls that Ellie told him it was time to stop and end their relationship. Looking down, Lucas wants to ask the girl what the reason is. Ellie asks if her lover remembers the day they had lunch at a restaurant while traveling. Lucas, of course, remembers the first time they had lunch together. Ellie says she has been grateful to Lucas all this time for his truly sincere support. He looked into her eyes and said that he believed in Ellie and her future, smiling softly. and this captivated the American, who was not accustomed to such a reaction, only to empty, meaningless compliments. It was probably at that moment that Ellie fell in love with Lucas and opened her heart to him. Lucas listens with sad eyes as the girl confesses that his support gave him strength to work. She worked hard and stayed up all night to prove her abilities. After this, she began to be trusted with large projects, and she received good growth and recognition from those around her. But then she realized that Lucas had also continued to grow, and had moved far ahead of her. She started to feel very strange, and only today realized the reason. Ellie wants to not just be Lucas's lover, but to fulfill her dream of being his manager. Standing opposite her, Lucas is experiencing difficult and painful emotions. He thinks for a few seconds about what to answer Ellie, who broke his heart. But in the end, he still can't decide what to answer her, and only laughs sadly and awkwardly. However, he quickly pulls a mask over his face and asks to take care of him from now on as a personal manager. The American sincerely thanks Lucas for the good memories and looks forward to working with him. They shake hands, thus ending their relationship. At home, Lucas looks thoughtfully at his palm and doesn't know what to do next. However, Charlie does not let him be alone and knocks on the door. Lucas opens the door, saying he wants to relax alone this evening. But Charlie bought him hamburgers, a deluxe double set. He convinces Lucas he won't be able to resist. Lucas exhales and starts to chuckle quietly, because his friend is trying so hard to comfort him, so he agrees to eat together. At this time, Jim is throwing papers around in his office in a rage. He screams, cursing Lucas and literally tearing his hair out. The man doesn't understand how Lucas dared to deceive him and set him up. He is already imagining how the chairman will subject him to cruel torture. This makes Jim clutch his face in horror, breaking out in sweat. He doesn't understand how to catch Lucas and not follow his lead. After all, if the chairman doesn't see that he is correcting mistakes, then the matter won't end with dismissal. At this time, one of Jim's subordinates enters his office, interrupting his thoughts. The man yells at him, accusing him of not letting Jim come up with the right strategy. But the subordinate says he wanted to report what the newspapers were writing about Lucas. Jim immediately snatches the newspaper from the man's hands and greedily reads it. He begins to shake with laughter, which becomes louder and louder. Jim smiles wickedly, pleased that he's found Lucas's weak spot. At this time, business chats are once again very unsettled. It turns out that due to the sudden departure of a large number of foreign investors, all stock markets collapsed. But suddenly Jack appears in the chats under his nickname 10 billion won and calls on his comrades not to give up. He convinces people to believe in the golden god, which is Lucas, and to follow his investment decisions. Following Jack's calls, many people turn to buying shares. And as a result, the situation on the market quickly and significantly stabilized. Jim is in his office, looking at a screen where a chart shows the rise in stock buyers. He is stunned and does not understand how the situation, which he was confident about, could have completely turned upside down. And Lucas and Charlie read numerous declarations of love for Lucas and his investment methods on the investment bulletin board. Charlie doesn't understand what his friend has done, but his friend doesn't understand why. He tries to remember his last decisions, but believes that he really did nothing. Big changes are happening in the world, and even the news is starting to feature a special report. The World Health Organization says a new asymptomatic coronavirus is spreading. Therefore, a more strict quarantine is being introduced. The number of deaths is also growing, and there is a shortage of morgues. Unable to withstand the ongoing quarantine, citizens began to unrest, and cases of looting and robbery increased. Looking at everything happening on the news, Lucas frowned tensely. That's why he comes to his company as soon as possible to announce his new idea to his colleagues. In the conference room, he begins a teleconference with the bio company, namely Paul and Henry. He makes a statement that he plans to produce a vaccine against coronavirus. Initially 300 million doses. This information makes Dr. Henry's mouth bleed again. Lucas is no longer surprised and simply tries to wait for the moment when the man clears his throat. Dr. Henry asks again if he heard Lucas's words correctly. And he laughs, fully confirming his words about 300 million doses. Dr. Henry chokes on air and says that this is reckless. Of course, he agrees that the vaccine needs to be produced as soon as possible, but it has only just passed its first clinical trial. The possibility of side effects cannot be ruled out, and it would be better to wait longer. But Lucas easily says that in this case they will dispose of all the vaccine produced. Lucas has complete faith in Dr. Henry and has enough resources to overcome any difficulties. Such self-confident words shock Dr. Henry and Professor Paul. If they fail, only Lucas will suffer the losses. But if they succeed, they will be able to save more lives. Lucas asks if that's not reason enough to try. Henry notes that Lucas is standing too close to the camera, but he is glad he doesn't have a cavity. He sighs, saying that in that case, he's not going to stop Lucas, since he clearly enjoys risky investments. Lucas chuckles and replies that one such investment is Henry's research lab. That's why he asks the doctor to take care of the production of vaccines. But Henry shocks Lucas by saying that he is only a scientist and has no knowledge of manufacturing. Lucas doesn't have this knowledge either, so he urgently needs to come up with something. That same day, news that Lucas was producing a vaccine that had not passed final clinical trials spread around the world. People wondered about Lucas's goal. Does he want to monopolize the market and make a lot of money or save more lives? But after some time, the news that the vaccine had passed its second clinical trial captivated the entire world. Representatives from various countries began to discuss the need to conclude an agreement with Lucas, since the lives of hundreds of thousands of citizens were at risk. Representatives of the pharmaceutical industry began to discuss whether Lucas had decided on a company that would produce the vaccine. Everyone has a desire to win by signing an exclusive contract with Lucas, but there were also those who wanted to undermine trust in Lucas's business and profit from his developments. One of the pharmaceutical company representatives, having a drink with the Minister of Health, thanks him for the support provided. The minister himself is pleased with the cooperation with his company, since it also brings benefits to him. The benefit lies in the large number of gifts that were given to him as a bribe. Meanwhile, the chairman shares news that a Korean company, and not theirs, has managed to develop a vaccine against the coronavirus. He seems to speak cheerfully, but also expresses concern, completely feigned due to his own selfish interests, that an untested vaccine will cause harm to the population. But the Minister of Health understands all the hints and requests and promises to deal with this situation. Lucas's morning began with enticing smells and sounds that broke through his sleep. The smell of fried eggs and vegetables, and the sound of a knife hitting a cutting board. Lucas hums in his sleep, winces, and slowly returns from the dream to the real world. The aroma is too tempting, and the man is completely unable to resist it. Suddenly, a familiar male voice is heard next to his bed, wishing Lucas good morning. Lucas's eyes widen in horror, and he sees Dan, his friend from his previous job, standing in front of him. He doesn't understand what Dan is doing in his apartment, even though they have seen each other in person for quite some time now. At that moment, Charlie enters Lucas's bedroom, wanting to know if his friend had made breakfast. The picture that appears before him looks very ambiguous, as if Dan and Lucas are lovers. Charlie, speechless, scans his friend's bed with his eyes for several long seconds. And then, amid the shouts of the boys, he says with an awkward cough that he will leave them alone. After resolving the misunderstanding, Dan sets the table and takes care of Charlie and Lucas. Lucas recalls that a friend texted him that he was coming to visit a week ago, and he watched a lot of videos of his friend on YouTube to prepare. This confuses Lucas, and he decides to have a serious talk with the film crew. And then he asks his former colleague what exactly he wants. Dan initially thought about working for the company Lucas founded, but he was afraid he wouldn't be good enough. Therefore, he offers to hire himself as a personal assistant to carry out various assignments and tasks. Lucas agrees to this proposal quite easily, almost without thinking. To Dan's surprised reaction, he replies that he has known his friend for too long. And since he contacted Lucas, he probably thought everything through and has some kind of plan. Dan is immensely touched by his friend's trusting attitude. He immediately rushes towards him in love with plates full of treats, ready to cook anything for Lucas. The idyll is interrupted by a phone call, and Lucas has no idea who is calling. He picks up the phone with caution and accepts the incoming call. On the other end of the line is Mr. Smith, the Minister of Health. He clarifies whether he is speaking with Lucas. And just from his voice, the hero understands that the conversation may not be easy. The minister laughs at Lucas, who is surprised at how a high-ranking official could have gotten his number. He accuses Lucas of conducting clinical trials of the vaccine in the United States, instead of taking advantage of his country's incentives. According to the minister, the bio company did not demonstrate the conscientiousness it should have. Frowning, Lucas demands that the minister explain the reason for the call. He smirks, saying that the government plans to actively support the bio company in the future. This makes Lucas tense, because there is nothing good about the minister wanting to get closer. He remembers the people who stand behind him and depend on him. Then he takes control of his emotions, clenching his fists, and decides to continue the conversation. Lucas asks the minister what specific government support he's talking about, and he starts talking about subsidies, tax cuts, and various benefits. While it all sounds appealing enough, Lucas is curious to know what will happen if he refuses the support. This makes Mr. Smith laugh evilly into the phone. Withdrawal of support means that the results of the bio company's research in Korea will be considered controversial. This answer makes Lucas start to boil with righteous anger. His face darkens, and his fingers squeeze the smartphone until it cracks. The minister, at this moment, is very pleased that he managed to seriously hurt the pride of Lucas, whom he considers a man powerless before the authority of the state. He continues to be insolent, and, in addition to the joint development of a vaccine, demands another 10% of the shares. Lucas is still trying to restrain himself from telling the minister everything to his face. And he is already thinking about the upcoming press conference, at which not an unknown doctor from the bio company, but the ministry will be the representatives. In this way, he wants to take full credit for developing the vaccine with the help of others. He believes that since he is in the government, everyone owes him something. However, Lucas, unable to bear this nonsense, shuts the minister up, saying that he talks too much. This reaction makes the men present near Lucas surprised. Both Charlie and Dan look at Lucas, who is shaking with rage, with concern, not understanding who he is talking to. Lucas almost growls that he tried to restrain himself, but he can no longer stand the other person. He tells the minister that he has enough money to obtain American citizenship at any moment and move the bio company to the States. Therefore, he suggests that the minister should do his job and not try to grab his money or use taxes to create corruption schemes. He threatens the minister, frozen in shock, that he will post their conversation on YouTube. The minister starts shouting into the phone, asking how Lucas dares to speak so rudely to the minister of his own country. However, a beep immediately sounds in his receiver, indicating that the other person has ended the call. At this point, Lucas throws the phone on the table and tries to come to his senses from the disgusting conversation that just took place. He recalls how, during his time at his previous company, he also experienced injustice due to a medical error. During a patient's eye surgery, the doctor made a negligent error. As a result, the elderly woman was seriously injured and lost her sight. The company sent Lucas to smooth things over with small gifts. So he learned that the compensation was only supposed to be 20 million won, a laughable amount in that case. The receptionist complained about the director's harshness, who refused to increase the amount despite the incredible harm to the patient. Rumor has it that she threatened the victims, forcing them to agree to paltry compensation. She believed that uneducated country bumpkins did not deserve better. Listening to Lucas's story, Charlie becomes furious, considering the doctor crazy. The men discuss what happened in the past in the kitchen over a cup of coffee that Dan made. Dan says it was a well-known incident within the company, and it was the first time he had seen Lucas angry. It turns out that Lucas had a serious talk with the doctor that time because the situation was bothering him. However, he was unable to teach her a lesson or somehow restore justice. To be honest, he couldn't do anything at all during this tragedy. He went to her and started arguing that he was simply overwhelmed with incomprehensible documentation. And the exhausted victims were ultimately left with no choice but to accept the agreement and take the measly 20 million won. They received neither adequate compensation nor even an apology from the doctor or the clinic, and the case was closed. It was because of this unfair experience that Lucas could not bear the words of the Minister of Health. Lucas is just an investor, but the vaccine is Dr. Henry's life's work, and he cannot allow his intellectual work to be stolen. He is ready to interfere with the minister, no matter what the cost, and Lucas doesn't care that he is in the government. Both Charlie and Dan actively support their friend's decision and encourage him. Suddenly, a producer from the film crew bursts into the kitchen to break the news, but he sees only 3 men who are hugging in ambiguous positions, and one is even kneeling. Charlie, Lucas, and Dan realize in an instant that their behavior could be misinterpreted. The producer, coughing awkwardly, immediately tries to leave, but his boss stops him. Lucas wants to know the reason for the producer's hasty appearance. It turns out that representatives from major bio companies have come to the office to discuss the creation of the vaccine developed by Henry. And not just representatives, but heads of companies, which means this is incredibly important. At this time, in the meeting room, the directors are talking to each other, exchanging barbs. One of them even came to Korea from the States to meet Lucas in person. Despite the laughter and small talk, this is actually a battle of giants. Their goal is to enter into an agreement with a bio company whose vaccine has already passed its 2nd clinical trial, as this will provide a huge breakthrough for them. However, during a meeting with Lucas, his words leave both directors feeling puzzled. Lucas sits completely calmly in front of his interlocutors. He says he will sign a contract with the company that can create the first batch of 300 million doses of the vaccine. There's a full-blown standoff outside the conference room, during which the producer tries to find out at least some information. But Alice, Lucas's guard, doesn't let him do this and destroys all his equipment. Although it looks quite comical, both the participants in the confrontation and the other guys from the film crew take it quite seriously. The producer is ready to risk his life and pride just to get his hands on scandalous material about the negotiations. Still, both the director's arrival and the work on producing a coronavirus vaccine are extremely important news. He grabs his employee's camera and runs to the door, trying to break through. However, before he can reach his destination, the door swings open and the directors come out. The seriousness of their faces alarms the producer, and he tries to understand whether the negotiations were successful. Alice successfully destroyed the last camera because the boss's safety was more important. Back in the office, one of the directors is discussing with his subordinate that Lucas wants to produce 300 million doses of the vaccine in a relatively short period of time. To achieve this, the company requires modernization and new capacities. The director reflects on the conversation he had with Lucas. He then expressed the idea that producing such a quantity of vaccine was reckless, and his competitor supported him, since not all clinical trials had been completed yet. They try to convince Lucas to simulate a scenario in which they will fail. However, this is not what Lucas wants to hear. He doesn't want criticism of the vaccine. He wants a clear answer as to whether the pharmaceutical companies are up to the task or not. He gave the directors 24 hours to make a decision on vaccine production. The head of the company wants to know the opinions of his directors regarding their capabilities. They are convinced that despite the reckless nature of the request, it can lead to good consequences, since Lucas does not tolerate failure. If the vaccine fails all the tests, the company will not suffer financial losses, but will suffer reputational losses. So the day passed. The discussion took place in the second company, after which the heads returned to talk to Lucas. Lucas addresses his guests, saying that he is ready to hear their response. The male leader is ready to produce 230 million doses of the vaccine at $3 per unit. The female leader is ready to produce 200 million doses at $3, but a month earlier. Thus, neither competitor is going to give in to the other. This number of vaccine doses is not exactly what Lucas asked for, but he is still pleased. And, to the surprise of his guests, he immediately declares that he will sign contracts with both companies. This shocks the leaders, who did not expect such an outcome, and that Lucas would agree to all their conditions. What shocks them most is that Lucas is ready to order more than 400 million doses of the vaccine. The male leader was amused by the situation and began to laugh loudly. The female leader at this moment looks at him as if he were crazy. They are trying to find out how Lucas was able to adapt to the situation so easily, and whether he had expected this outcome from the very beginning. Now it was Lucas's turn to be surprised, because he never said that he would sign a contract with only one company. As a result, all those involved shake hands in the hope of fruitful cooperation. The media is immediately filled with articles about the signed contracts and the resulting strengthening of the Korean stock market. It is also reported that the United States, Israel, and France have confirmed the purchase of the vaccine. Lucas is even recognized as a worldwide hero, with his face constantly appearing in the press. This enrages the health minister, who had hoped to break Lucas and make him crawl at his feet. He cannot believe that it can prosper without government support. The minister decides to take matters into his own hands and ruin the life of the hated Lucas. His task becomes to show the businessman what state power is. Lucas doesn't yet know about the minister's insidious plans, as he is relaxing on his yacht. He lies on a sun lounger with a glass of martini and sunbathes in the scorching rays of the sun. He finally gets to enjoy some peaceful and quiet days, and he thinks he should invite Charlie along next time. But for now, Dan is already here, in great shape, refreshed and with a sea of food prepared for Lucas. Lucas doesn't even recognize him at first. He looks like a completely different person. He tells his friend about his observations, and Dan is glad that Lucas noticed them. It turns out he started going to the gym with Jason and working on his body. They invite Lucas to join them, but he refuses with an awkward laugh. He prefers to have lunch while the guys behind him are showing off their muscles. Suddenly the phone rings, and Lucas answers it. It's Dr. Henry on the other line. Lucas is curious about how the vaccine is going, but the doctor sounds upset. It turns out that representatives of the Ministry of Health burst into the office to conduct a search and inspection. Due to the ministry's inspection, vaccine production must be postponed. All materials were withdrawn for verification to ensure that nothing was missing from the report. All research had to be stopped until the end of the examination, and the doctor is literally crying with apologies about this. Lucas's face darkened, realizing that the minister had decided to take such a step after his conversation. He goes to the shooting range to shoot and properly relieve the stress of what is happening. He is accompanied and guided by his guard, Alice, who helps him take the correct stance. The girl is pleased with her boss's results, and in general, with the fact that she was able to go to the shooting range. Lucas is trying to find out from Dan if there is any way to prevent the Minister of Health from interfering with their work. Dan thinks about what to answer Lucas about his question. As long as the minister acts within the law, it will be difficult to decide anything. The approval of new drugs for sale and the construction of factories are also under his control, which is almost absolute power. This prospect makes Lucas nervous, but Dan continues his speech, saying that he hopes that Lucas will give him the opportunity to sort things out personally. This surprises Lucas, because he didn't know about his friend's skills. Dan believes that everyone should do what suits them. Lucas is into investments and business, Jason and Alice are into security, and Dan also has an area in which he can excel. And the Minister of Health does not have much time left to enjoy life. While he's chilling in his office, thinking he's brought Lucas to his knees, if Lucas had accepted his offer in time, they could have worked together. At that moment, a very opportune letter from Lucas's office arrives in the minister's email. It contains a mention of the sale of the vaccine to the bio company, which the minister considers as the man's final break. He mockingly laughs as his enemy seeks permission to sell the vaccine in Korea. However, the minister wants to humiliate Lucas verbally, not only with actions. Calling him, he talks about a letter he received regarding the sale of a vaccine. And he calls this letter and Lucas's proposal itself garbage, ordering everyone to do as he says, because he is the one in charge. But before the minister can ask for money for his support, his assistant runs into his office. He is out of breath from running, but shouts to the minister that they are in big trouble. The minister is unhappy that his conversation was interrupted, but his assistant tells him to turn on the news immediately. This news reports that the director of a pharmaceutical company was arrested by the prosecutor's office. This is the very man who complained to him about Lucas and bribed him with money and gifts. Now that director is accused of embezzlement, bribery, and tax evasion, and there are also suspicions of corruption. But the most frightening thing was the information that there were corrupt connections between the arrested director and the Ministry of Health. The minister immediately begins to scream in horror that everything said is slander. He is sure that there should have been no leak and that all traces were carefully covered up, but he cannot believe that everything was revealed. Then, like a bolt from the blue, the telephone rang in the minister's office. On the other end of the line, to his horror, is the president himself, who sounds very displeased. The minister immediately recognizes the voice on the phone and is overcome with panic from the realization. Mr. President would not have called at this hour personally if the minister had not had problems. These problems were precisely what Dan, who possessed special skills, created for the minister. It was he who came up with the idea to hit the head of the pharmaceutical company and revealed his connection with the minister. But it will be difficult to get to the minister directly, since he is good at cleaning up his tracks. Therefore, the party needs another figure who will allow it to completely shake up the situation. This figure becomes the president, who demands answers from the minister. The assistant tries to calm the man, who is shaking with panic, so that he doesn't do anything stupid. The minister himself convinces himself that no traces should have been left, and that no evidence was found. He decides that since he will get away with everything, he will pretend that he has nothing to do with it, and almost shouts into the phone that he has nothing to do with what is happening. He convinces the president that there can be no corruption in his institution, but that's not what the president was asking about. He accuses the minister of banning the coronavirus vaccine developed by the bio company, which has passed clinical trials. The minister is shocked that the president is calling him on this very issue. He understands that Lucas used the force of state power that he himself wanted to use to bring him to his knees. While he was thinking about the plan, Lucas himself still doubted Dan's plan, and was afraid that the minister would be able to escape punishment. But this is what the president was needed for, since a minister could have evaded the accusation of an ordinary person. But a president is a different matter. The president is furious that the minister created obstacles for the bio company instead of contacting it and asking for the vaccine. The minister is horrified that his desire for revenge against Lucas has led to him being humiliated and reprimanded by a more powerful politician, and his enemy winning. The president does not understand how his subordinate dared to refuse the offer and put the lives of so many citizens at risk. He accuses the minister, who has turned gray with shock, of failing to fulfill his direct professional duties. The minister's knees buckled from the negative emotions and weakness that had overwhelmed him. He falls to the floor, hunched over, feeling his whole life crumble in the blink of an eye. But this is not the end, and the president orders a thorough review of all the minister's orders, accusations of corruption and embezzlement. At this moment, several men in formal suits enter the minister's office. These are employees of the prosecutor's office who are asking the minister to cooperate with the investigation. The aide shouts that they cannot treat the minister of health like this, but the minister himself is so broken that he cannot resist the investigators who arrest him. Almost immediately, an article about this arrest appears in the media, and Lucas thanks Dan for solving the problem. Dan himself is pleased because he was able to deal with the minister completely, which Lucas would not have done. In his opinion, Lucas is too kind and soft-hearted, and he would immediately show leniency at the first apology. But in politics, according to Dan, this is not the way to act, and enemies must be nipped in the bud. Lucas wants to find out what score Dan has with politicians, and it turns out that his politician father was bullied by a colleague. After the situation with the minister was resolved, the bio company's vaccine soon passed its third clinical trial. It was called the K vaccine and was sold worldwide, and it demonstrated amazing effectiveness in fighting the virus. Selling the vaccine took up all of Lucas's free time, and he barely rested. This never happened even when he worked 5 jobs at once. To distract himself, he decides to look at the stocks he has invested in. He hopes the call option has risen even more as the economy starts to recover and made him a lot of money. However, the information he sees on his smartphone makes him literally scream in surprise. At this time, an interesting conversation is taking place at one of the companies that cooperates with Lucas. The chairman is informed that the Minister of Health and his accomplice have been arrested. It was the chairman who gave Lucas and his team a little help in eliminating these enemies. After all, they had a big business to run together, and he was happy to help Lucas, even from the shadows. He inquires about the changes in Lucas's assets, and it turns out that Lucas now has assets worth $100 billion. This makes him the 7th richest person in the entire world. It is amazing that the assets of an individual can compete with those of large corporations. At this time, Lucas is in his office answering the letters sent to him. He's been doing this for long enough that his whole body is stiff, and he needs to stretch. Charlie is surprised that Lucas answers the letters himself, instead of delegating the task to one of his assistants. to which his friend replies that he mainly writes to children who contact him. One of these children's letters brings Charlie to tears, and he understands why Lucas does this. Lucas really feels better knowing he can help the kids, and even sends them little gifts. However, Charlie still asks him not to overwork himself too much, so as not to drive himself crazy. Lucas can't help but think about his friends and colleagues from his previous job. He hopes that they, and especially Sue, are doing well after his departure from the company. Suddenly, Jason notifies Lucas and Charlie that the boss has a visitor. Hearing that it is a Korean woman, Lucas tenses up and becomes hopeful. It was not for nothing that he remembered Sue. The man would have liked it to be her behind the door. He breaks out in a sweat from excitement and tries to calm his own nerves. He reaches for the door, hoping to see there the girl whom his heart, it turns out, does not allow him to forget. But no, behind the door is Chloe, his new rich friend connected to the automobile industry, who is showing signs of attention to Lucas. Seeing that it was her, Lucas immediately slammed the door in front of the girl. Lucas is disappointed that it is not Sue in front of him, and he suddenly realizes how much he misses her. But it was he who pushed away the one who loved him, afraid to reciprocate her feelings. So after a couple of moments, sighing, he still opens the door for Chloe again, because running away would be stupid. He wants to know how his new acquaintance found out where he lives. Lucas is unhappy that Chloe used her connections and those of her company. The girl is not at all ashamed of her actions, although she pretends to apologize. Chloe has a dark plan. She still wants to seduce Lucas and take him for herself. She is sure that she has a chance now that she has come to her lover's home and will be able to be alone with him. Her strategies for winning the guy over last time hadn't been successful, so she had prepared better. But she didn't take into account that Lucas has a whole crowd of his friends living with him, whom he happily introduces to Chloe. The girl was not ready for this. Now her plans could easily be destroyed. Furthermore, instead of offering Chloe a drink, Lucas loads her with the work of sorting through letters from which she must select letters from children. Chloe sweats nervously, asking when she and Lucas can have some alone time. To which the man replies that in any case there are not two of them in the apartment, but they can talk when they finish with the letters. Chloe literally turns to stone from his words, because all her plans to win Lucas over are ruined. Charlie sighs that it has become too noisy and chaotic, and therefore he would rather play games. However, suddenly Dan's voice is heard from behind the man. He asks Charlie to spare him a few minutes, as he has a serious conversation. Lucas's friends go outside to warm up by the fire when Dan says he needs money, but without Lucas knowing. Charlie wonders what could be the reason for such a request in secret from their boss and comrade. Dan explains that the media will soon begin to examine Lucas's life story in more detail due to his increased popularity. And before that happens, he wants to get rid of the main problem in Lucas's life. This problem refers to Maria, the ex-wife of their friend. The time has finally come to protect Lucas from an unpleasant experience from the past, and not let a woman ruin his future life. At this time, Maria is at the psychiatrist. She tells him that she was the wife of Lucas, the richest man in Korea. Now, wherever she goes, she hears only about him. On YouTube, on TV, and even in local supermarkets. She clenches her teeth with hatred and says she is going crazy. Now, even if she just watches videos on her phone in the morning, she comes across an advertisement for her husband's company. She tries to do yoga to relax, as recommended by her doctor. She also practices meditation and breathing practices to calm her heart. But then, suddenly, in the middle of the video, an advertisement appears for the Earth Resources Company, which belongs to Lucas. In a rage, Maria throws the phone on the floor and steps on it, because she doesn't want to hear about her ex-husband's successes. She breathes heavily and tries to think of how to take revenge on Lucas for all the humiliation. She believes that if she had known how everything would turn out, she would never have divorced him and would have taken all his money and fame. Now she understands that she can no longer live like this, feeling so unhappy. So she decides that for her own peace of mind, she wants to destroy Lucas's life. Maria decides that she should start her own channel and gain subscribers by telling dirty stories from Lucas's life. She wants to call the channel Confessions of Lucas's Ex-Wife. Maria plans to, once the channel becomes famous, talk about how she was subjected to domestic violence by Lucas, and then use this to go to court. In this way, she believes that she can get severance pay from Lucas's company and become rich. But before she can begin to implement her plan, the doorbell rings. Maria thinks that reporters have arrived and shouts that she is not going to give an interview. However, the people behind the door introduce themselves and say that they are not reporters. It turns out they came on another matter and are asking for your time. Maria is very surprised at the reason why unfamiliar men could come to visit her. She says that she is busy and asks to quickly explain the nature of the visit. The men talk about how they represent a publishing agency. Maria certainly didn't expect this outcome, but she's interested in finding out what they'll offer her. Later, at the hairdresser's, Maria's friend is surprised that she was asked to write a book. It turns out that a New York publishing company asked Maria if she planned to publish the story of her marriage to Lucas in book form. Maria was very pleased that she was offered an initial payment and royalties upon the release of the copy. The friend believes that Maria should definitely agree. She has nothing to worry about. However, Maria believes that she still needs to think about it. But thoughts about how much money she can earn still cloud her mind. Maria could have a new, luxurious life. Maria immediately begins to imagine how she enters her home on a red carpet in expensive furs and is met by handsome male butlers. She decides that she will write a book about her life with Lucas. People from the publishing house tell her that this is the right decision and offer to sign a contract. Maria, however, wants to receive more of the down payment first, as well as a percentage of the sales. People from the publishing house try to argue, but Maria does not give up, because no one else can write this book, and only she has this opportunity. This makes the men agree, but they have counter-orders. Until the book is published, Maria must refrain from any talk about her marriage to Lucas, either with journalists or with ordinary people. The content must be exclusive. Maria agrees to this. The man gives her a copy of the contract, which specifies the down payment, her royalties, and other terms. The men ask if Maria has finished checking the contract, but she is happy with everything and quickly signs, as she is primarily interested in the down payment. However, Maria did not pay attention to the fact that the contract contained a provision stating that only the truth must be written in the book, otherwise the contract would become invalid. Maria spent a significant portion of her down payment on luxurious office supplies. She is confident that a beautiful workplace will allow her to write a successful book. She cracks her fingers and sets to work on her new job with enthusiasm. Even though it's her first time writing a book and she's a little nervous, she thinks she can handle writing a few words. But time passes, and not a single new letter appears on the laptop screen. This leaves Maria in a panic and confusion. She doesn't know what to write about. A week before, a man from the publishing house told her to rewrite the entire story from the beginning. Maria exclaims in shock that she doesn't understand why she has to do this. She is told that unsubstantiated accusations of domestic violence and gambling could lead to legal action. Maria is confident that she herself is evidence as a witness. However, the man from the publishing house considers photos or videos of other women, bills from gambling houses, and hospital reports of beatings as evidence. Maria does not have this kind of evidence, but her colleagues may also testify. The contract, however, states that she must write only the truth, and if she cannot, she must return the money. However, Maria is so eager for the publication that she says she is ready to take responsibility for the material. The man orders her to write the truth, otherwise the book will not be published. However, all the final deadlines pass one after another, and Maria still cannot get around to starting the manuscript. When Maria signed the contract, she thought that she would easily write a book and get a lot of money. She just wanted to have the same car and house as her ex-husband. She even had to date her aging boss. Maria understands that for money, she is ready to do absolutely anything. For the sake of money, she is even ready to become a villain for everyone to see. Days go by and Lucas spends his time on the coast feeding birds. Jason and Dan are concerned about the stability of his mental state. It looks like Lucas wants to spend his entire vacation doing something like this. So Dan decides to distract his boss and asks for some time to talk. Jason stays behind a little, feeding the irritated seagulls. Dan apologizes for not warning Lucas that he had started dealing with Maria on his own. Still, I should have warned the boss first and then acted. Lucas suddenly realizes that he and Dan have known each other for 5 years. It's a really long time and Dan feels even more awkward. But Lucas thanks him for his intervention. He himself was thinking of doing something, but did not expect Dan to take the initiative. It's the best thing anyone has ever done for Lucas, he says, and he's truly grateful. Dan is incredibly touched that his actions were received so positively by Lucas. At this time, Jason picks up his phone and looks at the incoming call. He approaches the men and says that he has received a call from Korea. He says that Dr. Paul lost consciousness and was taken to the intensive care unit. At first they thought that it was about Dr. Henry, who was in poor health, and they are very surprised when they realize that we are talking about Professor Paul, a player who has always been known for his good health and training. Lucas and his assistants arrive at the Sacred Heart University Hospital, where Professor Paul is being treated. Professor Paul actually lost consciousness, which surprises everyone, and Dr. Henry is at his bedside. He immediately gets up to go over and say hello to Lucas. Lucas and Jason try to find out from him how Paul is feeling and how it happened that he fainted. Jason approaches Paul and tells his spiritual brother to wake up. After all, if Paul continues to lie unconscious, his lower body will become unusable in terms of muscles. This makes Paul come to his senses immediately, since the fear of losing muscle is much stronger, and he immediately goes to the gym with his friend. Dan, watching Paul and Jason get into training, decides to ask if he really did pass out recently. Lucas approaches Paul and asks if he is okay, how he feels, and the professor replies that he feels much better, since nothing helps better than pumping iron. Lucas promises that they will soon find someone who will be responsible for external communications, and the work will become a little easier. Meanwhile, at his home in the States, Chloe and her assistants break into his apartment again, dressed only in their underwear. Since Lucas is not at home, she uses her connections to find out that the man is currently in Korea. This means that he flew away without telling her anything, because she is not important. However, instead of being offended, the girl in her romantic dreams believes that he is a wonderful person and a great workaholic. Since wise wives have been helping their husbands since ancient times, she believes that she should follow this example. So she packs her things and those of her assistants and goes to Korea to follow Lucas. The main business at the hospital is finished, so Lucas and his assistants can move on to their next assignment. When Lucas leaves the hospital building, he sees a lot of security and men in business suits downstairs. One of them approaches him and asks for some time to talk. The top management sincerely wishes to meet with him to discuss important issues. It turns out we are talking about the president of Korea. The president is indeed waiting for Lucas in a car parked outside the hospital. Lucas is nervous that the president himself came to see him, and the president is grateful that such a busy man was able to devote time to him. Lucas wonders why the president might want to see him. However, the president turns to him and asks for forgiveness for what he recently did to the Minister of Health and Social Security. This shocks Lucas, who didn't expect the president to bow to him. He immediately asks the man to stand up, but he genuinely feels regret and believes that he should apologize for the mistake of his subordinates. Lucas asks the man to raise his head and not feel ashamed. It was really unexpected. He would never have thought that the president would personally apologize. However, for the president, it does not matter what position he holds, if there is a reason for an apology. The president asks Lucas what he knows about the current economic situation in Korea, and it turns out that the economy is not in the best condition. It's like a bomb. That's why the country needs someone like Lucas, a man of the people who has the talent to lead the next generation. The president asks if Lucas is willing to help his country, given that they will provide all the necessary support. Lucas swallows nervously and looks at him carefully, not knowing exactly how to answer. The motorcade takes Lucas to his destination, the studio where his meeting is to take place, and the driver stops the car. Lucas says he has conditions, writes something on a piece of paper, and hands it to the president. He takes the piece of paper in surprise, thinking it is a note. After this, his eyes widen in surprise, and he realizes that this is not just a piece of paper. He holds in his hands a bank check for 50 billion won. Lucas says his terms are pretty simple. He wants to see how the president will spend the money given to him. Afterwards, he leaves the car and thanks the president for helping him get a ride and for the conversation. The president continues to stare at the check in his hands, dumbfounded, not knowing what to think. He turns to his driver, who is most likely his assistant, to find out what he thinks Lucas's intentions are. He allows himself to cautiously suggest that he is trying to test the president. This answer really surprises the man because he didn't think that anyone would even bother checking him. The 50 billion check makes Lucas a very interesting person in the eyes of the president. The building of the film studio, which belongs to Lucas, is decorated with a huge banner with his portrait and a caption stating that he is a hero of the world. Lucas is unhappy that they made such a fuss about his arrival. He wanted to appear quietly and unnoticed. However, as soon as he enters inside, a light show begins, music is heard, and an incomprehensible show begins. The vice president greets him with a loud shout, after which a whole performance begins with girls dancing in short skirts. Such a performance is too loud and bright for a secret visit. Lucas is speechless and looks very negatively at what is happening in front of him. Afterwards, the vice president wants to know how the performance was and whether Lucas liked it. It turns out it's a new project called Space Idol, but Lucas is more into traditional concepts. Upon hearing this answer, the producer calls the director and scolds him, as the CEO said that he wants to see something more ordinary next time. Lucas wants to know from the producer how content production is going, and he says everything is going smoothly. There are dramas, films, and partner content. The only difficulty is the drama Octopus game, which everyone is working on and putting in a lot of effort. But it is brutal enough to be shown on TV because it is a survival game. The producer goes to the set with Lucas, where he watches a member of the art group building the sets. She reflects on the fact that she doesn't have money to pay the rent and thinks about skipping dinner. However, suddenly someone pushes her, causing her work to become very blurry, and the girl explodes with anger. She asks whoever pushed her to take responsibility, and Lucas sheepishly apologizes. However, the artist understands that standing in front of her is the vice president of the company that pays her salary. Next to him is a scary foreigner with a sinister smile. And above all, the one who pushed her is the 7th richest man in the world, and the main shareholder of the company she works for. Realizing what she had done, the girl fainted. She comes to in the medical center and asks the nurses where she is. She suddenly lost consciousness while working. The artist breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that in reality, nothing happened. However, Lucas's voice is immediately heard, asking for forgiveness for frightening the girl. Looking at him, the girl loses consciousness again. When she feels better, she comes to Lucas and sincerely apologizes for her rude behavior. But he apologizes in response, because he understands that the props were damaged due to his fault. The girl believes that she needs to pray for him to forgive her mistake, because if she is fired, She will have nothing to eat and nothing to pay the rent with. Lucas is embarrassed that the employee is apologizing to him so actively, and so he asks her if she needs anything, if she has any desire. A bunch of thoughts immediately flash through the artist's head, and she doesn't know whether she can decide to ask the important question. However, despite the producer forcing her to remain silent, she still turns to Lucas. As a result, the artist asks for a salary increase for the studio employees. The people who overhear them think that the girl is very brave, since he would definitely not dare to say this. Everyone is whispering that she asked the CEO to raise the employees' salaries. People are waiting in suspense to see what Lucas will answer to this request. The artist herself, although afraid, clenches her fists, not ready to retreat. Lucas looks at her thoughtfully, as if he never worried about the salaries of those who work for him. So he turns to the producer and asks what the current pay system is, but he tries to steer the conversation in another direction. He also gives the girl signs to shut up and stop raising dangerous topics. However, Lucas angrily interrupts him and says that he asked a question and demands an answer. Even though he is only the president of the company in name, he wants to know how much his employees are paid. The vice president immediately apologizes and bows for withholding information. Lucas approaches the artist directly and asks what her salary is. She says that usually it's between 2 and 3 million per project. It turns out the company uses piecework funding rather than a fixed salary, and projects typically last 4 to 6 months. That is, employees actually earn 2 to 3 million won for 6 months of work. This infuriates Lucas, and he demands an explanation from the vice president, who replies that this is a long-standing practice in the industry, and if he wanted the business to make a profit, he had no choice but to continue this practice. An awkward silence falls as Lucas considers how best to get out of this situation. The vice president makes a proposal, and Lucas is ready to listen to it. He suggests discussing everything with the other directors and agreeing on a budget, and then they will try to raise salaries by 10 or 20%. However, Lucas believes he must do otherwise. He orders the establishment of a minimum wage of around 3 million won, as well as overtime, vacation pay and bonuses. So he tells his employees to just work hard because they won't have to worry about money anymore. Shouts and cries of delight are heard everywhere, and the employees who heard this are dancing and running along the corridors. Everyone is stunned that the artist managed to negotiate better working conditions for them. One of the employees calls his wife and tells her that their salary has been raised. This means that now he will receive money every month. You no longer have to humiliate yourself to borrow money to buy baby food. The girl herself looks at how easily and playfully Lucas solved all the problems that were in their company. The producer tells Lucas that there will be significant resistance from other companies and the industry. However, Lucas suggests that he focus directly on production, since he will take care of everything else. He holds a press conference at which he decides to discuss the studio's new pay system. Journalists are asking questions about the fact that the entire industry is in alarm and believe that this will be a way to poach talent from other companies. Lucas says he has no intention of reversing his decision or apologizing and believes he did the right thing. When he's accused of making all other companies go bankrupt, he simply advises them to change their minds and improve working conditions for their employees. If you do your favorite job for a pittance, you will gradually start doing it half-heartedly. He is convinced that the harder you work, the more you get, and that is how the compensation system should be structured. Lucas's former colleagues are sitting in a restaurant discussing an article about him declaring war on the film industry. Lucas is back in the headlines, but it's no longer surprising, especially since the vaccine has arrived. His former manager has been wanting to call Lucas for a long time, but now he thinks that he won't be able to do it either. At that very moment, the doors open, and as if on cue, Lucas enters the restaurant. He approaches his former colleagues and says that he thought he would find them here. The manager even spills beer on himself in surprise. Lucas asks if he can sit down with them at the table and chat a little. Looking at him, so confident, the former boss remembers how awkward he was on his first day, how diligent he was and constantly approached to ask questions that interested him, how they would periodically get together in the evenings to have a drink together. Now one of the richest men in the world offers his boss, Vernon, a drink. He nods and smiles graciously, feeling something paternal. Former colleagues raise their beer mugs with a loud clink of glasses. Lucas decides to find out how the men are doing, and it turns out that his former company is in big trouble. Following the coronavirus crisis, many ophthalmology clinics have postponed surgeries, and their entire business has virtually ground to a halt. It's certainly more like an indefinite vacation, but everyone is worried. Lucas asks if the men know about the bio company, and they speak of it with great respect. Lucas suggests that his former colleagues consider moving to work for the bio company. Still, he needs people to work with, not research-related people, but business-related people. The men are surprised by this offer because it is the #1 Korean company. The position will be somewhere at the level of executive director, with a salary of around 300 million won and large bonuses. Of course, many of Lucas's former colleagues and bosses immediately reacted very actively to this news. They believe that one must agree without options. However, Lucas's former direct boss, Vernon, says he doesn't think he can do it. Everyone is stunned by this answer, especially Lucas. He asks the man what the reason is. Vernon says he is a realist. He is currently a department head and knows his business well, but he is not qualified enough to become Lucas's managing director. Vernon doesn't want to harm Lucas with his incompetence. That's the reason. Lucas, after listening to his answer, turns to him, asking if he remembers the incident with the unsuccessful eye operation that resulted in the injury of the old woman. Vernon remembers having to apologize to the doctors at that hospital for Lucas's negative reaction. If he works in a pharmaceutical company, then he needs to be able to forget what he saw and heard, otherwise no one will work with him. However, Vernon then convinced him that, as a human being, he was completely right, and that he himself would have done the same. He promised at that moment to do everything possible to cover for Lucas. His decision made Lucas continue to believe in people. He approaches his former boss and says that he is not looking for someone with high qualifications. He is looking for a person he can open up to and trust completely. So he suggests that Vernon reconsider his decision and think again. After downing another glass of beer, Vernon begins to philosophize about love. Apparently, he is too grateful to Lucas for the chance he was given. This makes Lucas feel awkward and speechless, after which Vernon agrees to the job. Dan arranged to meet Lucas in the parking lot, and he arrived at the appointed time. But Dan himself is not there, and the man is worried. But then suddenly someone throws a bag over his head, after which he is tied up and thrown into a car. He can't see anything. His mouth is gagged, and a panicky thought comes to him that he has been kidnapped. The car is moving at high speed, and Chloe is in it with her assistants. Chloe's task is to find Lucas as quickly as possible. The employee asks if there is a reason why Chloe is in such a hurry, and she replies that she has a premonition, which she follows, that if they didn't find Lucas soon as possible, she would regret it for the rest of her life. At this time, Lucas wants to free at least one hand, but suddenly someone starts ripping his clothes off, and he can't even scream or call for help. However, after a few minutes the car stops, and he, dressed in a new suit and combed, he stands in another parking lot under a lamp, all sparkling. He can't understand what's going on if it was a kidnapping, but he notices a familiar figure in the distance. His eyes widen in surprise when he sees Sue approaching him. She is as beautiful as the girl he remembers. Sue smiles widely and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Together, they walk through the city at night. Lucas is sweating nervously because he wanted to tell her so much when he met her, but when he actually saw her, he couldn't open his mouth. That's why he feels like a student on the first date. The girl takes the initiative and asks what brought Lucas to Korea. And when he says that he has almost sorted out work issues, Sue asks why he didn't contact her then. And then he laughs when he starts to sheepishly justify himself by saying that he was going to call in the morning. Next comes a confession from Sue, who says that she likes Lucas. However, she knows that Lucas knows about her feelings. Lucas blushes shyly, looking at the girl, after which he nods and says that he guessed about these feelings. Sue refreshes their memories of their visit to the fortune teller during their business trip together. At that moment, she missed her chance and did not allow her relationship with Lucas to develop. She did not have enough courage. She tried to forget him, to remain just close friends. But today she decided to try her luck again. Lucas is confused and pleased with her answer and her determination. Suddenly, a loud car horn sounds and the man and girl jump apart, looking at the approaching car. Chloe drives towards them, desperately honking her horn, wanting to stop Lucas and Sue from getting together. At this time, Dan gives the Alpha team the order to rush into attack. From all sides, men dressed in special forces gear with shields are running towards Lucas and Sue. A helicopter descends from above with the noise of its blades. Neither Sue nor Lucas can understand what is happening. Jason, Lucas's bodyguard, descends towards them on a rope dropped from a helicopter. He grabs them both and immediately climbs back onto the helicopter. Jason reports that they have the target. Dan and Tanya are piloting the helicopter, and it is Dan who has the plan to help Sue organize a second chance. The couple will soon be delivered to a specially prepared location. And this is a hotel where everything is decorated with rose petals and candles, including the bed. Lucas and Sue look sheepishly at the rose petal heart that sits on the bed in front of them. The girl blushes desperately. She didn't think it would come to this. Lucas himself is also sweating and looking away, after which he offers the girl something to eat and she, shyly and awkwardly, agrees. Lucas is glad that there was food in the kitchen, although Dan had overindulged a bit and was very cheeky. He tries to eat, but each piece goes down his throat with difficulty, and the tension that reigned between the couple could be cut with a knife. However, Lucas's heart is pounding like crazy, and he is unable to calm it down. He chokes, stutters, and coughs constantly, scattering food around. He remembers Sue's confession of his feelings over and over again. Because of this, the food once again goes past his throat, the man starts coughing, and Sue gets very scared. Sue takes it personally and feels that she is making him uncomfortable and overly worried, although she just wanted to express her feelings. Lucas tries to calm her down, but doesn't know how to find the words. However, he admits that he was happy to hear her confession. An awkward silence falls between the man and the woman, during which they both breathe heavily and embarrassedly. Sue wants to know when Lucas found out about her feelings, and he replies that this happened about a year after she got the job. Accordingly, all these years he pretended not to understand, because he thought that she should not like someone like him. He still can't believe that the girl he noticed has feelings for him. All these years, it turns out, he could not express them and hid them deep in his heart, because he could not offer her anything. He's always wondered what a girl with such character and looks could see in Lucas, so he asks Sue when she first liked him. After some thought, Sue replies that there were many reasons, including friendly communication, responsible teaching, and attempts to make the situation comfortable for her. You could say Sue liked everything about him. He understands that he has big problems, and can no longer hide his feelings, and remembers the words of his former boss. He convinced him that if there ever came a time in his life when he thought this was the woman, he would have to endure it. And if he can't, then that's it. His life is ruined, and everything will be over, and he will be taken advantage of. However, Lucas doesn't care about anything his boss said. He goes up to Sue and finally kisses her for the first time in all the years he wanted to do it. At first, the girl is confused because she did not expect such active actions from the man, but then she closes her eyes and completely surrenders to the kiss. Symbolically, at this moment, bright fireworks explode over the building where they kiss, announcing the birth of a new couple. Around the same time that Sue and Lucas confessed their feelings for each other, in another part of town, Vernon was sitting on a bench alone. He still couldn't believe that he had been given such a lucky chance in his life to work for a big company and earn good money. He gets a leadership position and decides to tell his wife about it. Taking the phone, he dials her number and starts talking about how something important happened to him. However, his wife starts yelling at him on the phone because he was busy with something all day and didn't call her. He says he hasn't been able to contact her, but the woman believes he's simply been drinking all day. She doesn't let him say a word, but instead continues to shout, and, irritated, Vernon says that he will not come home that evening. Meanwhile, at home, Vernon's wife recalls their first meeting, which was organized by their parents. Back then, the man was embarrassed, awkward, and young. At first, they had no quarrels, but the girl expected a marriage for love. But she was still dissatisfied. She tried to argue and refuse, to show her character. However, Vernon decided that it was love at first sight and promised that not a drop of water would fall on her hands, and she would live like a rich, happy woman. The girl was very taken aback and embarrassed by this, since a proposal at the first meeting is very old-fashioned. However, she liked this brutal approach. After a few dates, they officially became a couple. Although they were not rich, it was not all that difficult, and their family brought happiness to both of them. But Vernon did not keep his promise not to let drops of water get on his wife's hands. She wants to give up everything and leave, so that it all ends. She is also very tired. She loves and understands her husband, understands the difficulties at work and the desire to relieve stress, but at least a little she wants him to share the household chores with her. At this moment, the sound of the door opening is heard, and the daughter runs to meet her dad. Vernon hugs his child, asking if she missed him. The wife is already putting her hands on her hips to start yelling at him. She asks why the hell he came, even though he promised he wouldn't come. However, the husband who came up puts his finger to her lips, like in a cheap novel, after which he tells her that if she stops swearing for a minute, he will show her something special. They all go out to their home together, where a brand new, shiny Bentley is parked under the windows. His wife and daughter are stunned that Vernon received it as a gift. While the girl is jumping around the car, Vernon still explains to his wife that something important has happened. He met with his former protege, the richest man in Korea, who offered him a job. Now he will be on the management team of the bio company with an annual salary of 300 million plus various bonuses and incentives. He apologizes for causing so much trouble to his wife and for being a bad husband for these 20 years. But now he wants to pay her back little by little and make her life better. He thanks her for the years she lived with him. The woman cries and thanks him in return. The family dances happily around the new Bentley. Suddenly we find ourselves in Buckingham Palace. It looks like we're getting to some kind of ceremony. There, behind closed doors, among various officials, the Queen of Great Britain awards Lucas a knighthood. The reason is that he saved the citizens of Great Britain from the scourge of coronavirus. The Queen hopes that he will continue to work hard for world peace. Lucas bows and thanks the Queen for the reward. When they return to the office, Sue introduces herself as the CEO's new secretary, Lucas, and asks him to take care of her. The men greet her with different emotions. Charlie sighs with displeasure because he thinks that this will bring only problems. The rest are happy about her appearance. Lucas says that he would like them all to become friends. Charlie asks what the reason for the meeting is, and the reason is in the announcement. Lucas decides to create an OTT service as an ecosystem using a seed coin. It will include the internet, films, TV series, games, and various digital content, and the currency of this ecosystem will be the original coin. Eddie asks him if he needs to make the platform popular first. Still, many people have a negative attitude towards mining. However, Lucas has already thought everything out. He gives the men the plan to read, and they are very interested in it. Lucas came up with a way for anyone to easily obtain the original coin. He really wants the project to be successful, and proposes creating a new role model in the industry. At this time, competitors believe that Lucas and his associates must be completely destroyed. Lucas is damaging the entire broadcasting industry by recklessly raising salaries. Negative articles begin to appear about Lucas and his projects, which have a strong impact on the public. Television and radio companies are already pouring out negativity, and Dan suggests hitting back. Sue notes that public support remains quite good. Lucas is completely calm. He believes that everything will be resolved soon, and nothing needs to be done. They organize a live performance, during which Lucas decides to talk about all the benefits of the service they are creating. The platform receives a lot of comments, both positive and negative, and Lucas is preparing to answer questions. As previously announced, they plan to launch the Earth Channel, and have prepared a special event for this. They invited important guests to introduce the channel and ask them to welcome them. Action actor Tom Cruise comes out through the first door. Through the second door appears a famous magician, covered in animals and magical feathers. The actor and the magician stand behind Lucas, who is delighted by the audience's enthusiastic reaction to their appearance, after which he introduces the guest to the latter. It turns out to be Jennifer, a popular singer with a huge fan base. She flirts with the audience, and everyone is very happy to see her. In this way, he gathered people on the platform who have a large fan base, and everyone is very interested in what the Earth Channel is like. Lucas's live broadcast is watched by a huge number of viewers and competitors. Lucas explains that it is a large platform that consists of many services. The people who wanted to support and destroy Lucas tensed up at this moment. The project is an application that consists of 4 platforms with movies and TV series, games, video hosting, and a store. The main difference between the Earth Channel and other services is that the original coin will be used as the currency. With its help, people will be able to pay a subscription fee, make donations to video authors, and make donations in games. Of course, people can choose other existing currencies other than the original coin, and vice versa, buy and use the original coins. Chloe's father, who admires Lucas, is surprised by his decision and that the man has such great ambitions. Chloe's brother doesn't understand the importance of such a decision for the world, and Chloe explains that the original purpose of digital currency was decentralization, to be used as a reserve. However, there is currently no digital currency that actually achieves this goal, as the exchange rate fluctuations are too large and unreliable. However, the original coin is not only directly exchangeable for dollars, but there is a whole market where it can be used, and therefore it becomes a full-fledged currency. Of course, there are still some problems, and so it's important to know how Lucas plans to fix them. Competitors from TV and radio broadcasters begin to pile on negative comments under the live broadcast, wanting to destroy Lucas on air. They write that he is only filling his stomach, that mining requires too expensive computers and nothing good will come of it. Lucas thanks for the good questions and support, without a moment's fear. He says he doubted his decision at first. It is obvious that if the system is left in its current form, it will be difficult for people to obtain the original coins and mine them. However, now he has found a way to solve this problem. This method is mining using a smartphone. This decision comes as a shock and horror to Lucas's competitors, but his colleagues are truly delighted, especially those responsible for technology, various applications and programs. They had a great opportunity to make some good money. They are even ready to create a separate line of smartphones for Lucas's idea. Lucas continues to talk about how mining time can be set by the user. Mining is also possible at times when a person is not using a smartphone, for example, while sleeping. This was made possible by the bio company's artificial intelligence, called Surin, and a programmer from Earth Resources. People are actively discussing the events in the comments, sharing their thoughts and fears, as well as plans for mining and easy money. A month later, we find ourselves back in the Earth Resources office, just as the Earth Channel service launches. Only Lucas is worried and full of fears, since at the moment the current number of subscribers is 0. Lucas can't understand why, because there was a good reaction, and decides that it is sabotage. However, his programmer immediately comes and says that the server has been restored. The number of people wanting to participate was so great that the server crashed. Not wanting to show his worries to Eddie, Lucas thanks him with a stupid expression on his face for solving all the problems. After this, he presses the red start button again, rebooting the system. Server operation has been restored and subscriber counting has begun. After a while, even playgrounds begin to change. The children play the octopus game, after which they run around cheerfully and discuss the characters. The older boys pretend to be zombies, which are characters in a drama. They also have a good time and have fun. It turns out that in this drama, in order to save people who have become zombies due to an unknown virus, the king himself becomes a zombie. He endures many trials for the sake of his people. This story really touches the teenagers, and they even cry when they remember what happened. We then see the mother scolding her child for staring at his smartphone again. She says that they have nothing to live on, and it would be better for him to go to work. However, her son reveals that he has mined a large amount of the original coin, and now they have something to live on. Thus, he shocks the mother, who cannot believe her eyes. Source coin mining that even kids can do. Join the whole family. It turns out this is an advertisement filmed by a producer from Lucas's company. He asks Lucas for his opinion and he fires him. Sue immediately comes to him and gives him a list of brands that have sent requests for advertising on the Earth channel, and Lucas tells her to do as she wishes. This reaction surprises the producer, and he tries to understand what is going on. Charlie suggests not to leave things to chance and look at the list. After all, there may be important partners there. Lucas trusts Sue's opinion, but Charlie suggests showing interest anyway. Lucas thanks his best friend for his help, because without him he wouldn't have been able to create the original coin. That's why he decided to fulfill his wish, which they had already discussed. Something that costs a lot of money, and Charlie was hesitant, but Lucas suggests that he try. At this time, Lucas receives a call, and the ringtone for the call is Sue's voice. Everyone is confused to hear this. On the other end of the phone is the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden. We find ourselves in a secret place where holograms of the richest people in the world appear. It's something like a round table for the richest knights. One of them, the general director of the Netflix platform, thanks everyone for coming together despite their busy schedules. Another executive at a billion-dollar company says he wants to get things done quickly. The CEO of Amazon yawns and does not want to participate. Bill Gates, whose name has not been changed, wants to raise the issue of Lucas because everyone is scared of him. Susan Boyd, the only woman among them, says they did not gather to fight each other. The final participant in the conversation is the Chinese billionaire with a love of crocodiles, whom we have already met earlier. Lucas, along with the film crew and his security guards, arrives at the World Economic Conference. He sees many famous people, politicians, bloggers, actors, TV presenters. Of course, Lucas stands out the most against their background. Men in sunglasses and formal suits approach Lucas, thank him for the long journey, and offer to take him to the VIP seats. It turns out that Lucas was personally invited to these places by the President of the United States. Lucas finds himself among 5 guests of honor, the richest people in the world. He takes his place, looking around and watching other people's reactions. A Chinese rich man is secretly watching Lucas. Still, he is very interested to know how he will behave when meeting with the president. Journalists are surprised that they were able to see 5 of the richest people in the world in one place. Among them are Bernard Arnault, as well as Elon Musk, still the Chinese billionaire with a love of crocodiles. Also Lucas and Jeff Bezos, and they are all effectively trillionaires. Here the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden, takes the stage. He steps up to the microphone and greets the distinguished guests, declaring the World Economic Conference open. In his report, he says that no effort must be spared to support economic growth in the United States. Lucas feels incredibly bored at this event. When a president speaks about the future policies of his country, the presence of famous people like him, in a sense, confirms his words. This is needed rather to increase confidence in Biden. However, Biden suddenly turns to Lucas, which shocks him greatly. He did not expect this. Lucas makes sure Biden is pointing at him. With Lucas being called the god of investment, Joe Biden asks for no shame in expressing his opinion on the U.S. economic outlook. Lucas stands up, trying to find the words, not to panic. All he has to do is say something nice, but hey, this is Lucas. That's why he says the current U.S. stock market is a bubble that is bound to burst soon. Journalists freeze, unable to even press the shutter of their cameras. People in the room whisper among themselves, not understanding how some stranger could say such a thing to the face of the President of the States. There have been no precedents in the history of the conference for the denial of a policy of precedent, and if there were, they were agreed upon in advance. Now it's complete improvisation. Everything depends on how the President himself perceives it. He asks why, and Lucas explains that since the coronavirus situation has calmed down, money has been flowing in from everywhere, and huge sums are circulating in the investment market. All this gradually worsens the financial situation. Despite directly criticizing him, Joe Biden thanks Lucas for his valuable opinion and courage. The next day, Lucas contacts Ellie and, as usual, yells at him on the phone for the words he said. In front of the entire world, he expressed complete disagreement with the policies of the President of the United States. Lucas laughs, saying it was probably an accident. Ellie is afraid that he might lose support from the states. Moreover, his entire business risks becoming extremely unstable. However, Lucas intends to stick to his guns, and so he asks Ellie to sell every single American stock. He's already expecting the girl to start yelling at him again, but there's silence on the phone. Ellie says she will form a task force. This surprises Lucas because she always gets angry when he talks about new investments. Now Ellie is not a manager, but a consultant, and the manager's job is to support the client's choice with all possible efforts. Ellie feels much more secure and independent, not as Lucas's girlfriend, but as his manager. This makes Lucas smile because he is glad that the girl is happy. He asks her to take care of him and says goodbye. At this moment, Sue comes out from behind him with a threatening face. asking who Lucas was talking to. He says that this is his manager from a financial company, whom he has known for a long time. He doesn't know how to tell the jealous Sue that he dated Ellie. He is suddenly in a playful mood and wants to share time with his girlfriend. They are almost about to merge in a kiss when suddenly strangers burst in. The secretary does not have time to stop the man who entered with his assistants. It turns out to be that same Chinese billionaire with a love for crocodiles, accompanied by security. He greets Lucas and apologizes for the unexpected visit, after which he looks at one of his men and says that he has brought a gift. He throws it in front of Lucas, asking if he likes meat, and the gift package is covered in blood. After a major White House conference, Joe Biden discusses its key findings with one of his longtime acquaintances. This acquaintance turns out to be none other than billionaire Bernard Arnault, who is clearly impressed by the events. Bernard particularly enjoyed the conference itself and found it quite amusing that the protagonist dared to publicly contradict Biden in front of the world public. However, Biden does not see this incident as a threat to his policies, but on the contrary, he believes that the situation could even benefit him. Joe decides to leave things as they are, as he admits that there was some truth in Lucas's words. All he has to do is prove to society that his political line is well thought out and correct in order to avoid absurd criticism in the future. Meanwhile, a representative of an influential Chinese billionaire clan named Lee is still standing in Lucas's office with clearly unfriendly intentions. The visit is accompanied by a dramatic gesture. Lee throws a bloody bag at Lucas's feet, chuckling sarcastically. Lucas and Sue, his closest ally, stare at the gift without saying a word. The situation changes dramatically when Jason, Lucas's bodyguard, appears with 2 pistols in his hands and points them at Lee's men. They try to resist, but Jason, possessing greater strength, easily gains the upper hand, quickly neutralizing their attempts. Sue and Lucas, standing to the side, watch the heated fight with tension, not daring to interfere in what is happening. Jason, however, remains calm and focused. For him, it's just part of the job and nothing bothers him. This behavior frightens those who came with Lee, because they did not expect to encounter such resistance. They are especially frightened by the moment when Jason, taking off his shirt, shows off his powerful biceps, as if emphasizing his invulnerability. Lucas and Sue can't help but appreciate this display of strength, as even they find it impressive and a little terrifying. Jason can't help but express his opinion and teach Lee's people how to train their bodies. He claims that their muscles are soft as ice cream, and that they clearly don't pay enough attention to their lower body, which is a big mistake. Jason begins to confidently move towards Lee, who stands silently watching as his men are defeated. However, at that moment, as if out of nowhere, a mysterious girl in a veil appears behind Sue, creating a tense atmosphere. The girl, quickly approaching, grabs Sue and holds her, not giving her a chance to escape. Lucas, taken aback by the surprise, gets scared and not knowing what to do, calls her, trying to get her attention. Lee, observing the situation, calmly says that Lucas must make the right choice, and now a lot depends on his decision. Lee, understanding the tension of the situation, offers to talk calmly, and Lucas, having no other choice, is forced to agree. They both sit down to have tea, and Lucas, trying not to waste time, asks Lee to get down to business, as they don't have much time. Lee, slightly interested, asks Lucas what his goals are in life and what he really wants to achieve. He asks why Lucas, who grew up poor and had a difficult childhood, suddenly decided to become a billionaire. Lee can't understand why Lucas wouldn't stay in his usual position, continuing to live as a loser, without striving for more. However, Lucas unexpectedly finds luck when he gets involved with the world of Bitcoin, which changes his life. Lee doesn't understand why, despite having everything he could want, Lucas still doesn't feel satisfied and strives for more. After all, he acquired wealth that surpasses even the greatest fortunes of political magnates, and became one of the most influential people in the world, possessing everything that others could only dream of. He also became a global hero for his work on vaccine development, earning him not only international recognition, but also the deep gratitude of people around the world. Lee, trying to understand Lucas's motives, cannot understand what drives this man, because despite the fact that Lucas grew up in poverty, he has achieved enormous wealth and fame, but still wants more. Lucas, in turn, replies that he doesn't understand at all why Lee asks such questions, because he doesn't see a problem in the fact that he wants more from life. Lee is convinced that Lucas is consumed by an endless greed, and it is this that drives all his decisions and actions, although Lucas himself does not realize this and tries to avoid it. Lee looks at the protagonist with a frightening smile, his eyes filled with cold determination, and he seems ready to strike at any moment, leaving Lucas no choice. Sue, standing next to Lucas, feels the tension of the situation and silently supports him with her gaze. Concern can be seen in her eyes, but she decides not to interfere in the conversation. Lee tries to lure Lucas into his society, offering him to become part of the world's richest people's club, assuring him that only in this case he will be able to satisfy his greed. When Lucas asks what specific goals these people are pursuing, Lee replies that their main goal is to take over everything that exists in the world, and they will strive to do so without sparing anyone. Lucas, smiling, with a slight ironic note in his voice, notes that in order to achieve such a great goal, they will definitely need to put in all their energy, which makes Lee displeased. This remark irritates Lee, and his face immediately darkens with anger, because he perceives this as disrespect for himself and his work. Lucas continues to grin, but adds that he is glad that they have something in common to do. But now he asks them to leave the office, which causes confusion in the Chinese guest. Lee, frowning slightly, asks Lucas if he doesn't understand who is standing in front of him, because he is not just a rich man, but an influential figure who is not to be trifled with. Lucas realizes who stands before him. Lee is the same Chinese tycoon who created his own cryptocurrency and became the owner of the Tex and Ruck coins, controlling huge financial flows. Lee believes that Lucas simply has to team up with him, because it will be beneficial for both parties, and in this way, they will be able to reach new heights in business and power. However, Lucas, by confidently declaring that his own greed surpasses all others, makes it clear that no one, including Lee, can satisfy his ambitions and desires. This makes Lee wary, because he thought that Lucas was just a naive person who got into serious adult games, but now he realizes that he was wrong in his opinion of him. Lee, feeling his weakness in the conversation, decides not to continue the dialogue, realizing that Lucas did not give him the answer he expected, and leaves the office, leaving everyone in suspense. However, before leaving, Lee gestures for his bat-wielding goons to intimidate Lucas and his gang, making it clear that he is willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Lee thanks Lucas for the interesting conversation, and all of his henchmen follow him out of the office, while Lucas and Sue remain where they are, thinking about what happened. Sue, barely able to contain her nervous tension, suddenly loses her strength and falls to her knees, her legs unable to withstand the intense stress she has experienced in the last few minutes. She had seen similar scenes in dramas before, but she never imagined that she would be in the middle of such an event. And now her emotions are overwhelming, leaving her confused. Lucas, standing next to her, admits that this is also the first experience of this kind for him, and now he understands how deeply he is involved in dangerous games with powerful people. Jason, feeling that the situation is getting out of control, begins to think about what to do next, because now he is not sure what the right step will be in this conflict. He notices a bloody bag left by Lee and, curious, decides to open it, hoping that it contains something important for the further development of events. Carefully cutting open the bag, Jason discovers a crocodile inside, which puzzles him and makes him wonder about the meaning of this gesture. At that moment, Dan bursts into the office, accompanied by Lucas's security guard, who had clearly just been resting, and everything around seems somewhat strange and unexpected. Dan saw Sue and Lucas standing in front of him in a tense pose, and noticing Jason covered in blood, he realizes that the situation has gotten out of control and requires immediate intervention. Once in the office, Dan explains that he was on vacation, but came running as soon as he learned about the events that were happening, and now he has to sort out this difficult situation. He's glad that Lucas is okay, that he wasn't hurt, that whatever happened didn't lead to more serious consequences, and that the tension has finally eased. However, he is completely out of touch with the latest news, and begins to think that Lucas's main source of stress may be related to the book he recently read. However, Lucas does not understand what kind of book could have caused such experiences, and tries to figure out what exactly caused such strong emotions in him. It turns out that the book in question belongs to his ex-wife, and it was she who finally decided to publish it, which puts Lucas in a rather awkward position. Lucas is surprised and shocked that his ex-wife, who seemed to have left his life long ago, decided to write a book in which she reveals their family life, painful memories of the times when she humiliated him and tormented him throughout their marriage, leaving no room for happiness and peace, immediately come to his mind. Suddenly, overwhelmed by emotions, Lucas loses consciousness and faints, which comes as a real shock to him, because he did not expect the memories to be so devastating. At this point, we are transported to Maria, who is currently submitting her manuscript to the publisher, experiencing some nervousness and tension due to the upcoming release of the book. This manuscript describes their married life, which, as she believes, was not at all ideal, but lasted only a little over a year, full of disappointments and conflicts. She thought long and hard about what title would suit her work, and eventually decided to call it "I Was a Villain," reflecting her emotions and experiences during that period of her life. Despite the fact that she hesitated and doubted for a long time, the title of her book became for her a kind of confession of what she felt and what experiences she had gone through. Suddenly, we see a huge, majestic ship gliding majestically over the waves, symbolizing the beginning of a new stage, perhaps in the life of Mary herself. Next, a scene of a romantic dinner is shown, which, in theory, should have become one of the most important moments of their life together, filled with all sorts of expectations and experiences. At this moment, Lucas gets down on one knee, with excitement and trepidation in his voice, asks Maria to become his wife, expressing his desire to be with her for the rest of his life. He asks the question that was so important to him, asking if she is ready to share her life with him and be with him until the very end, despite all the difficulties. However, in reality, these were just Lucas's memories of the time when they shared this moment, now forgotten and experienced from the other side. These memories came to him in a dream in the form of a nightmare, forcing him to relive those painful feelings that he had long tried to forget and leave in the past. The man is very depressed by the current events and old memories that torment him no less than his current experiences, especially since he did not expect that all of this would surface again. In the conference room, he looks at the rough draft of the book, which was published in paper form, examining it with disappointment, not knowing how to react to this work. Dan apologizes to him, saying that he didn't expect that Maria could actually write such a book that could evoke such strong emotions in her ex-husband. He expresses a desire to try to rectify the situation, to influence it somehow, and perhaps to cancel the publication in order to avoid further unpleasant consequences for Lucas. However, Lucas quickly realizes that trying to change what has already happened is practically futile, and decides to immerse himself in reading in order to at least understand a little of what he really paid for. He begins to read about the rainy day when they took the first step towards each other, when a simple good deed became the beginning of their relationship, filled with hope and bright thoughts. Then Lucas helped Maria get to the metro station in the rain, protecting her from the rain with his umbrella. And at that moment, it seemed to him, everything was possible, and the future seemed bright. The flame of love flared up so unexpectedly, in Maria's opinion, that she didn't even have time to realize what was happening. But this spark, according to her, was powerful and completely captivated her. Lucas, reading her words, begins to understand that at the very beginning, when he met Maria, he really liked her, and he truly fell in love with her. Gradually, as the book reveals details of their family life, Lucas realizes that Maria was unhappy living in a small house on the outskirts of Seoul, while her friends enjoyed luxury. She had been selfish all her life, and now, having become poor, she became even more spiteful, and she took out all her disappointment on her husband, which began to destroy their relationship. To Lucas's surprise, the book turns out to be funnier than he expected, and at some points he can't help but smile, realizing that some things are described too exaggeratedly. The book details their first meeting, the proposal, and the psychological abuse and lies that became an integral part of their life together after marriage. Therefore, despite his doubts and inner experiences, Lucas still makes the final decision and gives permission for the book to be published, realizing that perhaps this will help him cope with the situation. Until now, he has felt that the people around him greatly overestimate his abilities, and it seems to him that they are confident that he will now be able to remove their rose-colored glasses by revealing the truth about his life and marriage. The book, contrary to his own expectations of its failure, unexpectedly becomes a real bestseller, leaving Lucas surprised at how strongly people received it. It sells with stunning success, and huge queues form for it, which only confirms the popularity of its content and attracts the attention of a wide audience. The book is being talked about on television, claiming that it has become the most discussed and popular book of our time, and its influence is felt everywhere. In interviews with random people on the street, they express the opinion that husbands are now beginning to realize how lucky they are with their wives, because the book has opened their eyes to many things in relationships. As a result of this growing awareness among people and the change in the perception of marriage, the divorce rate is starting to decline, which is becoming a noticeable social phenomenon. Eventually, the Lucas Company's television department came up with the idea that a film based on the book should be made to further popularize it. They decide that a film adaptation would be a great move to attract even more attention and expand the book's audience, making it even more iconic. Meanwhile, Lucas's former boss, who still maintains a relationship with Maria, teaches her how to take modern wedding photos so that they can capture the important moments of their lives. He dreams of building a real family with her, hoping that their relationship can develop into something serious and stable, despite her selfishness. He asks Maria if they should hire a professional photographer if they are going to have a ceremony, and this idea is already beginning to seem important and necessary for their future. But Maria, not paying attention to his words, seems absorbed in something else, ignoring his suggestions and continuing to think about her own. At that moment, she receives a message that a whole 20 billion won has been deposited into her account, and her life changes dramatically for the better. In response to this, she slaps her man in the face, abruptly declaring that their relationship is now over, and she no longer wants to be with him. She orders him to leave her life immediately, without any explanation or regret, since now she has everything she dreamed of. Now that she has become incredibly rich, her man is left in shock that she is breaking up with him so abruptly and turning her life upside down. The man can't believe she did this, and banging his fists on the door, tries to talk to her, hoping that she won't just forget about everything. However, Maria coldly replies that he should not act like a pathetic person, because he is old and ugly, and he has much less money than she does. The man is in despair and cannot understand how everything happened this way. He feels that he has lost not only the woman, but also all his hopes for the future. In his last attempt, he asks Maria if she ever loved him, hoping for at least a little sincerity in her answers. To this question, Maria answers that her love was exclusively for his money and status, and she never had real feelings for him. In her new luxurious apartment, Maria rejoices in the fact that she has now become rich. Her life has acquired a completely new meaning and opportunities. She eagerly tries to figure out how to start her new life, and decides that the first thing she will do is go on an expensive shopping spree to update her wardrobe. People whisper behind her back, remembering her book and making comments about her character, depravity and immorality, not believing that she actually achieved all this. She hears talk about how she is considered a bad woman and is judged for everything she has done, including her actions in the relationship. However, Maria looks with a smile into the faces of those who condemn her, without feeling any shame or regret, and steadfastly withstands all accusations. She calmly states that she is grateful to everyone who read her book and helped her become even richer, despite the criticism. This stuns those who thought they could hurt her, that they could make her feel guilty or ashamed for their actions. Maria replies that since her only talent is selling her ex-husband, she intends to make the most of this situation to become even more successful. With the sudden wealth and money she received, Maria is completely absorbed in enjoying her new life. She has already spent 12 billion won out of the 20 billion won that the publishing house allocated to her for various needs, and continues to spend tirelessly, without any thought to the possible consequences. Meanwhile, on the other side of all this success, Lucas sits in his office on the set of a movie, feeling his heart heavy from not being able to find his place in this strange world. He talks to Dan, who tries to support and comfort him, despite the gravity of the situation, realizing that Lucas is going through a difficult time in his life. Despite everything that happens, Lucas is reminded that this film is not actually an adaptation of Maria's book, but is actually a biography of his own life. Lucas watches the scene where his father asks him to lend him 10 million won with surprise and bewilderment, and cannot understand how it could all be interpreted this way. He also recalls how, in the past, his father often talked about a special coin that he said was the currency of the future, and how this strange statement became a central element in the film. Lucas can't find the right words to express his feelings and emotions about what is happening on screen. Feeling depressed and completely confused, he continues to silently watch what is happening on the set, feeling how his soul is being emptied by the fact that he has to be a part of this process. Lucas is surprised by how different the actors playing him and his father are from reality, looking like more handsome and idealized versions of the people he knew in real life. The content of the film itself also causes Lucas internal discomfort, as it seems to him to be significantly different from real events. The film's plot appears much more exaggerated and dramatized than how things actually happened, reflecting the demands of the film industry. This becomes especially evident in the scene where his father dies, a moment that takes on a completely unusual dramatic intensity in the film. Lucas, sitting in the audience, is simply shocked by how everything has changed and how he now perceives the events of his past, which were so radically transformed for the film. He heard about the upcoming adaptation, but he couldn't even imagine that they would change reality so much. And now it seems to him that he was portrayed in the film as some kind of crazy person. As soon as the film is turned on at the premiere, the audience begins to applaud and cry, not hiding their emotions from how touching and profound they find this film. Everyone present was amazed by the film's success, could not understand the secret of its popularity, and claimed that this film should definitely be shown to their children, so that they would understand what is happening in people's lives. Many viewers are already beginning to look forward to the second part of the film, eagerly awaiting the continuation of this story that has touched them so deeply and made them care about the characters. The director of the film studio who oversaw the entire project is also very happy that the film has turned out to be such a success, and he sincerely enjoys its success. In tears and utter confusion, Lucas, who still doesn't know how to react to what's happening and can't comprehend what just became part of this incredible situation, gives the man a thumbs up, expressing uncertainty and worry. An autograph session is soon organized where fans can come up and talk to Lucas, which attracts many people wanting to get his autograph and meet him in person. Among the fans, Lucas meets a soldier who seems simply happy to see him and enthusiastically asks to shake his hand and take a photo with him, which Lucas reacts to with surprise. But among those wanting an autograph, there are also those who, without hesitation, ask Lucas to sign right on their backs, which confuses him, as he did not expect such requests. More brazen individuals unabashedly ask Lucas for money, which immediately provokes a reaction from security. They are immediately arrested and taken away. as such demands clearly go beyond the bounds of decency. Suddenly, Elon Musk shows up at the autograph session and, without wasting any time, offers Lucas to fly to Mars with him, which Lucas finds strange, but at the same time exciting. Soon, Lucas comes to in a spacesuit, sitting in some kind of vehicle, not understanding what is happening and feeling his heart beat faster from surprise and shock. The countdown to liftoff is announced, and time seems to slow down until the rocket begins its journey, and Lucas simply cannot comprehend that he is actually on his way to space. However, he soon discovers that arriving on the surface of Mars is not a real journey, but rather a film set, which makes him feel cheated at some point. The whole thing turns out to be just a film set, which causes Elon Musk to burst into laughter as he realizes Lucas has been completely misled. Because the whole situation seemed so realistic, Lucas became very nervous, which added an element of anxiety to his perception of what was happening. However, Lucas still doesn't understand why Elon Musk showed such interest in him and why he brought him here at all, to this strange and completely unusual world. Lucas decides to ask a direct question and asks Elon why he brought him to Mars in the first place, since all of this seems too strange to him and has no logical explanation. This lack of insight on Lucas's part astounds Elon Musk, who cannot understand how someone who has been in such situations still does not understand the obvious. Elon is surprised to see that a man like Lucas doesn't understand such simple things, and he shows it on his face, even though he thought everything should be much simpler for him. In response to this, Elon offers Lucas a ride in his expensive red car, so that perhaps he will come to his senses a little and feel more confident in this situation. And Lucas really doesn't understand what's going on, and he looks like he's the kind of guy who doesn't grasp things quickly enough, which only adds to the tension in his reaction. They get into Elon Musk's expensive red car, and the car speeds down the highway at an incredible speed, which makes Lucas feel uncomfortable and insecure. Lucas is completely uneasy about the speed of the ride, and Elon, in turn, scares him even more when he lets go of the steering wheel, since it turns out to be a self-driving car. Lucas, losing his composure, begins to scream and desperately ask Elon to grab the steering wheel, as he cannot believe that such a car is capable of driving itself. He doesn't trust the car to drive itself, while Elon just relaxes and enjoys the ride without worrying about what's going on. However, Elon soon takes control again, and now Lucas can at least calm down a little, but he still doesn't understand what's going on around him. Elon decides to find out if Lucas found it exciting, and notices that, judging by his expression, the trip did not bring him any excitement or delight. Lucas looks like a living corpse. His eyes are empty and his face shows no emotion. He is completely devastated and does not understand what is happening around him. Soon he comes to in a hospital bed, not understanding how he ended up in this condition and why he is now being treated. Suddenly, a robotic hand starts to wipe his body, which seems completely unnatural, and Lucas gets scared, not understanding what kind of technology it is. It turns out that this robotic hand is repeating the movements of Elon himself, who is standing nearby in a special helmet, observing what is happening and perhaps trying to explain something to Lucas. Elon is trying to figure out if Lucas realized why he brought him here and showed him all these amazing things, because it was all part of some bigger plan that Lucas still can't understand. Elon begins to wonder who Lucas thinks he is and how he perceives this situation in general, and perhaps this is all part of his attempt to find common ground with this strange man. However, Lucas still doesn't understand the reason for their meeting and what Elon really wants from him. He feels like he's in some strange dream, unable to find his way. Lucas has been asked this question too often lately, and each time he feels like his life and actions are starting to become the subject of everyone's attention. Then Elon begins to explain who he is as a person, shares his dreams, passions, goals, and aspirations, and tells what drives him in life. That's why Elon wants to know who Lucas is, what kind of person he really is, how he lives, what motivates him, and what his goals are for the future, in order to better understand his inner world. Lucas thinks that maybe he has nothing special, that he is just an ordinary person who is no different from others, and that his life is not as unique as he would like it to be. And smiling, Lucas, a little jokingly, asks Elon, "How do you like that, Elon Musk?" He's trying to lighten the mood and not take everything too seriously, although he himself is a little confused. They end up on board a plane flying to an unknown destination, and spend their time enjoying a dinner featuring meat and expensive wines. Elon laughs at how unpretentious Lucas is, how he just needs luck to enjoy life, and how he enjoys getting the most out of it. Elon listens with interest as Lucas talks about his first investments, which he made with enthusiasm but a certain amount of inexperience, which makes Elon think about the potential of this man. Lucas says that when he sees talented people, he wants to give them the opportunity to focus on their dreams without being distracted by unnecessary problems, and he tries to find those who deserve support. That's why Lucas often decides to invest in people not by visually evaluating their projects, but by believing in their abilities and a sincere desire to help them realize their ideas. Elon finds it interesting that Lucas hopes that other people's dreams will come true, and, unlike most, he doesn't just think about his own interests. Elon advises Lucas to keep trying and realize the value of his assets, because he is not an ordinary person and must look at things more broadly, using his resources for further growth. He reminds Lucas that he is not just a man with ordinary experiences, but a man with great opportunities and potential, who is capable of leaving a mark on the world and changing many things around him. On the plane, they continue to discuss the standards of living and opportunities available to rich people, the privileges and limitations, and the prospects they can take advantage of. Well, they finally return to Korea and find themselves in the office of a gaming company, where the situation is clearly tense, and everyone understands that the director is going through some serious problems. Before us stands its director, who, apparently, has been in despair for a long time, and his facial expression makes it clear that he has found himself in a difficult situation from which he cannot get out. We learn of this from his secretary, who bursts into the director's office with alarming news, and from his reaction it becomes clear that the situation is critical. For this, the secretary immediately gets punched in the face, since the director, being upset, is unable to contain his irritation, especially after he lost the game and found himself in such a situation. However, he is informed that Lucas has decided to enter the gaming industry, and not just create a couple of games, but to invest a staggering 30 trillion won into new projects, which clearly shocks everyone in the office. This is the amount provided for initial expenses, but there is a possibility that additional investments will be required, as the scale of the investment requires even greater funding in the future. Lucas makes the announcement publicly at a press conference, making open statements that immediately capture the attention of everyone in the industry and start a conversation in wider circles. Journalists respond by claiming that the entire gaming industry is stunned by the scale of investment Lucas is willing to make, which is generating incredible interest in his plans and potential projects. Lucas begins to explain exactly what he wants to invest his money in, claiming that his plans include not only supporting individual projects, but almost everything related to the gaming industry. Of course, such an answer shocks journalists, because they expected more specific and clear answers. But instead, they hear something completely unexpected and difficult to explain, which raises questions. Lucas wants to help everyone, regardless of game genre or developer experience, and is ready to support any project as long as it brings pleasure to players, is engaging and fun. This news attracts the attention of a mysterious IT specialist, whom we learn about later, and he shows incredible interest in these events, trying to understand what is happening and what plans Lucas is making. The IT guy is very interested in what Lucas is doing, and he is eager to find out what other ambitious steps this man is planning to take in the future to change the industry. At this time, Lucas talks to Charlie and asks if he is ready to demonstrate his game, which is called Last Man Standing, and it is important to find out how everything is prepared for the presentation. This game is a stunning story of survival in the apocalypse, where players face extreme conditions, and every step can be decisive for their survival in a devastated world. Flashing back in time a bit, we learn that Charlie asked Lucas for a favor, and although the offer left him very shocked, Lucas still decides to help. After all, this was the first time Charlie dared to ask Lucas for something, and for him it was quite a big step. Charlie then decided to ask Lucas to support the gaming industry, expressing the hope that he could help the projects he liked, and that his participation would help develop this field. We are now at a huge gaming convention where Jennifer, a famous singer, is the host, and she happily welcomes the participants, starting the festival. The entire hall enthusiastically greets her appearance, and the Games Festival begins to gain popularity, attracting the attention of both players and spectators from all over the world. The rules of the festival are quite simple. Participating games must be registered in the Earth Games, and players will evaluate them throughout the week, identifying the best of them. At the end of the festival, on the final day, the total prizes will be determined and distributed in descending order, with the team that takes first place receiving a luxurious building as a prize. Of course, this seriously motivates players to take part in the festival, as the chance to win such an impressive prize makes the competition very exciting. Moreover, the festival is attended not only by adult players, but also by schoolchildren, for whom the opportunity to win such awards is also an important incentive and an excellent opportunity. These players are particularly keen on the brain-eating zombie game Last Man Standing, which, despite its brutality, is proving incredibly popular among all age groups. People are showing great interest and enjoyment in survival games that draw them into their complexities and interesting plot twists. The game features amazing gameplay and a captivating lore, making it an attractive option for players of all ages. However, players are also willing to try other games to compare them with what they are already familiar with, and to discover new and interesting possibilities. After all, the Earth Channel provides a unique opportunity to try a wide variety of games, which expands horizons and gives the chance to experience everything the gaming industry has to offer. For example, many are playing the game Final Siege, which also generates a lot of interest, as its plot and mechanics are significantly different from other games at the festival. Meanwhile, in the Earth Channel office, Charlie, along with other IT specialists, continues to troubleshoot the issues that have arisen with the game, striving to refine it and eliminate all the bugs. Eddie asks Charlie if he's always dreamed of making a game, showing interest in his motivations in life, a topic that clearly concerns everyone on the team. Charlie replies that this is a long-standing dream that even Lucas didn't know about, and he is happy to continue working on this project, striving to realize his long-standing idea. Despite his friend distracting him, Charlie continues to actively code, absorbed in the process, and does not allow anything to knock him off course, continuing to search for optimal solutions. And so, at the end of the day, when all the bugs are fixed and the game is ready to be demonstrated, Charlie is eager to know how his game performed at the festival. It turns out that his game Last Man Standing was ranked last overall, which was a huge disappointment for Charlie and left him feeling like a failure. While the Final Siege, led by Lee's evil henchmen, despite all its difficulties took first place, which was a great achievement for this game. While Jim was being held captive by Lee, he threatened him with crocodiles, making him feel extremely dangerous and unsure of what would happen next. However, Lee decided to give him one last chance to prove himself, and Jim was asked to create a successful game to earn his freedom and prove his worth. It later became known that Lucas had decided to enter the gaming industry by organizing a festival that immediately attracted the attention of all gamers, as well as many leading experts in the industry. For this reason, Jim was tasked with winning first place by creating a game that would meet the festival's requirements, and he had to do everything he could to succeed. But Lee stipulated that Jim would not work alone. To do this, he would need to use the technologies that Lee was supposed to take care of, which made the task much more difficult. Wanting to save his life, Jim promised to succeed, but at the same time it was clear to him that failure would have the most serious consequences for his future. Lee threatened that if Jim failed again, his life would end and he would be fed to the vultures, which added extra pressure on his shoulders. Charlie was actively trying to promote his game Last Man Standing at the festival, presenting it in the best light and hoping that it would interest as many players as possible. Many played the demo, exploring the new world and gameplay, and each of them discovered new possibilities, making the game one of the most talked about projects at the festival. It was quite good and colorful, attracted the attention of the audience, but despite all its merits, it still failed to take high places, which, of course, was a disappointment for its creators. Jim's team still took first place, and although this was expected, he couldn't hide his joy, feeling that all his hard work and perseverance had paid off. However, it soon became known that Jim did not develop his own code, as many thought, but used artificial intelligence, which significantly simplified the process of creating the game. Artificial intelligence not only helped him create the game, but also proved to be an effective tool for manipulating the ratings of popular games, which made his participation in the festival more successful. Thus, through his skillful use of technology, Jim was able to successfully present his game, despite not actually putting as much work into it as he thought. Jim laughed so loudly and confidently that his laughter echoed throughout the hall. But this did not please the vultures, who considered his behavior too provocative. Meanwhile, Lucas tries not to disturb Charlie and Eddie, who are actively supporting their game, focusing all their efforts on improving its functionality and stability. Instead of interfering with their work, Lucas leaves snacks and drinks at the door to support the team and create a more comfortable environment for their creativity. After this, he goes to meet a hacker girl named Rusi, with whom he had long planned to discuss current events in the gaming industry. Rusi notes that the festival's game rankings appear odd and not entirely fair, but she doesn't find any common errors that could raise doubts. Dan, upon hearing her remark, initially thinks that everything is fine, but Rusi convinces him that these oddities could be the result of the actions of a more experienced and talented programmer than she is. Dan suggests considering suspending the competition to conduct a thorough review of all games, but realizes that this could cause even more problems than expected. Lucas warns that if we interfere with the process now, there will be too much criticism, and this will lead to disaster. The festival could end before it even ends. Rusi, in turn, suggests asking Eddie for a favor, knowing that he could help, but with the caveat that he is unlikely to want to interfere in what is happening. But in reality, no one wants to disturb their concentration with Charlie, because they are deeply absorbed in improving their game, and are not ready to be distracted by extraneous matters. Silence reigns all around, everyone is busy with their own thoughts, and no one can figure out what to do next in the current situation. And then the hero from the last chapter appears, who is very interested in working with Lucas, hoping that it will help him develop his own ideas. He approaches Lucas and asks for payment for the newspaper he was reading too actively, damaging it, which looks a bit ridiculous. but Lucas decides not to attach much importance to it. On the final day of the Earth Games Festival, Jennifer actively welcomes new and returning participants, creating an atmosphere of celebration and anticipation for the winners. The moment comes when it's time to sum up the rankings, and every player standing on the stage feels their heart beat faster, waiting for the results to be announced. Everyone is eagerly awaiting these results, because this isn't just the closing of the festival, but the moment of truth that will decide who will end up on the podium and who will leave empty-handed. The girl announces that Jim's team is the winner of the festival with the game The Last Siege, and her words sound like a bolt from the blue for all the participants. Jim, upon learning of his victory, is literally going crazy with joy, unable to hide his delight and excitement, feeling that his efforts have finally been appreciated. But Charlie, standing next to him, looks broken. His face does not reflect the slightest joy, as he understands that his game could not achieve the desired result. Jim shouts so loudly that it seems the whole room can hear his voice, and he declares that he will now have a wonderful future. But at the same time, he does not immediately notice that something is going wrong. A smiley face appears on the screens, saying that Jim's plans are not destined to come true, and his words sound like a harbinger of the troubles he will face in the near future. This makes Jim go silent, his joy instantly disappearing, and an expression of surprise and confusion appears on his face, as if he doesn't understand what is happening. Following this, a notification comes that Jim's team has been disqualified for breaking the rules, and all the spectators immediately begin whispering and discussing what happened. Jim only dreamed that Lee would praise him for his successful game, but everything went wrong, and he begins to realize that he did not live up to his expectations. He imagined that people like Lucas and Lee would please him, sing his praises and support him in every possible way. But now he has to face reality. But his plans really didn't work out, and he starts yelling at the smiley face on the screen, accusing it of interfering with the normal course of the festival and undermining everything. However, the smiley face introduces itself and turns out to be Jeff Wheels, the man who created the artificial intelligence Jim used to develop the game. Jim is stunned that he has finally met the person behind the technology that allowed him to create the game, and is unsure how to react to this unexpected turn of events. He tries to find words to justify himself, but he understands that he won't be able to say anything intelligible, because everything that happened is the result of his own decisions. However, whispers begin to circulate around, and everyone says that Jim cheated, that his victory was unfair and achieved through cunning and manipulation. After which the people around him begin to run away, leaving Jim alone and forcing him to realize that everyone can now see his true identity. Smiley accuses him of putting on a mask because he is ashamed of his actions, and now Jim cannot hide behind his appearance. Jim immediately rips off his mask, exposing his face to everyone, trying to somehow justify his shameful situation. Both Charlie and Lucas and the other festival attendees immediately recognize his identity, and this becomes the final blow for Jim, as his secret is revealed. He starts to run, but understands that he will not be able to hide, since the situation is too serious and he has no escape route. Jennifer calls security to detain Jim and prevent any further developments before the situation gets out of control. Jim panics and tries to escape, not understanding why everything he tried so hard to avoid is happening again, and why he was unable to win. He wasn't a villain before, but his life has changed dramatically, and now he has become the very thing he once despised, getting what he deserves for his actions, including Charlie, who decided to don a martial arts uniform and deal with those who look down on game development and think everything can be solved easily. For attempting to deceive Lucas and the other festival participants, Charlie knocks Jim out, leaving him unable to continue his game in this world. The security guards quickly and efficiently remove Jim's body from the premises, despite resistance from his friends and festival participants. The producers approach Jennifer and give her urgent information regarding the further development of the situation at the festival. Due to the illegal actions of Jim's team, all existing ratings were cancelled and replaced with new data. However, thanks to the tireless work of programmers, the ratings were adjusted to a normal level, which allowed justice to be restored and the festival to continue without further interruption. The real winner of the Earth Games Festival is Team Han, which includes Charlie. Jennifer calls Eddie and Charlie on stage to present them with the award and congratulate them on their well-deserved victory. Charlie, with gratitude in his voice, thanks all the users who supported their game and expressed their opinions about it. Charlie also makes sure to thank his teammates, who helped him bring all his ideas to life despite the difficulties. He also remembers Lucas, who was there during the most difficult moments, when it seemed like everything was against them. Charlie remembers those poor days when they lived in a poorly renovated apartment full of cockroaches and fought them as best they could. He expresses gratitude to Lucas, noting that he gave him the opportunity to realize his dreams. Lucas listens to Charlie with a smile, realizing how deep this gratitude is and how important it was for his friend to get to where they are now. Charlie is overcome with emotion and cries heartily, realizing that all his worries and efforts have finally paid off. This touches Lucas, who, despite his reserve, cannot help but feel joy for his friend. Everyone on stage and in the audience sincerely consoles Charlie and supports him at this important moment. Lucas also continues to comfort Charlie behind the scenes, trying to make this moment even more meaningful for him. After the festival ends, the police interrogate Jim and get him to admit that he did indeed use artificial intelligence to create the game. Jim was sentenced to prison, which his cellmates, clearly hungry for newcomers, were very happy about. Jeff, in turn, enjoys a good drink after a hard day's work, thinking about saving the festival and successfully completing his mission. Lucas, with a smile, tells Jeff that now he should have fun and relax after everything that happened. Jeff, without wasting any time, begins to pester Eddie, with whom he has not spoken for a long time. Jeff decides to find out from Eddie what exactly he has been doing lately. He himself says that he works as an engineer, creates laptops with special chips, and is actively involved in the development of artificial intelligence technologies. Later, Lucas approaches Charlie and hands him a huge glass of beer to celebrate their victory and this important moment in their lives. Charlie, despite the excitement and awareness of victory, still cannot fully comprehend that he has actually won. He dreams of holding real, large-scale esports competitions that many players could participate in. And Lucas, upon hearing about this, is happy to support him. Charlie and Jeff, discussing ideas for future events, suggest making prizes in the form of merchandise and consider a cosplay contest, which could be an interesting addition to the festival. Lucas suggests postponing the discussion until tomorrow, but Charlie can't because Jennifer has invited him to lunch. This information breaks Eddie because Jennifer is his ideal woman, and he can't believe she invited Charlie. After this, Eddie begins to go crazy, unable to control his emotions. In the distant future, an asteroid hit Earth, and human civilization was destroyed by 10 plagues, killing most of the population. The situation could only be resolved by completing the challenging game Last Survivor, where every mistake could be the last. The game also featured beautiful women who, unfortunately, died rather quickly, without giving the players any hope of salvation. However, the monsters in the game were quite frightening and detailed, which created an atmosphere of horror and constant stress. Participants in the game were asked to form teams and fight monsters to increase their chances of survival. This is what Charlie and Lucas are doing at the moment, joining forces to survive in the cruel world of the game. Charlie prides himself on his game because he is able to combine civilian and military skills, finding effective ways to solve complex problems. Lucas, in turn, is interested in the dinner Charlie had with Jennifer and asks him how it went. Charlie remembers the pretty girl sitting in front of him, busily tucking into her food, while he was trying to think about how to get home as quickly as possible. When Jennifer asked him what type of girl he was into, Charlie replied with a smile that his ideal was a beautiful, 2D girl who wasn't interested in a real relationship. As soon as Charlie finished eating, he immediately decided to leave, leaving Jennifer alone. Jennifer didn't give up and proposed a bet. If she didn't change his mind about Triple D girls within 3 meetings, she would give in. Charlie laughingly replied that he was not that easy to seduce, but Jennifer was sure that, being an idol, she would definitely be able to charm him. Lucas, listening to Charlie's story, chews popcorn as if he were watching an interesting TV series. Charlie ends his story by stating that he and Jennifer have not seen each other since. Lucas walks into the bathroom, lost in thought about how his friend Charlie, who usually keeps to the world of virtual characters, has started communicating with a real, live girl. Lucas himself, having observed his friend for a long time, had long ago come to the conclusion that Charlie would either marry some game character, or maybe even his pillow. However, just as Lucas begins to worry about his friend Eddie, who was rejected by a girl, Eddie himself suddenly appears right behind him, causing him to freeze in surprise. And so it turns out that Eddie has found a completely new type of woman. And with this new discovery, he seems to have completed his personal transformation, parting with his past passions once and for all. At this time, people from a company that manufactures equipment come to Lucas's company and bring with them an interesting proposal for possible cooperation. They want to discuss working together, offering a promising business proposal that they say could be beneficial to both parties. At the office, Lucas watches Eddie's project, an artificial intelligence named Airy, with interest, and it becomes clear to him how much this project could change things in their field. It is at this moment, when they are absorbed in discussion, that guests arrive, catching them in this important and fascinating process. The guests, seeing such a strange situation, are at first in complete shock. But after recovering a little, the leader of the group decides to try to behave more friendly and soften the atmosphere. He thinks that perhaps Lucas enjoys this style of work and hopes that this will help to make him more willing to cooperate. Everyone sits down at the negotiating table, but it immediately becomes clear that both are deeply embarrassed by what is happening, and this awkwardness only increases the tension in the room. Lucas, trying to somehow diffuse the situation, laughs nervously and explains that this is not true at all, and that they are simply testing a new program to check it on different platforms. However, the company's director, noticing his nervousness, replies with a smile that everything is fine, because it is precisely such unusual ideas and passion for the business that can lead to real innovation. Lucas, although interested in their offer, still decides to clarify why the representatives of the equipment manufacturing company came to him in particular, and wants to understand what they really want to offer. Then one of the guests takes out an unusual suitcase, clearly important, and with some kind of secret, which they decide to reveal right now. The suitcase contains 3 new smartphones, each of which looks like a high-tech prototype with a host of unique features. The guests begin to explain that their group of companies has developed an ambitious project, the Earth Phone, which could become a real breakthrough in the mobile industry. At first, he was a little surprised by Lucas's presentation, but the topic of mining using smartphones' power intrigued him so much that he couldn't help but think about a possible collaboration. So they decided to create the Earth Phone, which would be the perfect device to work with the Earth Channel, offering users the best technology for communication and entertainment. The director enthusiastically says that he hopes to establish a friendly relationship with Lucas and wants to obtain exclusive rights to collaborate with his company in the future. However, Lucas, frankly speaking, immediately replies that the terms of exclusive rights are completely unacceptable to him, which causes shock and bewilderment among the guests. Lucas then calmly places the console in front of the director to show them another important achievement that he believes could play a key role in the negotiations. The director, wasting no time, picks up the console and begins to carefully examine it, trying to understand what exactly about this technology makes it so unique. He quickly notices an important detail that Lucas himself probably expected, and confirms with satisfaction that everything is as he hoped. It turns out that a developed operating system called Pangea allows any device to harness the power of a supercomputer, making it incredibly efficient and powerful. However, this system is suitable not only for gaming consoles, but also for laptops, smartphones, tablets, and even various gaming consoles, expanding the range of possibilities. Moreover, the operating system includes a unique administrator, Eri, an artificial intelligence that looks like a cute idol girl, giving her a special appeal. The company's director, without hiding his surprise, admires how Lucas and his team managed to create such a complex program that combines artificial intelligence and the power of a supercomputer. Eri, confident in her knowledge, takes it upon herself to explain exactly how the Pangea operating system works, detailing all of its features and capabilities. Mining the original coins essentially uses the power of other people, connecting them into a huge server, while the Earth Channel provides the necessary content for the system to operate. The brilliant hacker Eddie, possessing outstanding abilities, significantly attracts the attention of the company's director, and the latter decides to use his connections to lure him to his side. To avoid this tempting offer, Eddie decides to intervene and claim that the idea for the project actually belongs not to him, but to Lucas, thus trying to protect his position. Eddie initially thought that Lucas created the cryptocurrency out of greed to make money, but he later realized that his intentions were actually much more noble. The director, realizing that the negotiations have not yielded the desired results, decides that it is time to leave and stop further attempts, but Lucas stops him. Although the initial proposal was rejected, Lucas assures that this is not the end of their collaboration, but only the beginning of something new that will require additional effort and time to implement. The Pangea system still requires a lot of refinement and improvement, so cooperation with the Earth Phone company could significantly speed up the process. The company is willing to provide exclusive rights to the collaboration, but in return they offer only priority rights, which is also a significant offer for Lucas. After lengthy discussions and negotiations, the parties come to an agreement, and the deal is concluded, leaving room for further mutually beneficial agreements. At that moment, Dan suddenly runs into the office, announcing that Lucas urgently needs to see something important that could change the course of events in the near future. It all takes place at a press conference, where the leaders of the world's largest corporations have gathered to present their latest projects and plans for the future. Lee, with a confident smile on his face, loudly and solemnly announces the creation of the Red Universe, a new mega-project that will unite the largest companies and entrepreneurs on the planet. In fact, the key players in the Red Universe have become giants such as Microsoft, Netflix, YouTube, and other global corporations. The Red Universe's main feature will be the Tex and Lux currencies, which, as it turns out, belong to Lee himself, and which will be the basis for all financial transactions on the new platform. Meanwhile, chaos erupts on the investment bulletin boards, as news of the Red Universe's creation sparks heated debate and controversy among investors and market participants. The announcement of the Red Universe's launch sparks a storm of emotion, with people actively arguing, criticizing each other's decisions, and discussing how these changes will affect their own interests. Many people are switching to the side of Tex and Lux, while those who previously supported only the original coin begin to sharply devalue all the lessons that Lux taught them. Lucas's company is holding a strategy session, where employees are actively discussing what measures need to be taken to cope with the current situation. But at some point, Lucas, tired of worrying and worrying, simply claps his hands, asking everyone to calm down, stop panicking, because the situation is not nearly as critical as they think. He reminds everyone that there is no need to be impatient, because every step must be thought out, and hasty decisions can only make matters worse. According to Lucas, everything is solvable, and even if a situation appears difficult, with the right approach and strategy, it can be turned into a profitable opportunity. Dan, not sharing such optimism, believes that Lucas is giving up too easily and without a fight, but Lucas himself assures that they will not lose in the Red Universe. Meanwhile, we move to the United States, where Joe Biden is still president and is worried about a number of political and economic problems, including rising prices and rising unemployment. All this, it seems to him, is aggravated by a call from Lucas, who at that moment turns to him with an important and unexpected proposal that could change the situation. Lucas is offering Joe Biden a deal worth $50 billion, which is a colossal amount, and he says it will bring significant benefits to both the United States and his company. Lucas proposes opening an earth factory in a struggling American town to help not only the town itself, but also to breathe new life into the economy. Just at that moment, in one of these towns, the door of a small saloon swings open, and a man in a skirt with butterfly wings on his back enters, causing considerable surprise among those around him. Once in the spotlight, the man turns out to be the father of a little girl, and together they pretend to be fairies to spend time, creating an atmosphere of magic and joy. The man, a little embarrassed, apologizes to his daughter for not playing the role so well, and invites everyone to greet each other again, trying to restore the cheerful mood in the room. He makes an elegant curtsy, including his little daughter, and the two together attract the attention of everyone around, creating an atmosphere of almost a fairy tale performance. These unusual actions of the man completely baffle his friends, who, seeing such a picture, are speechless and cannot contain their surprise at what is happening. The man justifies himself to the bartender, explaining that his daughter came up with the costume, which makes the situation even more comical and adds a touch of lightness to his demeanor. As the conversation progresses, the man and the bartender discuss how their business is going and sadly notice that the bar is empty, whereas before, there were almost always full tables and lots of customers. At that time, the girl, not paying attention to the adults' conversation, happily plays with her father's friends, creating her own little fairy tale and filling the atmosphere with carefree, childish laughter. The bartender, with a sad expression on his face, says that they will probably have to close soon, since the city is in decline, and their business is no longer bringing in the same profits as before, although everyone is very sad to part with this place. Suddenly, a man runs into the bar, not hiding his anxiety, and reports that huge trucks are starting to enter the city, which is causing considerable concern among the residents. Kevin, the man with butterfly wings, wastes no time in rushing out into the street to see for himself what is going on, and to find out who brought these strange cargoes to his hometown. For Kevin, this city is associated with many memories of his youth, falling in love, marriage, the birth of his daughter, and even the funeral of his beloved woman, and he cannot allow anyone to destroy everything that is dear to him. He feels that he cannot stand by and watch this city, filled with his personal memories, be destroyed, and is ready to protect it at any cost. However, it seems that if people saw his suit with butterfly wings, they would probably just turn their trucks back and drive away without daring to take further action. So, a man in a butterfly suit stops a huge truck using only the strength of his calf muscles and declares that he is not going to stand by while his hometown is threatened with destruction. At this point, Chloe takes the floor again and decides to intervene, offering her perspective on the situation. Provides Kevin with a contract that all amenities, hospitals, restaurants, and other infrastructure will be organized, as well as a factory, which the government promised to provide all kinds of support. Here we have Chloe, who works in automotive construction, and who we know from Lucas's flight to the US. Meanwhile, Maria, having celebrated another victory with her new lover, decides to relax a little, resting on the balcony of her house, enjoying the silence. And of course, she drinks champagne to celebrate having achieved her goals, confident that her success is no accident. Maria enjoys all the luxurious pleasures and privileges that have become a reality for her. At this time, her lover comes out onto the balcony, assuring her that together they can celebrate her success much more pleasantly. However, Maria, with a hint of irritation, refuses him, stating that she is interested in what exactly in their relationship attracts him: her money, her body, or her fame. This question somewhat confuses the young man, but despite his confusion, he quickly regains his confidence and decides that this business-like approach is quite consistent with his plans. He asks her if she has ever heard of the cryptocurrencies Tex and Lux, and with interest invites Maria to become part of their project, offering her the role of a VIP. He's not trying to persuade her to become another pawn in their game, to be used and discarded, but rather, he's painting a picture for her of how she will be the one in control. Ultimately, he invites her to become a person who has real power in his hands. Power that allows him not only to manipulate people, but also to change reality in his own interests. At this time, a celebratory dinner is taking place at Lee's house, where his close friends and partners gather to congratulate him on the fact that he is now considered the richest man in the world. All the guests at this celebratory event enthusiastically congratulated Lee on his achievement and did not hide their admiration for how he managed to rise to such a level. Lee receives a report stating that members of his organization are beginning negotiations with influential and wealthy people from around the world, inviting them as VIP guests. The Chinese man notes with obvious satisfaction that his plan worked perfectly, because greed breeds even more greed. He asks with interest if there is any new news, and receives the answer that Lucas recently began construction of a semiconductor manufacturing plant in the United States. This news really surprises Lee, but he immediately starts laughing, confident that Lucas, no matter how hard he tries, will not be able to successfully complete such an ambitious project. Lee is absolutely certain that it is impossible for Lucas's project to succeed, since semiconductor manufacturing is an extremely complex and expensive business. However, none of the major players are rushing to take on such a project, since the construction of a plant and the development of semiconductor production costs astronomical sums. And by the time this plant starts to generate profit and results, they will already have complete control over this industry. At this moment, Lucas receives a report that clearly shows that the construction of the plant will take not just a few months, but possibly several years. However, Lucas is not at all worried about this. He easily says that this is not a reason to worry, assuring everyone that they just need to keep working. There is no point in worrying for him, because, as he himself is convinced, he has always been very lucky with people and situations in life, and his intuition and confidence in people have always led to success. At this time, Eddie, a genius hacker, engineer with unique abilities, and Jeff, a man in a spacesuit, enters the office. Rising from the table with a determined expression on his face, Lucas loudly and clearly announces the start of the counterattack. At a press conference, Lee, with absolute confidence in his idea, proposes replacing the dollar as the world's reserve currency with new cryptocurrencies, TEX and Lux. He begins to detail all the benefits of these cryptocurrencies, emphasizing how their use will help avoid financial crises and strengthen the global economy. And he does it so expressively and confidently that, frankly, I began to doubt my beliefs, because his words sound so convincing that one could really believe that he is right. Meanwhile, people in the VIP zone, enjoying the atmosphere of success, receive various exclusive gifts and dine from sumptuous tables laden with expensive delicacies and drinks. Among these people is Maria, who proudly realizes that her decision to invest in this project was the right one. Lee, with a serious expression on his face, proclaims that he asks everyone to believe in the Red Universe, assuring that this universe will be with their clients until the very end, supporting them and ensuring success in their endeavors. However, we all understand perfectly well that this is more of a publicity stunt, because in reality, the Red Universe is nothing more than manipulation, and few people truly believe that this promise will be fulfilled. While journalists are interviewed on the street, one of them enthusiastically reports that, thanks to investments in TEX and Lux, his client's wealth has tripled in a very short period of time. Some, however, say they don't intend to invest in cryptocurrencies, considering them unreliable, while others, on the contrary, are already planning to switch to other, more promising cryptocurrencies. Seeing a grandma dressed in gold and racing down the street on a hoverboard is a truly funny and unusual sight that makes everyone smile despite the tense atmosphere around them. Lee watches the proceedings with a look of complete satisfaction and confidently thinks that everything is going as smoothly as possible, as his project continues to gain popularity and success seems inevitable. He had just gathered around one table all the richest and most influential people in the world, who helped him with their companies, investments, and connections. All of these people used to be very wary of Lucas and his ambitious projects, but now they believe that no matter what he does next, it's too late to change anything. However, everyone understands that a collapse may soon occur, which will create new opportunities for those who can benefit from it, and they are already preparing for it. At this moment, Secretary Lee enters the room and announces that he has news that could change the current situation, attracting the attention of everyone present, as no one expected such a change. It turns out that Lucas has just started a live broadcast, which attracts the attention of everyone in the room, as such a move could dramatically affect public opinion and perception of his future actions. Everyone turns on the television, waiting to find out what exactly Lucas has decided to show and tell the world. And of course, this broadcast is attracting more and more attention with each passing minute. Young men and women, dressed in beautiful costumes, begin to dance in a cabaret style, creating an atmosphere of fun and celebration. which clearly contrasts with the seriousness and tension of the topic being discussed. Lee is speechless at what he sees, because among the dancers, bending to the music, is Lucas himself, which of course, amazes him and raises a lot of questions. Lucas is clearly a little confused by what is happening, but he is thus announcing that his company is starting a new project, which will be called Earth Electronics, stating his ambitious plans. An Earth console dedicated to gaming, an Earth phone ideal for everyday use, and for those who want to enjoy content, an Earth tablet. Among other things, these devices will be equipped with the Pangea operating system based on the company's latest semiconductors, and all this will provide access to the power of a supercomputer. Lee doesn't understand how the new semiconductor could have already been developed if the plant where these devices were supposed to be produced had only recently begun operations. He absolutely cannot understand how Lucas was able to achieve such results so quickly. However, going back a little, to the moment when Lucas announced the start of the counterattack, we finally begin to understand who is really under that provocative spacesuit. And of course, it's our good old Elon Musk, who, as always, arrives on time despite all the difficulties. Musk, of course, is very surprised why his aura of genius and undeniable leadership is not enough to make him immediately recognizable. With Elon Musk's capabilities, business genius, and connections, the plant should be launched on time. Lucas remains confident that everything will be a success, because he has a team that is getting stronger and smarter every day. And yet, there is one more person who will definitely help them win, and that is the incredibly beautiful and smart Ellie, Lucas's ex-girlfriend, who turned out to be a real strategist and financier from Wall Street. Lucas comments that he saw the original coin's valuation on the investment board, and understands why many people doubt and worry. But he is ready to defend his values to the end, despite the anxiety of those around him. He firmly states that he will continue to defend the values of the original coin, because it remains what gives him and his team strength, and he does not intend to abandon his principles and fight for success. Lucas continues by arguing that anyone can still easily obtain the original coin and use it anywhere in the world, in any country, due to its availability and versatility. This is where the true value of the original coin lies, which is not tied to one specific region or political system. Lee, unable to contain his emotions, screams in rage, not wanting to hear any more news about the fall of his empire. In a fit of rage, he orders his secretary to kill Lucas right now, not giving him a chance to continue his successful path. Lee's secretary, horrified by the order, rushes to notify him that the price of Tex's cryptocurrency has plummeted, which marks the beginning of the end for Lee's entire strategy, which he had hoped until the very end that his plan would work. Lee can hardly believe his ears, as the collapse of such a key cryptocurrency in his empire seems impossible, and this unexpected turn of events completely destroys his confidence in his victory. The price of Tex has fallen so dramatically that the loss is projected to be a staggering 96%, spelling disaster for everyone who invested in the project, including the biggest investors. Lee's associates, in a panic, inform him that if up to this point the sum of all investments in Tex Lux amounted to $200 billion, now only $50 billion remain. And this reveals another important detail. Whoever was supposed to invest $150 billion apparently backed out of the idea at the last minute, which of course raises suspicions among everyone present. Judging by Lee's face, we begin to guess that this someone could be Lucas himself, because he was the one who could destroy the entire financial system that Lee had worked so hard to build. Lee, of course, doesn't want to believe it, denies all the evidence, and is not ready to admit that Lucas turned out to be such a cunning and intelligent player. But he can't avoid looking at Lucas's victorious face smiling from the TV screen. Everything that Lee's system was built on begins to crumble, because despite all the efforts and manipulations, everything turned out to be shaky, and this catastrophic moment became what will destroy it from within. His kingdom, built with such care and meticulousness, is falling into disrepair, and everything he thought he could control is now beyond his reach. Lee feels that he literally had one more step to take, and his empire would be invincible. But he realized too late how much he had underestimated his opponents. And now, as his scheme crumbles, he realizes that perhaps it was this last step that he failed to take that was the very mistake that led to his downfall. Lucas, being a true strategist, planned it this way. He attracted the enemy's attention with a presentation video, and then, without much effort, withdrew $150 billion in investments, which became the basis for further destruction. This move was precisely calculated, and then, before Lee had yet realized what was happening, the price of Tex was supposed to collapse, and this became the cruel blow that destroyed the Red Universe and all its ambitions. And of course, the wonderful Ellie played a key role in the return on investment, which proved extremely helpful in the successful completion of the operation, and her participation was a decisive factor in this victory. Some of Lucas's allies, despite the success of the strategy, begin to doubt that this was the right move, but Lucas confidently reassures them, assuring that everything was calculated down to the smallest detail. He, like a true psychologist, knows how to make the enemy give in to emotions and make a mistake, and he has always skillfully used this, because the enemy's weaknesses are opportunities that can be used to your advantage. Lucas is using his favorite $50 billion put option scheme again, because it was all set up in advance, and now his actions are leading to a complete collapse. And now that everything is ready, the red universe begins to collapse, like a fragile tower of blocks that seemed indestructible. But Lucas just walks up to that tower and smashes it, as if he always knew the moment had come when it could no longer be held, and destruction was inevitable. He smashes it so violently and decisively that the entire red universe, based on a fragile financial structure, will immediately collapse, and its fall will be so dramatic that everything Lee built will be in ruins. Meanwhile, online investment boards are filled with cries of people losing their money and pleas to save them, as they are now all among the victims. The price decline of TEX continues, and its value drops by 99.9%, reaching below $1, completely destroying its market value. In response to such events, Lee's high-ranking friends decide to abandon him, leaving him to deal with the consequences without their help, as if abdicating responsibility. Lee angrily calls them traitors, but they tell him that they were not his friends or colleagues, and now do not want to continue this cooperation. They add that if Lee wants to win them back, he must first regain the status and position he lost, and earn their trust again. Lee orders his employee to urgently gather all members of the organization, despite the tension in the situation, to discuss steps to regain control. He has already made his decision. Today he plans to kill Lucas, considering him the main obstacle to achieving his goals in this business. The presentation is still going on, but the looks at Lucas speak volumes. His face is filled with worry, and it's getting more and more frightening to look at him with each passing moment. At this time, a group of armed thugs approaches the center where the presentation is taking place, and prepares for the decisive step of neutralizing their target. Lee orders his men to immediately attack the presentation participants without wasting any time, as every moment could be decisive for his future. However, when the situation escalates, a man with a menacing mustache appears from behind the leader, who suddenly becomes an obstacle to the entire operation. This man not only has a menacing mustache, but also teeth that look so menacing that they make everyone nearby freeze. It suddenly becomes clear that someone has set up an ambush, and this realization is immediately relayed via radio to Secretary Lee, who hears alarming messages. Lee, despite the danger, decides not to stop, and gives the order to immediately deal with the unexpected opponents in order to demonstrate his strength. He does not back down, and categorically insists that his people deal with their opponents and prove their determination, despite all the difficulties of the situation. But when they start to act, it turns out that they are not just security guards. They are American military, which complicates the task and makes the situation much more dangerous. These military men were sent by Joe Biden himself, who is concerned about Lucas's safety and cannot allow his elimination by hired assassins. Biden turns to the colonel with the menacing mustache and teeth to organize Lucas's protection, realizing how important the man is to the country's security. This man, Lucas, became a vital partner for the United States, and losing it to mercenary attacks would be a disaster for national interests. The colonel and his men act quickly and effectively, neutralizing those Lee sent to eliminate Lucas, ensuring his safety. All participants in the operation, screaming and pleading for help, are faced with complete failure when it turns out that their plans are destroyed in an instant. Lee, standing in his office, clenches his teeth in rage and realizes that his power was not enough to eliminate Lucas, and now he needs to find another way of revenge. He decides that if he can't kill Lucas personally, he will destroy the one he cares most about in order to hit his enemy at his weakest point. While Lee is playing with a poisoned knife, planning Lucas's death, he accidentally injures himself and inadvertently stabs himself in the arm. The blow leaves Lee's arm turning blue and rapidly deteriorating, and he suddenly realizes that this is karma coming to him for his crimes. American military personnel arrest everyone who participated in the assassination attempt on Lucas, while Lee and his secretary manage to escape, ending up on the international wanted list. Tex and Lux, whose value has plummeted, are removed from the registry, and major corporations, one after another, announce their withdrawal, effectively ending the existence of the Red Universe. The Earth Electronics project, the $150 billion investment in Tex and the $50 billion put option, yielded impressive results, proving its success in the long term. Lucas's current assets had become so enormous that counting them became a real challenge, and the figures daunted even the most experienced financial analysts. At this moment, Dan walks into Lucas's office and invites him to an important interview that could open up new perspectives and opportunities. Lucas leaves the building, accompanied by security and his assistants, confidently heading to the interview that will continue his path to the heights of success. At this point, we are transported to another friend of Lucas's from the past, Anthony, who also plays an important role in his life, although he is in the background of these events. Anthony recently decided to try his hand at investing, believing it was a path to financial independence and to improving his current situation. He invested in Tex and Lux, but as it turned out, these stocks were in decline, and his choice turned out to be a bad one, which only worsened his financial situation. His wife was extremely unhappy with his investments, because instead of doing more important things, he spent money on risky investments. She promised that if he did not stop ignoring his official duties, she would definitely report everything to his superiors, which would worsen his situation at work. After he left his job, Anthony sent his girlfriend an apology text message, hoping that she would forgive him and they could work things out. At the age of 30, it is impossible to ignore serious issues such as caring for parents, buying a house, a car, and other important things that you could not think about until recently. To implement all these plans, a lot of money is needed, and like many of his friends, Anthony decided to try his hand at investing, hoping that this would help him improve his financial situation. But as expected, his attempts were unsuccessful, and he found himself in an even more difficult situation than before. He remembers Lucas fondly, thinking it would be nice to meet him, have a drink, and talk about old times. At that moment, someone unexpectedly knocks on his door, and Anthony cannot understand who it could be. When he opens the door, he is surprised to see Lucas, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, as if he knew that Anthony was alone in his apartment right now. Anthony can't understand how his former colleague ended up here without even an invitation, but he's glad to see him nonetheless. Lucas is glad to meet his friend and invites him to spend time together, fly somewhere, and have a drink to unwind a bit. He suddenly reveals that he has prepared a private jet for them to use for the trip, which of course surprises Anthony. How could anyone refuse such an offer? I really don't want to miss out on the chance to relax and have fun, especially in such company and with such an offer. On board the private jet, Anthony lies on the floor and cannot believe that his seat on this luxury plane is better equipped than most of the hotels where he has ever stayed. Lucas explains that the plane was originally commissioned by a wealthy Arab, but after he became the owner, he bought it back and can now afford such luxuries. He asks Anthony if he regrets leaving his old job, since he now has the opportunity to work somewhere completely different. Anthony replies that he does not regret his decision, although it was not so easy, and perhaps his life will now turn in a new direction. Lucas, noticing his doubts, offers Anthony to lead one of his company's projects, namely to become the director of the gaming team, which becomes a real offer for him. Anthony recalls how, even in his school years, he loved playing computer games, spending entire days playing them, as well as participating in small competitions with friends. Back then, his dream was to become a professional gamer. But 15 years had passed, and it was unlikely that this would be possible in the current situation. Now he has a job that requires his attention, and is not as good at games as he used to be, which puts him in a difficult position. However, Lucas's offer of a salary of $400 million a year completely changes his mind, forcing him to consider the opportunities that this new position opens up. This amount stuns Anthony, and he is completely delighted, and promises Lucas to work at full capacity, doing everything possible for the success of the company. He himself admits that he was tempted by the huge money, but at the same time he feels that this could be the chance he has been waiting for so long. He also understands that he feels sorry for the team players to some extent, because they are getting a rather difficult and unique leader, which he himself will be. Despite all the difficulties, under his leadership the team achieves success, and everyone begins to understand that Anthony is capable of taking the project to the next level. This is exactly the kind of cyber competition that Lucas organized at Charlie's request, and Anthony surprisingly copes with the role of mentor and leader. The next stage of the competition is the World Championship, where Team Earth, led by Anthony, must prove that it is ready for the highest achievements. Indeed, Team Earth, led by Anthony, wins the World Championship, demonstrating its growth and skill on the international stage. Thus, Team Earth, led by Anthony, won the World Championship in the game Last Man Standing, and this was a great achievement for the entire team. This victory left Anthony a little shaken, as he himself did not expect that his team would rise to the occasion and be able to cope with such a serious challenge. He later admitted that he actually had his own tactics, and although they seemed unconventional, he resolutely stuck to them throughout the game. Lucas congratulates Anthony on his win, saying that everything worked out exactly as he hoped and that the result was amazing. However, Lucas cannot hide his emotions. His eyes are filled with tears because he is worried that Sue might leave him, and he does not know how to cope with it. In the days leading up to the Last Man Standing Championship, Lucas tried several times to arrange a meeting with Sue, but something kept distracting him from this important task. This time, Elon Musk came to meet him, landed in a helicopter and offered to spend time together, promising to show him something interesting and unusual. However, instead of just being entertaining, The conversation between Elon and Lucas turned into a heart-to-heart about life and the future. Elon, intrigued, asked Lucas what he planned to do now that he was the richest man in the world, and what he wanted to achieve next. Lucas, of course, was very grateful to Elon for helping him succeed, and for the support that allowed him to become such an influential person. Elon, like an old friend, reminds Lucas that he shouldn't forget to invite him to his wedding when it happens, and offers to give him a gift. He promises that as a wedding gift, he will launch a rocket right next to the ceremony site, which will be an incredible spectacle for all the guests. Lucas, a little embarrassed by such a proposal, cannot understand how Elon came to the idea that he was going to get married at all, since he himself was not yet sure of his feelings. Lucas is at a loss for words to explain that he simply doesn't know how to express his feelings, to which Elon sarcastically calls him a moron and suggests he listen to his advice. Then Elon decides to tell Lucas his version of how to confidently win the heart of any girl and never be rejected. Lucas is a little taken aback by this proposal, not knowing how to react to Elon's advice, which seems a little strange to him, but at the same time attractive. For Elon Musk, a surefire way to win a woman's heart is to get a light aircraft pilot's license, because it always impresses women. Lucas's words fade away, and he can't find anything to say. So stunned is he by this proposal, and the fact that Musk considers this a real recipe for success. At this time, Sue's problems begin to accumulate, because she cannot see Lucas, despite their promises and plans to spend time together. Lucas doesn't pick up his phone, doesn't call her back, and cancels meetings, leaving Sue in the dark, which further deepens her frustration. Sue stays late at work, worried and waiting for a call from Lucas. But he continues training under the guidance of Elon Musk, completely absorbed in his own affairs. A month or more later, they still can't meet. But Lucas at least decides to buy a ring, trying to take a step towards solving their problems. After 3 months, the situation becomes critical. They still cannot improve their relationship, and every day deepens their distance and dissatisfaction. And although Lucas is finally ready to propose to Sue, she definitely doesn't want to see him, which makes his next steps even more difficult and painful. Sue decides she needs some time to herself and asks Tanya, her security guard, to arrange a flight home to her parents to get away from it all for a while. Arriving home, Sue meets her sister, who joyfully hugs her, having missed her during this period. The sister is delighted that Sue now has a personal assistant and cannot hide her surprise. Upon arrival home, her parents greet her with love, set the table with homemade food, and invite everyone to dinner. During dinner, they discuss what's new with Sue at work, what projects she's leading, and how her relationships are developing with her colleagues. Mom can't help but ask a few personal questions, inquiring about her relationships and plans for the future. Sue promises her sister that she will give her money for something special if she stops asking questions and is patient. The younger sister decides that this is where the focus can be shifted, and she starts asking her mother to give her something tasty. While everyone is busy discussing, Sue, in need of rest, escapes from the house to the swing to think a little alone. Sue rocks in silence, reflecting on her life and missing Lucas, but realizing she can hardly return to him now. At that moment, her father comes out to her, sits down on the second swing, and silently watches his daughter worry. The father, knowing his daughter well, understands that something is wrong with her and decides to talk to her frankly. Sue is surprised that her emotions are so easily read, and she didn't expect her father to be able to understand her without words. Her father, noticing her condition, asks what happened, and Sue tells him how worried she is that Lucas seems to be leaving her, and she remains where she is, and does not know how to move on. She feels like her life is standing still, and his world is moving further and further away from her. Sue realizes that if things continue like this, Lucas will be so far away that she will no longer be able to reach him. The father, a little embarrassed by having to discuss such personal issues, still hopes that Lucas is a good man who will not leave her in trouble. He tells her that if anything happens, she can always return home, where she will always be welcomed. But then, on the playground where Sue is sitting, a sudden multitude of security guards appear, protecting everyone from strangers. The father screams and stands up, shielding his daughter with his body, ready to protect her from any attack. At that moment, the familiar voice of Lucas is heard, stepping forward and addressing the guards, asking them not to interfere. Lucas bows and respectfully asks his father for his blessing to marry his daughter, saying that he is ready to take Sue as his wife. Sue is stunned by this act and cannot find words, confused by his unexpected proposal. Lucas bows even lower and continues to ask for forgiveness, hoping for favor from her family. Sue doesn't know how to react. She's confused and at a loss about everything that's happening, because it was so unexpected for her. At this time at home, Tanya's younger sister finds her and begins to torment her, asking her to show her new tricks with weapons and various stunts. One of her favorite tricks is when Tanya throws an apple into the air and slices it up in the air, simultaneously turning it into little rabbits. And it's no wonder that this trick was her favorite. It surprised everyone and always aroused admiration, Soon Sue, her father, Lucas, and Jason enter the house where the others are already waiting for them. At the house they are met by those who are inside, and everyone is ready to discuss the latest events and make important decisions. Mom, upon seeing Lucas, immediately notices that something important has happened, and is surprised to learn that her daughter has been proposed to. Sue, a little embarrassed, says that initially she pretended that Lucas was her fiancé, but their relationship became much more serious and sincere over time. The father, hearing this, cannot hide his displeasure, because he is worried that Lucas might hurt his daughter again, as he did before. He is afraid that she will feel insecure and unprotected next to such a strong but cold man. Sue feels embarrassed that her father is so worried, but deep down she is pleased that he is willing to stand up for her, even in front of such a powerful man as Lucas. Lucas, standing nearby, listens to all his father's words with respect and humility, bowing in a humble bow. Sue's father remembers how she was very sensitive as a child, and how her emotions often overwhelmed her. He remembers how she could rejoice to the point of tears and worry just as much if something went wrong. It is important to him that his princess is happy in the future, and that her life is filled with love and care. The father, still serious, asks Lucas if he can ensure his daughter's happiness. Lucas, without hesitation, stands up from his seat and kneels in front of him. He promises that Sue will be happy with him, and he will do everything possible to make her happy. Sue, standing nearby, listens with delight to such sincere words, her heart filling with warmth. Lucas again asks his father for his blessing and permission for their marriage. Touched by such sincerity, the man softens a little and begins to thaw. He turns to his daughter and asks if she wants to become Lucas's wife herself. Sue, without thinking, nods vigorously, agreeing with relief and happiness. The father, seeing her reaction, approaches Lucas, also drops to one knee and thanks him for his sincere love for his daughter. He says he hopes Lucas will care for and respect Sue throughout his life. After some time, a new project is announced in the entertainment world that promises to shake up the industry. This will be an offline project that will feature something completely unusual. A massive amusement park is being built, which will become the center of all possible attractions and entertainment for lovers of Earth's content. At the presentation of this project, we see that Lee has not given up, and his plan to kidnap Sue is still in effect. At the same time, we observe how people actively participate in various attractions, enjoying the holiday. Journalists enthusiastically cover competitions and contests, trying not to miss a single detail. Amidst all this hustle and bustle, a little boy, clutching an ice cream cone, enthusiastically races against the wind. Of course, he doesn't manage to brake in time, and his ice cream gets smeared all over Lucas's expensive suit. The boy is panicking, but Lucas isn't worried at all. He can afford a few more suits like these. Instead of getting angry, he compensates for the cost of the ice cream by transferring a coin to the boy's account as a nice gesture. Not everyone gets given cryptocurrency for minor mistakes, but Lucas does it without a second thought. Having attended the event incognito, the group decides to take advantage of the moment and remove their masks to relax and enjoy the experience. They don't want to attract unnecessary attention, but as soon as the chance arises, they step aside and take off their masks. Dan, unable to see what's going on with Sue, decides to find out how things are going with her relationship with Lucas. But Lucas is still unsure if he's ready to come out to Sue or rush the wedding in any way, even after everything that's happened. Dan, hearing this, feels sad. He's the biggest shipper of this couple, and he's very worried about everything being delayed. He listens to Lucas's excited speeches, his doubts and worries, and suddenly an idea comes to him. He notices a building in the distance that resembles an Asian temple, and suddenly decides that this is the perfect place for conversation. Dan invites Lucas to go there, explaining that he has a surprise that could help resolve all his doubts. Lucas, although surprised by the proposal, trusts Dan and decides to follow him, anticipating that this could be an important step towards their happiness. When Lucas heads to the temple, he is dressed in a traditional hanbok and feels a little out of place, but still smiles. He stands on a small observation deck, admiring the view of his brainchild, the amusement park that he spent so long building and put so much effort into. Suddenly, a gentle voice is heard from behind, and Lucas turns to see Sue, dressed in the same beautiful hanbok. This sight touches him deeply, and his heart is filled with joy and gratitude. They sit right on the floor, next to each other, and begin to quietly and frankly discuss their feelings. Sue, with excitement in her voice, says that all this time she was afraid that she would not be able to catch up with Lucas. She felt like he was growing, had amazing friends and projects, and she was always left a little behind. She was tormented by the thought that he was moving forward, and she was standing still, unable to keep up with him. It had been like this since the very beginning of their relationship, and it bothered her greatly. However, now she feels that he does not think of her as a drag, and this fills her soul with peace. Lucas, listening carefully, understands that her feelings were sincere, and without hesitation replies that he does not think so at all. The man, unable to contain his emotions, clutches his heart, and sincerely says that he loves her, will take care of her, and wants to see her as his wife. Sue, shocked by such a confession, begins to respond to the offer, already ready to accept it. But suddenly their intimate moment is interrupted by the loud voice of the tour guide. The temple suddenly fills with a multitude of people. Tourists run, push, creating a real crush. Lucas, a little confused, takes a small box with a ring out of his pocket, intending to hand it to Sue. However, when he turns around, she is no longer there. Lucas, in a panic, starts calling her name and shouting into the crowd. But suddenly his gaze falls on a group of people, led by someone who looks like a pirate, and they are dragging a huge coffin. Lucas immediately realizes that something is wrong and, without thinking, rushes towards them. Jason, seeing the threat, without hesitation attacks the pirate, trying to stop him. However, the pirate's comrades are not going to give up and begin to resist. Lucas comes across a large man who looks so strong that he could easily crush him. However, Lucas is not ready to give up. He will fight to the last to save Sue. And then Jason comes running just in time and deals with the attacker perfectly, fighting him on equal terms. He shouts to Lucas, "Leave this to me! Run after Sue!" Lucas, without hesitation, rushes in pursuit of the kidnappers. The man in the Frankenstein mask, who leads the kidnapped group, is confident of his victory, thinking that he can easily deal with anyone who stands in his way. But he doesn't know who he's dealing with, because Jason, the greatest fighter of all, stands in his way. Meanwhile, Lee's comrades continue to flee with the coffin, wanting to reunite with Sue and take her away from Lucas. Lucas finds himself in the path of the kidnappers, and decisively stands between them and Sue. Suddenly, a mysterious veiled girl appears behind him, now dressed in a rabbit costume. She tries to stab Lucas with something sharp, but her attack is caught by Tanya, who quickly blocks the blow. Tanya wastes no time, and with a powerful kick, sends the girl flying across the park like a feather. Taking out a knife, Tanya promises to take care of the girl, and tells Lucas to continue saving Sue. The pirate wastes no time in convincing his men that one assistant is not enough, and begins to intimidate Lucas. He shouts that such small actions will not solve anything, and there are still more of them. But suddenly the entire clearing is surrounded by guards who came to the rescue, protecting Lucas and his team. The pirate, seeing that his plans are falling apart, does not give up and gives the command to attack. The girl in the bunny costume, even more enraged by the interference, throws a throwing knife at Tanya. She is furious that someone dared to interfere in her fight. Tanya takes off her jacket and gets ready to kick this girl in the ass. At that moment, Lucas delivers the decisive blow to the pirate's face, distracting him. He screams, demanding that Sue be given to him, but it seems that everything is against him. The pirate, falling to the ground, begins to giggle. Lucas, deciding to check the coffin, opens it, and discovers that there is no one inside. He grabs the pirate, shakes him, and demands an explanation. But under the mask is not Lee, but one of his followers, who smirks and declares that all this is useless. Sue is probably already dead. This statement shocks Lucas, causing his heart to clench. At this moment, the follower is hit on the head with a huge piece of fried beef. Dan, who found himself there after a restaurant party, wastes no time in rushing to help. And, as always, behind him, Joe Biden. It turns out Joe Biden brought an entire aircraft carrier with him to save the situation. Meanwhile, Lee tries to sail away on his boat, confident that he has already won, and laughs ominously. He looks at Sue, tied up on the deck, and says with glee that it is her fault, and Lucas is the real culprit of her troubles. Tied up, Sue tries to attract attention by moaning weakly and struggling with the ropes. Lee says that all the troubles that happened to her are not her fault. The Chinese man continues to insist that everything that happens to her is the result of Lucas's actions, and perhaps it will soon become the cause of her death. He says he plans to take her out to sea and throw her overboard. Sue, not wanting to hear any more of these threats, decisively hits Lee on the head with her head. Lee trips and falls to the deck. However, he quickly recovers and swings his hook at Sue, ready to strike. Suddenly, they are illuminated by the light coming from the aircraft carrier's signal lights. This is an unexpected gift from Joe Biden. A colonel with a menacing mustache stands on the bridge of an aircraft carrier, observing the situation with satisfaction, knowing that his intervention was timely. Everyone starts actively thanking Joe Biden for his help, especially Dan, who is clearly very happy about this turn of events. But it's not just him. Everyone present now feels safe. And then, with the help of a jetpack, Lucas flies onto the boat, giving himself even more heroism, and kicks Lee hard right in the face. We're guessing the jetpack was provided by Lucas, or perhaps Elon Musk was interested. Lucas unties Sue and anxiously checks to make sure she's okay. But Lee, despite his previous failure, rushes at Lucas again with a hook in his hands. He smiles an ominous smile, confident of his victory, and mockingly says that now it's all over. Especially when he sees Lucas lying on the deck, seemingly exhausted. However, Lucas, despite being tired, is ready to fight him to the end, not intending to give up. When Lee swings at him again, Lucas decides to take decisive action. He takes out a stun gun and shoots him. Lee begins to scream and squeal like a pig, his body twitching from the electric shocks. Soon Lee falls unconscious, struck down by a powerful shock. Sue, delighted and overwhelmed, rushes to Lucas and hugs him tightly, unable to hide her joy and relief. Lucas, looking into her eyes, is about to propose again, but Sue interrupts him, confidently declaring that she also wants to propose. Lucas replies with a smile that of course he agrees. And now the day of their wedding arrives. The host, of course, is Dan, a man with an incredibly sharp tongue and an inimitable sense of humor. Lucas is nervous and excited before this important moment in his life, as if everything that happened before seems like a trifle. But when his turn comes, he walks through his entrance and confidently heads towards the altar, feeling his heart pounding. After some time, the moment comes for the bride to come out. And there she was, Sue, walking arm in arm with her father, with a bright glow on her face that outshone everything around her. Lucas, upon seeing her, blushes and falls in love with her once again, as if it were the first time. He can't take his eyes off her as he watches her father walk her down the aisle, and can't wait for her to become his wife. At this moment, Chloe's quiet cry is heard in the hall, unable to contain her emotions. She dreamed of being in Sue's place. And Ellie, standing by the window, watches the wedding, quietly wishing her ex happiness and long-lasting love, despite their past. Finally, Sue approaches the altar. Her father entrusts her into Lucas's hands and returns to his place, leaving them alone. Lucas and Sue hold hands, their eyes full of love and hope. They smile at each other, realizing that all this is their dream that has come true. The wedding ceremony begins, and all eyes in the room are turned towards them, as if time has slowed down, and everything that is important at this moment is focused on them. Lucas, smiling, asks Sue if she would have been with him if he hadn't won that Bitcoin. Sue replies that she was in love with him, even when he was a poor man living in a room infested with cockroaches. Lucas, touched by her words, takes the ring and places it on her finger as a symbol of his love and devotion. They exchange wedding vows. And so, after many years of trials and divorces, Lucas really became rich. But now his wealth does not consist of money, but of true love and loyalty, which he found in Sue.